On the Justice of Roosting Chickens, Reflections on the Consequences of U.S. Imperial Arrogance and Criminality. Ward Churchill. For Yuri Kochiyama, whose vision and consistency have been inspiration to us all. We have sown the wind, he is the whirlwind. Jean-Paul Sartre. Preface to The Wretched of the Earth. September 11, 2001. The date, the devastation, the meaning, they reside in historical context. To understand that context, we Americans might do well to remember that, just a century ago, 85% of the land mass of this planet existed under forced domination by the governments of European peoples. We might also remind ourselves that the decades to follow saw fiery uprisings in the form of decolonization and liberation movements, with a peak of activity after World War II, when over 100 new nations made of formerly colonized peoples arose and groups within colonizer countries challenged their oppression. Let me be candid, the foremost political and psychological legacy of today's world is not the battle between democracy and evil as conceived by dominant society philosophers. No. The foremost political and psychological legacy of our times is the tragic short-circuiting of these efforts at liberation. Political in the sense that every people today, both of the liberated nations and within colonial powers, does not reside in the sought-after state of self-determination. Psychological in the sense that demise after a period of pure hope presents arduous hurdles indeed. At this point, purity of hope is a rare find. The post-war refurbishing of political and economic structures into the contemporary version of empire corporate globalization perpetuates inequality on a scale that Alexander the Great, Queen Victoria, or Hitler himself might envy. The ecological devastation made evident from resulting abuses pushes the earth to the point of no return. And the endless perpetration of violence, with its continuous display via telecommunications spectacle, has spawned a feat of unimaginable distress, the globalization of trauma. As new, Western Shoshone, natives, Russian citizens, and U.S. environmentalists chanted together at a Nevada test site protest in 1992, "We are all wounded." If there is any purity left, it is in the stark understanding that social systems based on oppression imprint seemingly irresolvable conflicts onto every sphere of human endeavor. If there is a perspective shared by peoples around the world, it is that at this moment in history there are no easy solutions. In the midst of this confusion of expectation and means comes a voice that is so definitive that it echoes the leaders of the era gone by. Perhaps Ward Churchill is a bit of a descendant of Che Guevara. Fierce in his dedication to autonomy in Latin America and willing to risk everything to achieve it, Guevara was deeply caring. "Dejim de Surreal, Arisgo de Parisa Ridiculo," he said, "que el revolucionario verdadero está guiado por sentimientos grandes de amor." Let me tell you, at the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. And indeed, if you excavate beneath Churchill's rhythms of urgency, you will uncover palpable love. Perhaps too, he is the child of Malcolm X, the daring leader of African American liberation in the 1960s. Actor Ossie Davis described Malcolm X in this way: "You can imagine what a howling, shocking nuisance this man was. Once he fastened on you, you could not escape." And indeed, if Churchill is anything, he is a howling nuisance to whatever equilibrium one thinks one possesses. And most definitely, Churchill stands in lineage with the Martinique intellectual Frantz Fanon, whose post-World War II training as a doctor ironically provided him with the tools for turnabout, psychiatric language to deconstruct racism and define the experience of the colonized. As Jean-Paul Sartre wrote in his preface to Fanon's best-known work, The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon certifies that Europe is dying, on external evidence, founded on symptoms he can observe. As to curing her, no, he has other things to think about. He does not give a damn whether she lives or dies. Because of this, his book is scandalous. So, too, is scandalous, for herein blows a fury that gusts right through the issues of relative justice and comfort that tend to infuse leftist political endeavor in the U.S. The U.S. was born and maintains itself through the perpetration of violence, asserts Churchill, and this legacy will be no more denied by seemingly reasonable rationales like Twin Towers, never again. and liberate Iraq. Then it was in 1637 in Pequot country. Or 1776 against the Cherokee. Or 1848 in Mexico. Or 1898 against the Cubans and Filipinos. Or 1966 in Ghana. Or 1993 in Haiti. Rampaging through the left's propensity to analysis that, he insists, leaves people in a paralysis of complexity, Churchill calls for action as blunt as the village stock, criminal proceedings conducted by international institutions against individuals who have executed policies of genocide. And he exhorts the citizens of American empire to recraft their society that it may participate in the restoration of a broken humanity and a devastated planet. If we do not, he prophesizes, the recrafting will come via the violent expression we have come to know from without. My own responsibility as the writer of the preface to this book has made me reflect on Sartre's task in his preface to The Wretched of the Earth. Sartre was French, Fanon was a man whose people had been colonized by France. I am European American, Churchill is native Creek and Cherokee. I feel the weight of my responsibility in this configuration. My lesson is to understand the earnestness of oppressed peoples and to honor the politics of sovereignty. And yet, since the U.S. has crystallized its role as CEO to international hegemony, the clarity of category forged during the days of classical empire of colony and metropole, of oppressed and oppressor has blurred. Today we are wantonly zapped by the electromagnetic radiation of the telecommunications industry. We are wage slaves to the economic machine together, plied by drugs both prescription and illicit, fed genetically engineered foods, made to find the means of our survival in corporate fantasias. If any one of us dares to protest, we risk being maced and stun-gunned, or corralled in a concentration camp. In today's world, we are all colonized. While Churchill most definitely directs his message to the American reader, like Fanon, he also stops. His endpoint is a proclamation, it is well past time to reclaim power. For Churchill, such a reconstruction surely entails the re-empowerment of international humanitarian law over the current US-led reign of corporate jurisdiction. But what might such a reclamation take to succeed? A massive focus of public will upon institutions of justice conducted in a legalistic manner? A reiteration of the functional seizure of power sought in the former decolonization movements? The phenomenological, and anarchist, revolt described in Zapatista philosophy revolution in every moment, in every situation, resulting in a literal revolving back to power to the people and an end to the dialectic? That these and other details of Churchill's proposal are not made entirely clear in a work of otherwise perfect clarity is to its credit. By what means? Towards what end? With what outcome? The reader may think that, by the strength of implication, Churchill's politics are scandalous. Whatever you think, in a time of no easy solutions, this book will awaken you to the pure necessity to put an end to empire. Chelis Glendinning Chimayo, New Mexico, February 2003. The Ghosts of 9-1-1. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. Galatians, 6:7. September 11, 2001, will now and forever be emblazoned in the shorthand of popular consciousness as a correlation to the emergency dialing sequence, 9-1-1. On that date, a rapid but tremendous series of assaults were carried out against the paramount symbols of America's global military/economic dominance, the Pentagon and the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center, WTO, leaving about one-fifth of the former in ruins and the latter in a state of utter obliteration. Initially, it was claimed that as many as 5,000 U.S. citizens were killed, along with 78 British nationals, come to do business in the WTC, and perhaps 300 other aliens, the majority of them undocumented, assigned to scrub the floors and wash the windows of Empire Point 1 even before the first of the trade center's towers had collapsed. The news media, as yet possessed of no hint as to who may have carried out the attacks, much less why they might have done so, were already, and repeatedly, proclaiming the whole thing unprovoked and senseless. Within a week, the assailants having meanwhile been presumably identified. Newsweek had recast the initial assertions of its colleagues in the form of a query bespeaking the aura of wide-eyed innocence in which the country was by then, as always, seeking to cloak itself. Why, the magazine's cover whined from every newsstand, do they hate us so much? The question was and remains boggling in its temerity, so much so that after a lifetime of spelling out the reasons, one is tempted to respond with a certain weary cynicism, perhaps repeating Malcolm X's penetrating observation about chickens coming home to roost and leaving it at that point too still, mindful of the hideous human costs attending the propensity of good Americans, like good Germans, to dodge responsibility by anchoring professions of innocence in claims of near total ignorance. Concerning the crimes of their corporate state, one feels obliged to try and deny them the option of such pretense. It is thus necessary that at least a few of those whose ravaged souls settled in upon the WTC and the Pentagon be named. At the front of the queue were the wraiths of 500,000 Iraqi children, all of them under 12, all starved to death or forced to die for lack of basic sanitation and/or medical treatment during the past 5, 6, 10 years. 3 These youngsters suffered and died because the US first systematically bombed their country's water purification, sewage treatment, and pharmaceutical plants out of existence, then imposed a decade-long and presently ongoing embargo to ensure that Iraq would be unable to repair or replace most of what had been destroyed. 4 The point of this carefully calculated mass murder, as was explained at the outset by then-President George Herbert Walker Bush, father of the current Oval Office occupant, has been to impress upon the Iraqi government and the rest of the world as well that what we say, goes. 5. In other words, though no less bluntly, do as you're told or we'll kill your babies. Much has been made, rightly enough, of how U.S. governmental agencies, corporate media, and academic elites collude to provide only such information as is convenient to the status quo. 6 It is thus true that there is much of which the public is unaware. No such excuse can be advanced with respect to the fate of Iraq's children, however. Not only was the toll publicly predicted before U.S. sanctions were imposed, but 2 high UN officials, including Assistant Secretary General Dennis Halliday, have resigned in protest of what Halliday described in widely reported statements as the policy of deliberate genocide. They reflected. 7 Asked by an interviewer on 60 Minutes in 1996 whether the UN's estimate of child fatalities in Iraq was accurate, U.S. Ambassador to the UN Secretary of State Madeleine Albright confirmed it before a national television audience. 8 We've decided, Albright went on in a remark prominently displayed in the New York Times and most other major newspapers, that it's worth the cost in lives extracted from brown-skinned toddlers to set an example so terrifying in its implications that it would compel planetary obedience to America's dictates in the years ahead. 9 Such were the official terms defining the New World Order George Bush the Elder had announced in 1991. 10 One wonders how information about what was happening in Iraq could have been made much clearer or more readily accessible to the general public. Claims that average Americans didn't know what was being done in their name are thus rather less than credible. In reality, Americans by and large greeted Albright's haughty revelation of genocide with yawns and blank stares, returning their attention almost immediately to what they considered far weightier matters, the Dow Jones and American League batting averages, for instance, or pursuit of the perfect cappuccino. Braying like donkeys into their eternal cell phones, they went right on arranging their stock transfers and real estate deals and dinner dates, conducting business as usual, never exhibiting so much as a collective flicker of concern. In effect, the U.S. citizenry as a whole was endowed with exactly the degree of ignorance it embraced. To put it another way, being ignorant is in the sense that of willful and deliberate ignoration, not sin. 7. Onymous with being uninformed. It is instead to be informed and then ignore the information. There is a vast difference between not knowing and not caring, and if good Americans have difficulty appreciating the distinction, it must be borne in mind that there are others in the world who are quite unburdened by such intellectual impairments. They, beginning with those most directly targeted at any given moment for subjugation or eradication at the hands of American peacekeepers, know above all else that professions of ignorance inherently preclude claims of innocence in such circumstances. There was a time, oddly enough, when it could be said that the US stood at the forefront of those endorsing the same principle. How else to explain its solemn invocation at the time of the Nuremberg trials of a collective guilt inhering in the German populace itself? 11. One would do well to recall that the crimes attributed by Americans to good Germans were that they'd celebrated a new order of their own, looking away while the Nazi crimes were committed, never attempting to meet the legal/moral obligation of holding their government to even the most rudimentary standards of human decency. 12. For these sins, it was said, they, the Germans, civilians as well as military personnel, richly deserved the death and devastation that had been rained upon them by America's mighty 8th Air Force and its British counterpart. 13. In sum, they'd brought it on themselves. Some people push back. To be sure, I've oversimplified, committed reductionism and compared apples and oranges in offering the preceding analogy. That was Germany, after all, while this is the US. The situation here is of course much more complex. America today, unlike Germany a half-century ago, is a democratic, multicultural society. Its courts offer a prospect of due process in dispute resolution absent under the Nazis. 14. Most importantly, unlike the situation in Nazi Germany, there is a discernible opposition in the US, an active counterforce to the status quo through which progressive social, political and economic change can ultimately be accomplished without resort to the crudities of bullets and bombs, never mind the scale of atrocity witnessed on 9/1/1. 15. These things duly remarked, it must also be said that the implications embodied in such counterforces must be tested by their effectuality rather than their mere existence. On this score, the practical distinction between formal and functional democracy has been remarked by numerous analysts over the years. 16. As to the merits of the US judicial system, one might do well to begin any assessment by asking Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu-Jamal, Geronimo G. Jaga, Pratt, Doraba bin Wahad or any of the hundreds of other political activists who have been entombed on false charges or are now serving dramatically inequitable sentences in American prisons. 17. One might ask as well those sent to death row on racial grounds 18 or who number among the 8.2 million predominantly dark-skinned people, a proportion of the population larger than that of any country save Russia, consigned to the sprawling archipelago of forced labor camps forming the U.S. prison industrial complex. 19. Turning to America's vaunted opposition, we find record of not a single significant demonstration protesting the wholesale destruction of Iraqi children. On balance, U.S. progressives have devoted far more time and energy over the past decade to combating the imaginary health effects of environmental tobacco smoke. 20. And demanding installation of speed bumps in suburban neighborhoods. 21. That is, to increasing their own comfort level than to anything akin to a coherent response to the U.S. genocide in Iraq. The underlying mentality is symbolized quite well in the fact that, since they were released in the mid-1990s, Gene Baudrillard's allegedly radical screed, "The Gulf War did not take place," has outsold Ramsey Clark's The Impact of Sanctions on Iraq, prominently subtitled "The Children Are Dying," by a margin of almost 3 to 1.22. The theoretical trajectory entered into by much of the American left over the past quarter century exhibits a marked tendency to try and justify such evasion and squalid self-indulgence through the expedient of rejecting hierarchy, in all its forms. Since hierarchy may be taken to include anything resembling an order of priorities, we are faced thereby with the absurd contention that all issues are of equal importance, as in the mindless slogan, "There is no hierarchy to oppression." 23. From there, it becomes axiomatic that the privileging of any issue over another, genocide, say, over fanny pinching in the workplace, becomes not only evidence of elitism, but of sexism, and often homophobia to boot, as in the popular formulation holding that third world anti-imperialism is inherently nationalistic, and nationalism is inherently damaging to the rights of women and gays. 24. Having thus foreclosed upon all options for concrete engagement as mere reproductions of the relations of oppression, the left has largely neutralized itself, a matter reflected most conspicuously in the applause it bestowed upon Homi K. Bhabha's preposterous 1994 contention that writing, which he likens to warfare, should be considered the only valid revolutionary act. 25 One might easily conclude that had the opposition not conjured up such postmodernist discourse on its own initiative, it would have been necessary for the status quo to have invented it. As it is, postmodernist theorists and their post-colonialist counterparts are finding berths at elite universities at a truly astounding rate. 26 To be fair, it must be admitted that there remain appreciable segments of the left which do not subscribe to the sophistries embedded in postmodernism's failure of nerve. 27. Those who continue to assert the value of direct action, however, have for the most part so thoroughly constrained themselves to the realm of symbolic/ritual protest as to 9. Render themselves self-nullifying. One is again hard-pressed to decipher whether this has been by default or design. While such comportment is all but invariably couched in the lofty or sanctimonious terms of principled pacifism, the practice of proponents often suggests something far less noble. 28 Nowhere was this more apparent than during the 1999 mass demonstrations against a meeting of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in Seattle. 29 There, notwithstanding much vociferous rhetoric denouncing the spiraling human and environmental costs attending the American-led drive to economic globalization, droves of responsible protesters served literally as surrogates for the police, forming themselves into cordons to protect major corporate facilities from suffering such retaliatory violence as broken windows. 30 Although this posture was ostensibly adopted because of a commitment to nonviolence on the part of the volunteer cops, adherence to such ideals was peculiarly absent when it came to their manhandling of black bloc anarchists bent upon inflicting minor property damage or otherwise disrupting business as usual in some material sense. 31 In truth, the only parties who appear to have been immunized against the physical impositions of the self-anointed peacekeepers were the police, WTO delegates, and other government/corporate officials. 32 Tellingly, although the fact goes mostly unmentioned by the peaceful protesters involved, no less than President Bill Clinton went on television in the aftermath to compliment that great majority of the demonstrators who, he said, did nothing at all to interfere with the rights of WTO delegates to coordinate an acceleration of the planetary rape and mass murder the demonstrations were supposedly intended to forestall. 33 Over the next several months, meetings and workshops were conducted among dissidents nationwide. Most of them dedicated in whole or in part to devising ways of better containing and controlling black blockers at future demonstrations. 34 For its part, the government formed a special state-local federal counterterrorism task force in Oregon, targeting anarchists in the cities of Eugene and Portland, each reputedly a locus of black bloc activity for neutralization. 35. A tidier and more convivial arrangement is hard to imagine. All that was missing was something resembling a realization by participants on either side of the equation that their waltz could be continued neither indefinitely nor with impunity. So intoxicated had they been rendered by their mutual indulgence in the narcotic of American exceptionalism. 36 That they'd lost all touch with laws as basic and natural as cause and effect. Out there, in the neocolonial hinterlands where the body count of the New World Order must mostly be tallied, no one really cares a whit that a sector of the beneficiary population has chosen to bear a sort of perpetual moral witness to the crimes committed against the Third World. What they do care about is whether 10. Such witnesses translate their professions of outrage into whatever kinds of actions may be necessary to actually put an end to the horror. 37 When such action is not forthcoming from within the perpetrator society itself, when in fact those comprising that society's purported opposition can be seen to have mostly joined in enforcing at a bedrock level the very order from whence mass murder systematically emanates, a different sort of rule must inevitably come to govern. 38 There is nothing mysterious in this. The proposition is so obvious, uncomplicated, and fundamentally just that it has been often and straightforwardly articulated, usually to the accompaniment of cheers, before mass audiences in the U.S. Recall as but one example the line delivered by the actor Lawrence Fishburne, portraying Prohibition-era Harlem gangster Bumpy Johnson in a 1984 movie, The Cotton Club. When you push people around, some people will eventually push back. 39. As the makeup of the historical figure upon whom Fishburne's celluloid character was based should have made equally clear, those finally forced into doing the counter, pushing are unlikely to be nice guys. Indeed, whoever they might otherwise have been or become, the sheer and unrelenting brutality of the circumstances compelling their response is all but guaranteed to have twisted and deformed their outlooks in some truly hideous ways. 40 Be it noted, moreover, that there is an undeniable symmetry involved when their response is in kind. 41 What goes around comes around, it has been said. 42 In the end, karma is unavoidable. 43. So it was on September 11, 2001. Trails of Tears. True, my depiction of the situation remains reductionist. This is so in many respects, perhaps, but no doubt most importantly because the ghosts of Iraq's wasted children were by no means alone in their haunting. There were others present on 9-1-1, many others, beginning with the 800,000 Iraqi adults, the great majority of them either elderly or pregnant, known to have died along with their youngsters as a direct result of U.S. sanctions. This makes a total of 1.3 million dead among a population of fewer than 20 million in the decade since the Gulf War supposedly ended. 44 To these must be added another 150,000 or so Iraqi civilians written off as collateral damage during the massive U.S. aerial bombardment defining the war itself. 45 Then there were the soldiers, conscripts mostly, butchered in the scores of thousands as they fled northward along what became known as the Highway of Death, out of combat, in full compliance with U.S. demands that they evacuate Kuwait, effectively defenseless against the waves of aircraft thereupon hurled at them by cowards wearing American uniforms. 46 Also at hand were some 10,000 Iraqi guardsmen retreating along a causeway outside Basra, killed in another Turkey shoot conducted by U.S. forces 24 hours after the war-ending cease. Ghosts of 9-1-1. 11. Fire had taken effect. 47 Untold thousands of others were there as well, terrified teenagers, many of them wounded. Refused quarter by advancing American troops who disparaged them as sand niggers, then buried them alive while they pleaded for mercy, using bulldozers specially prepared for the task. 48 Neither the litany nor the count ends with the suffering of Iraq, of course. Present on 9-1-1 were the many thousands of Palestinians shredded over the years by Israeli pilots flying planes purchased with U.S. funds and dropping cluster bombs manufactured in / provided by the USA. 49 There, too, were the intifadists, rock-throwing or simply fist-waving Palestinian kids mowed down with numbing regularity by Israeli troops firing hyper-lethal ammunition from American-supplied M16 rifles. 50 Also in the throng were the hundreds massacred in refugee camps like Sabra and Shatila under authority of Israel's one-time defense minister, now prime minister, and always full-time U.S. accessory, Ariel Sharon. 51 Countries, no less than individuals, will indeed, must be judged not only by what they do but by the company they elect as a matter of policy to keep and support, ask the Taliban. Compared to others with whom the U.S. has bonded since 1950, moreover, the appalling Mr. Sharon might well purport to saintliness. Consider the 300,000 Guatemalans exterminated after the CIA destroyed their democratically elected government in 1954, installing in its stead a brutal military junta dedicated to making the country safe for the operations of U.S. corporations. 52 Consider, too, the million or more Indonesian victims of a CIA-sponsored 1965 coup in which the Sukarno government was overthrown in favor of a military regime headed by Suharto, a maneuver that led unerringly and with uninterrupted American support to the recent genocide in East Timor. 53 The ghosts of these victims were surely present, along with their Iraqi and Palestinian counterparts, on 9-1-1. No less apparent are the reasons for the presence of the multitudes subjected to numerically lesser but nonetheless comparable carnage by an array of other U.S. client governments, persons tortured and murdered by Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's secret police, the Savak, after the CIA-engineered dissolution of Iran's parliamentary system in 1954, 54 more thousands disappeared and summarily executed after the CIA-instigated 1973 overthrow of Chile's Allende government and installation of a military junta headed by Augusto Pinochet, 55,000 more murdered by agents of the ghastly public safety programs implemented with U.S. funding and supervision throughout South America during the 1960s, 58 still more who lost their lives to the U.S. sponsored and orchestrated Contra war against Nicaragua's Sandinista government during the mid-1980s. 57 Although the list of such malignancies is still and rapidly lengthening, it is appropriate that we return to the roster of those whose fates were sealed by the U.S. in a far more direct and exclusive fashion. Of 12 them, there is certainly no shortage. They include, quite conspicuously, 3 million Indo-Chinese, perhaps more, exterminated in the course of America's savage and sustained assaults on Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia during the 1960s and early 1970s. 58 To those claimed by the war itself must be added the ongoing toll taken by America's stay-behind legacy of landmines, unexploded artillery rounds and cluster bomblets, as well as an environment soaked in carcinogenic mutagenic defoliants. 59 Added, too, must be those lost to the U.S. default on its pledge to pay reparations of $4 billion in exchange for being allowed to escape with honor from a war it started but could not win. 60 America has never been known for paying its bills, either literally or figuratively. Present, too, on 9-1-1 were the uncounted thousands of non-combatants massacred by U.S. troops at places like No Gun Ri amidst the police action conducted in Korea during the early 1950s. 61 As well, there were the hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians deliberately and systematically burned alive by the Army Air Corps during its massive fire raids on Tokyo and other cities conducted towards the end of World War II. 62 And, to be sure, these victims were accompanied by the dead of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, indiscriminately vaporized by American nuclear bombs in 1945 or left the slow, excruciating deaths resulting from irradiation not to any military purpose, but rather to the end that the U.S. might demonstrate the technological supremacy of its kill power to anyone thinking of questioning its dominance of the post-war world. 63 For all its official chatter about the necessity of preventing weapons of mass destruction from falling into the hands of rogue states and terrorists, the U.S. remains the only country ever to use nuclear devices for that reason. 64 Then there were the Filipinos, as many as 1 million of them, extirpated by American troops at the dawn of the 20th century, as the U.S., having wrested their island homeland from the relatively benign clutches of the Spanish Empire, set about converting the Philippines into a colony of its own. 65 Nor was there an absence of Indians, people indigenous to America itself, whose unending agony was enunciated in the silent eloquence of several hundred Lakota babies, mothers, and old men dumped into a mass grave a crude trench, really after they'd been annihilated by soldiers firing Hotchkiss guns at Wounded Knee in 1890. Punctuating their statement were the victims of 100 comparable slaughters stretching back in an unbroken line through Weaverville and Eureka to the Washita and Sand Creek, through the Bad Axe to Horseshoe Bend and beyond, all the way to General John Sullivan's campaign against the Senecas in 1794. A grisly affair from which his men returned proudly attired in leggings crafted from the skins of their victims. 67 Intermixed with those massacred wholesale were many thousands of native people slain piecemeal, hunted down as sport or for the bounties placed upon their scalps at one time or another by every state and 13. territory in the lower 48. 68 Many more thousands could be counted among those who'd perished along the routes of the death marches, the Cherokee Trail of Tears, for instance, and the long walk of the Navajos upon which they were forced at bayonet point, removed from their land so that it might be repopulated by a self-anointedly superior race busily importing itself from Europe. 69 Then there were the millions dead of disease, smallpox mostly, with which they'd been infected, often deliberately, as a means of causing them more literally to vanish. 70. In the end, the grim column of stolen lives reached such length that it threatened to disappear into the distance. Towards its end, however, could still be glimpsed a scattering of Wappingers, a small people now mostly forgotten, eradicated by the Dutch in their founding of New Amsterdam, now New York, the victims' severed heads used for a jolly game of kickball along a street near which the WTC would later stand 71. As for the street upon which this gruesome event took place, it is now named in honor of a prominence by which it would long be flanked, the wall enclosing the city's once thriving slave market. 72 The lucrative trade in African flesh that, and extraction of discount labor from such flesh were, after all, ingredients nearly as vital to forming the U.S. economy as was the clearing and expropriation of native land. 73 Thus, the millions lost to the Middle Passage took their places among their myriad Asian and Native American cousins. 74 They, and all who perished under slavers' whips after being sold at auction in the New World, were worked or tortured to death on chain gangs after slavery was formally abolished. 75 Or were among the thousands lynched during a century-long festival of violence undertaken by white Americans. There were 6 million active members of the Ku Klux Klan in 1929 to ensure that ostensibly free blacks remained in their place of subjugation. 76 The atrocious record of apartheid South Africa always came in a feeble second to the malignancies of Jim Crow. 77 Intermixed, too, were a great host of others, the thousands of Chinese coolies imported during the 19th century, none of them standing a Chinaman's chance of surviving the brutal conditions into which they were impressed while laying track for America's railroads and digging its deep shaft mines throughout the West. 78 The millions of children consigned in each generation to grinding poverty and truncated lifespans across America's vast sprawl of ghettos, barrios, Indian reservations, and migrant labor camps. 79 Millions upon millions more assigned the same or worse in the neo-colonies of the Third World, the depths of their misery dictated by an unremitting demand for super profits with which to fuel America's economic miracle. 80 Truly, there seems no end to it. Why should they hate us? The very question is on its face absurd, delusional, revealing of an aggregate detachment from reality so virulent in its evasiveness as to be deemed clinically pathological. Setting 14. Aside the wholly contrived confusion professed in the aftermath as to who might be properly included under the headings we and they, the sole legitimate query that might have been posed on 9-1-1 was and remains: how could they possibly not hate us? From there, honest interrogators might have gone on to frame two others: why did it take them so long to arrive? And why, under the circumstances, did they conduct themselves with such obvious and admirable restraint? On matters of balance, proportion, and security there can be no defensible suggestion that those who attacked the Pentagon and WTC on 9-1-1 were seeking to get even with the U.S. Still less is there a basis for claims that they started something, or that U.S. has anything at all to get even with them for. Quite the contrary. For the attackers to have arguably evened the score for Iraqis' dead children alone, it would have been necessary for them to have killed 100 times the number of Americans who actually died. 81 This in itself, however, would have allowed them to attain parity in terms of real numbers. The U.S. population is about 15 times the size of Iraq's. Hence, for the attackers to have achieved a proportionally equivalent impact, it would have been necessary that they kill some 7.5 million Americans. Even this does not apprehend the reality at issue. For a genuine parity of proportional impact to obtain, it would have been necessary for the attackers to have killed 7.5 million American children. To inflict an overall parity of suffering for what has been done to Iraq since 1990, taking into account the million-odd dead Iraqi adults, they would have had to kill roughly 22.5 million Americans. The instrumentality by which such carnage would have been dispensed would presumably have been not just the 300,000-pound cruise missiles employed on September LL-82, but also the other 49,997 airborne explosives necessary for the attackers to break even in terms of the number of bombs and missiles the U.S. expended on Iraq's cities after their air defense systems had been completely suppressed. 83. The targets, moreover, would not have been restricted to such obvious elements of what America's General Staff habitually refer to as command and control infrastructure as the Pentagon and the WTC. Rather, the attackers of 9-1-1 would have followed the well-established U.S. pattern of surgically obliterating sewage, water sanitation and electrical generation plants, food production/storage capacity, hospitals, pharmaceutical production facilities, communication centers, and much more, upon which Americans are no less dependent than Iraqis for survival. 84 The result, aside from mass death, would be a surviving population racked by malnutrition and endemic disease, just as in Iraq today. Framed in these terms, it is immediately obvious that, were the U.S. somehow forced to compensate proportionally and in lives for the damage it has so consistently wrought upon other peoples over the past 15 centuries, it would run out of people long before it ran out of compensatory obligation. Indeed, applying such standards of payback vis-a-vis American Indians alone would require a lethal reduction in the U.S. population, using biological agents and comparable means, of between 96 and 99%. 85 Hence, no one other than the most extravagant of America's many network propagandists has claimed that the attacks upon the Pentagon and WTC were carried out as part of an effort to extract anything remotely resembling a genuine equivalency in suffering. 86 It follows that 9-1-1 was a mostly symbolic act, a desperate bid to command attention on the part of those so utterly dehumanized and devalued in the minds of average Americans that the very fact of their existence has never been deemed worthy of a moment's contemplation. On the basis of the September 1 wake-up call, and perhaps only on this basis, could they position themselves to send a message standing the least chance of being heard by the U.S. body politic. Whether it might be understood is an altogether different matter, given the media's predictable, craven and across-the-board compliance with official demands that the attackers' carefully articulated explanations of their actions not be placed before the public. 87 Still, at one level, the message delivered was uncensorably straightforward and simple, assuming the form of a blunt question: how does it feel? The query was and remains on its face one well worth posing. Not since its own civil war ended in 1865, after all, has the U.S. been directly subject to a serious taste of what it so lavishly and routinely dishes out to others. No, Pearl Harbor doesn't count, it is located in Polynesia, not North America. 88 Small wonder that, for most Americans, including even a decided majority of the troops who've served in combat since Vietnam, the grisly panoramas of war, mass murder, and genocide have become sanitized to the point of sterility, imbued with no more concrete reality than any other home entertainment offering. 89 How else to explain the popularity of increasingly technicalized military jargon like kill ratios, force degradation and collateral damage among the general public? 90 How else to understand the public's willingness to accept the absurd proposition that a teenager safely ensconced at a computer console while launching missiles meant to slaughter unseen/unknown others at 1,000 miles distance somehow or another qualifies as a hero? 91 Americans have in effect collectively lost their grip, and with it all sense of the charnel stench wafting from the policies, procedures and priorities they've consistently endorsed. The attacks of 9-1-1, while certainly designed to inflict the maximum material damage possible, given their very limited scope, 92 were even more clearly intended to force U.S. citizens into some semblance of reacquaintance with the kind of excruciation their country 16. And thus they themselves have become far too accustomed to dispensing with impunity. This brings a second level of the attacker's message into focus. If it could be anticipated that Americans would find it exceedingly painful to undergo a heavy bombing of even the most token sort, as surely they would, it could also be expected that they would begin casting about with considerable urgency for a way of ensuring that such terrorism would not be repeated. This, in turn, suggested that U.S. citizens might at last be receptive to embarking upon the only route to attainment of this worthy objective, a trajectory marked by Noam Chomsky's formulation, advanced shortly after the attacks, that if you really want to put an end to terrorism, you have to begin by no longer participating in it. 93. Or, more sharply, stop killing their babies, as the matter was framed by Georgia state law professor Natsu Sato a short while later. 94 At base, what the attackers communicated was the proposition that, from now on, if Americans wish their own children to be happy and safe, they going to have to allow the children of other peoples an equivalent safety and chance for happiness. In effect, Americans will have to accord a respect for the rights of others equal to that which they demand for themselves, valuing other youngsters as much as they do their own. 95 Finally, and emphatically, the U.S. is going to have to abide by the rules of civilized behavior articulated in international law, its own citizens shouldering the responsibility of seeing to it that this is so. 96 The character of a society rejecting such eminently reasonable terms as being unfair should be to a large extent self-revealing. Unfortunately, this is precisely what the preponderance of Americans have done. Refusing the prospect that the collectivity of their own attitudes and behavior made something like 9-1-1 inevitable, they have instead bleated their innocence for all to hear, meanwhile reacting like a figurative Jeffrey Dahmer, enraged because the latest of his many hapless victims has displayed the effrontery of slapping his face. 97 Witness, if you will, the frenzied demands accruing from every major media outlet that those suspected of involvement in the 9-1-1 attacks or of supporting the attackers in some fashion be subjected to complete extermination. 98. Witness as well the winks and chuckles with which commentators from right and left alike greeted photographic evidence that American surrogates in Afghanistan have been gleefully castrating and otherwise mutilating captured enemy soldiers before summarily executing them. 99 Once again, this time in the name of a crusade to rid the world of evil, 100 Americans have enthusiastically embraced a policy devolving upon the systematic and potentially massive perpetration of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Here, a sublime irony presents itself, since by no morally coherent standard moral assessment being necessary, since the term employed is exclusive to the vernacular of theology/morality 101, can the policy at issue be construed as anything. 17. But evil, claims that it has been implemented for the above stated purpose amount to little other than announcements of suicidal intent. 102 Still more ironic is the fact that the situation in many ways requires a more literal than metaphorical interpretation. Out there, amidst the seething, bleeding psychic wastelands spawned by the unspeakable arrogance of U.S. imperial pretension, someone is quietly awaiting the definitive answers to questions of whether and to what extent Americans might respond constructively to the warnings posted on the WTC and Pentagon. A grim smile upon his face, her finger upon the trigger, he is almost certainly mouthing words to the effect of, "Go ahead, punk. Make my day." 103. What will it be next time? A far larger and more destructive wave of suicide bombings. Dispersal of biological or chemical agents. Detonation of one or more portable nuclear devices. All of these, 104 The object, no doubt, will be to attain something much closer to bona fide payback for what the US has done, and is doing even now. The straw-like option at which the great majority of Americans are presently grasping in a transparent attempt to restore their sense of exemption from responsibility, the notion that a combination of military force, intelligence gathering, and tightened domestic security can ultimately immunize them from the consequences of their country's actions, or their own inactions, is purely delusional. 105 Short of setting out to kill every man, woman, and child in the Third World, little can be expected of the military in terms of preventing terrorist responses to its own crimes. Suggestions that the CIA can somehow alter the situation, rendering applications of military force surgically effective against the terrorist infrastructure, are laughable, as should be evident from the abysmal failure of the agency's Phoenix program, undertaken for precisely the same purpose in Vietnam. 106 Claims that measures like those described in the recent Homeland Security Act will produce the desired prophylactic effect are the most vacuous of all. 107 The internal security model, most often cited by experts for emulation by the US, is that of Israel, a country which, although it has converted itself into a veritable garrison state over the past 30 years, has been spectacularly unable to prevent determined attackers from striking almost at will. 108 All that can be expected of such defense initiatives is repression of what little actual political liberty had been left to residents of the land of the free by the dawn of the new millennium. 109 The miracle of immaculate genocide. In the final analysis, it is quite reasonable that fulfillment of America's now fervent quest for security be made contingent upon its willingness to commence a process of profound national introspection that, alone, will enable it to fundamentally rework its relationship, with those upon whom it has heretofore proven so cavalier in visiting. 18. The worst sorts of oppression. There is much militating against attainment of so positive a development, however, not least the fact that, in the U.S., a pathology often associated with clinical disorder has mutated long since into what can best be described as a normative social condition. 110 There are, as Susan Griffin has observed, whole disciplines, institutions, rubrics in American culture which serve as categories of denial. 111. The mentality involved is in some respects multifaceted and complex, but always self-serving and convenient, each facet serving mainly to augment or complete its ostensible antithesis, producing a whole remarkable for nothing so much as the virulence of its intractability. 112 Writing of the Holocaust perpetrated by U.S. troops in the Philippines a century ago, an onslaught entailing orders that every male Filipino over the age of 10 be slaughtered, and the resulting deaths of 1 in every 6 inhabitants on the island of Luzon. 113 Historian Stuart Creighton Miller describes the tendency of highly patriotic Americans to vociferously deny such abuses and even to assert that they could never exist in their country. 114. The pattern is unmistakably similar to that exhibited by severe alcoholics who, despite all evidence of the damage their behavior has caused, chronically insist that the opposite of everything is true. 115. More subtle than the characteristic refusal of conservatives to allow mere facts to in any way alter their core presumptions is the complementary nature of the alternative interpretation, most often posed by their progressive opponents. Noting that the Philippines genocide was a matter of public knowledge by 1901, 116 Creighton Miller goes on to observe that collective amnesia over the horrors of the War of Conquest, set in early, during the summer of 1902. 117 He then concludes by reflecting upon how anti-imperialists aided the process by insisting that the conflict and its attendant atrocities had been the result of a conspiracy by a handful of leaders who carried out, through deceit and subterfuge, the policy and means of expansion overseas against the will of the majority of their countrymen. 118. By refusing to acknowledge that most Americans had been bitten by the same bug that afflicted Roosevelt, Lodge, and Beveridge, anti-imperialists were letting the people off the hook and in their own way preserving the American sense of innocence. Unfortunately, the man in the street shared the dreams of world power status, martial glory, and future wealth that would follow expansion. When the dream soured, the American people neither reacted with very much indignation, nor did they seem to retreat to their cherished political principles. If anything, they seemed to take their cues from their leader in the White House by first putting out of mind all the sordid episodes in the conquest, and then forgetting the entire war itself. 119 So it was then, the more so today. Contemporary conservatives, whenever they can be momentarily boxed into conceding one or another unsavory aspect of America's historical record, are forever insisting. 19. That whatever they've admitted can be properly understood only when viewed as an exception to the rule, an aberration, atypical to the point of animalousness. 120. None have shown a readiness to address the question of exactly how many such anomalies might be required before they can be said to comprise the rule itself. When pressed, conservatives invariably retreat into a level of diversionary polemic excusable at best on elementary school playgrounds, arguing that anything we have done is somehow excused by allegations that they have done things just as bad. 121 Progressives, on the other hand, while acknowledging many of America's more reprehensible features, have become far more refined in offering hook-free analyses than they were in 1902. No longer much preoccupied with such crudities as conspiracy theory, 122 they have become quite monolithic in attributing all things negative to handy abstractions like capitalism, the state, structural oppression, and, yes, the hierarchy. 123. Hence, they have been able to conjure what might be termed the miracle of immaculate genocide, a form of genocide, that is, in which apart from a few amorphous decision-making elites 124 there are no actual perpetrators and no one who might really be deemed culpable by reason of complicity. The parallels between this cutting-edge conception and the defense mounted by post-war Germans including the Nazis at Nuremberg are as eerie as they are obvious. 125 The implications of this were set forth in stark relief during the aftermath of 9-1-1, when it was first suggested that a decided majority of those killed in the WTC attack might be more accurately viewed as little Eichmanns, that is, as a coterie of faceless bureaucrats and technical experts who had willingly, and profitably, harnessed themselves to the task making America's genocidal world order hum with maximal efficiency than as innocents. 126. The storm of outraged exception taken by self-proclaimed progressives to this simple observation has been instructive, to say the least. The objections have been mostly transparent in their diversionary intent, seeking as they have to focus attention exclusively on janitors, firemen, and food service workers rather than the much larger number of corporate managers, stockbrokers, bond traders, finance and systems analysts, etc. Among those killed. 127 A few have complained of the cold-bloodedness and insensitivity embodied, not in the vocations pursued by the latter group, but in describing their attitude/conduct as having been in any way analogous to Eichmann's. Left unstated, however, is the more accurate term we should employ in characterizing a representative 30-year-old foreign exchange trader who, in full knowledge that every cent of his lavish commissions derived from the starving flesh of defenseless others, literally wallowed in self-indulgent excess, playing the big shot, priding himself on being a sharp dresser and the fact that money spilled from 20. His pockets, flowed like crazy. Spent on the black BMW and those clothes, forgetting to pack ski clothes for a Lake Tahoe trip, dropping $1,000 on new stuff, and so on. 128 As a cool guy with a warm heart? A good family man? Just an ordinary, average or normal fellow who happened to strike it rich. 129 How then are we to describe Eichmann himself? 130 Clearly, either the devastating insights concerning the banality of evil offered by Hannah Arendt in her 1963 study, Eichmann in Jerusalem, have yet to penetrate the consciousness of many American progressives. 131 Or American progressives are in the main every bit as mired in the depths of denial as the most hidebound of their conservative counterparts. 132 Irrespective of whether there is an appreciable segment of the U.S. population prepared to look the matter in the face, however, the same condition of willful blindness cannot be said to prevail throughout much of the rest of the world. 133 Excusing oneself for one's crimes is never a legitimate prerogative, nor are attempts to hide or explain them away. This is all the more true while the crimes are being repeated. Neither justice, forgiveness, nor exegesis can be self-administered or bestowed. Of this, there should be no doubt in a country where the principle of victims' rights has lately been enshrined as an article of juridical faith. 134 Those who comprised the chickens of 9-1-1 will have their say, and it will ultimately be definitive. In this connection, the only real question confronting the U.S. polity is how in the future it will be necessary for them to say it. And that, rightly enough, will be entirely contingent upon the extent and decisiveness with which Americans prove capable of factoring such voices into the calculus of their personal and national self-concepts. In the alternative, in 1945, addressing a strikingly similar context of national criminality and denial, albeit one in which the state and its collaborating corporate institutions had been pounded into physical submission by external forces, the philosopher Karl Jaspers set forth a schematic of culpability, acceptance of which he suggested might allow both Germans and Germany to redeem themselves. 135 Internalizing Jaspers' four-part formulation stands to yield comparable results in America, for Americans, and thus for everyone else as well. It is therefore well worth summarizing here, in a somewhat revised form reflecting enunciation of the Nuremberg Doctrine and other subsequent developments. 136 First, there is the matter of criminal guilt. States, corporations and other such entities, while they may be criminally conceived, and employed for criminal purposes, do not themselves commit crimes. Crimes, that is, violations of customary or black-letter law, are committed by individuals, those who conceive, employ, or serve state and corporate institutions. Those alleged to have committed specific offense 21. ES are subject to personal prosecution and punishment. 137 If the transgressions of which they stand accused are of a sort sanctioned either explicitly or implicitly by the state under which authority they've acted, their prosecution cannot as a rule occur before tribunals controlled by that same state. 138 Nor, if mere vengeance is to be avoided, can such tribunals be placed as a rule under control of the immediate victims. Where crimes of state and/or state-sanctioned crime are at issue, the only appropriate judicial forum is an impartially composed international court. 139 Second, there is the matter of political guilt. It is the collective responsibility of the citizens in a modern state to ensure by all means necessary that its government adheres to the rule of law, not just domestically but internationally. 140 There are no bystanders. No one is entitled to an apolitical exemption from such obligation. 141 Where default occurs, either by citizen endorsement of official criminality or by the failure of citizens to effectively oppose it, liability is incurred by all. Although degrees of onus may be assigned along a continuum traversing the distance from those who most actively embraced the crime to those who most actively opposed it, none are innocent. 142. The victims thus hold an unequivocal right to receive reparation, compensation and, where possible, complete restitution in ways and amounts deemed equitable and fair, not in the estimation of those liable, but in the judgment of an impartial international court. 143 Third, there is the matter of moral guilt. While it may prove impractical in settings where crimes of state are at issue to try all who have committed offenses, whether by way of perpetration, or by complicity, those who go unprosecuted are not thereby absolved. 144 To them belongs the public stigma associated with their deeds and consequent existential confrontation with themselves. In this, there can be no recourse to the supposed mitigation embodied in the apology that one has merely done one's job or just followed orders. 145. Still less can exoneration be found in prevarications concerning human nature. If it were the nature of humans to engage in such acts, everyone would do so, and, self-evidently, not everyone does. 146 Each individual is thus personally responsible for his/her acts, including the execution of political and military orders, and thus socially/morally accountable for them. Finally, there is the matter of what Jaspers termed metaphysical guilt. This rests most heavily upon those who, while not guilty of any specific offense, averted their eyes, sitting by while crimes against humanity were committed in their name. 147 It encompasses as well all who, while we may have registered opposition in some form or degree, did less than we might have, failing thereby to risk our lives unconditionally in our struggle to prevent or halt such crimes. Therein, incontestable lies the guilt shared by all who opt to remain alive while others are systematically subjugated, dispossessed, tortured, and murdered. 148. 22. Those who would reject such criteria out of hand might do well to bear in mind that they join company thus with Carl Schmitt, a leading light among the Nazi legal philosophers, who was among the first to pronounce them beneath attention. 149. Others, seeking to neutralize the implications by equivocation, insisting that while a Jasperian schema makes sense for Germans, the good offsets the bad where America and Americans are concerned, should be aware that this is precisely the argument offered by Germany's new right neo-Nazis, by any other name with regard to the Third Reich itself. 150 If it can be agreed that the Hitlerstaat remains impervious to rehabilitation, regardless of its well-documented instigation of expressways and Volkswagens, the same holds true for the U.S., irrespective of the supposed triumphs of American civilization. 151. Such issues must be faced straightforwardly, without dissembling, if Americans are ever to hold rightful title to the good conscience they've so long laid claim to owning. How they are to respond to what stares back at them from the proverbial mirror is an altogether different question, however. Transformation from beastliness to beauty can be neither instantaneous nor, in terms of its retroactive undoing, complete. 152 There is no painless, privilege-preserving pill that can be taken to effect a quick fix of what ails the U.S., no petition, no manifesto, no song or candlelit vigil that will suffice. The terms of change must and will be harsh, inevitably so, given the propensity of those who seek to prevent it to gauge their success by the rotting corpses of toddlers. 153 This truth, no matter its inconvenience to those snugly situated within the comfort zones of political pretense. 154 is all that defines the substance of meaningful struggle. 155 It cannot happen all at once, but it must begin somewhere, and for this there is need of nothing so much as a focal point. That, and external assistance, given Americans' abject inexperience in undertaking projects entailing the least hint of humility. Fortunately, an action agenda combining both elements readily presents itself. Americans must demonstrate, conclusively and concretely, that they have at last attained a sufficient degree of self-awareness to subordinate themselves both individually and as a country to the rule of law. 156 Such an initiative, only such, and then only if it is pressed by every available means, is likely to reassure those who came on 9-1-1 that the seeds of Jasper's wisdom have at last taken root in the U.S. to an extent making future such attacks unnecessary. All who fancy themselves progressive in common with every conservative who has ever mouthed the lofty rhetoric of law enforcement can start by inaugurating a concerted drive to compel their government to reverse its 1986 repudiation of the compulsory jurisdiction previously held over U.S. foreign policy. The International Court of Justice, ICJ. 157 Concomitantly, Americans can set about such action as is necessary to ensure that their country joins the rest of the world in 23. Placing itself under the jurisdiction of the newly established International Criminal Court, ICC. 158 Massive international support and assistance is virtually guaranteed to accrue to any such U.S. citizen initiative. Following a parallel track, although much of it falls within the domain of jus cogens, customary law, and are thus enforceable against the U.S. without its agreement. 159 An important gesture would be embodied in Americans taking such action as is necessary to compel their government to ratify those elements of international public and humanitarian law it has, often alone, heretofore refused to endorse. High on this lengthy list 160 is the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, to which the U.S. presently claims a sovereign right to self-exemption from compliance. 161 Recent additions include the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, 162 and the International Treaty banning the use, production, stockpiling, and transfer of anti-personnel mines, 1998. 163 Most important of all, given the abysmal record of the U.S. when it comes to bringing even those acknowledged to have perpetrated war crimes and crimes against humanity before its domestic bar of justice. 164 Given the fact that only the most token punishments have ever been visited upon those few who have for cosmetic reasons been domestically tried and convicted of such offenses. 165 And given the imperative of establishing that Americans are finally serious about adhering to the law, such action as is necessary must be taken to compel delivery of an initial selection of present/former U.S. officials for prosecution by the ICC. 166 Here, although the list of imminently eligible candidates is all but overwhelming, a mere threesome might constitute an adequate preliminary sample. The first, on the basis of her earlier noted statement concerning the fate of Iraq's children and administration of attendant policies, should be former Secretary of State Albright. Second, for reasons explained quite well by Christopher Hitchens and others, should be former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. 167 The third should be current North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms, the bellicosity of whose threats to visit dire consequences upon the world community in the event a single American is ever indicted for violating the laws of war and/or international humanitarian law exemplifies the manner in which the U.S. has for decades thwarted implementation of procedures for the peaceful resolution of international disputes. This in itself offers prima facie evidence of Helms' complicity in the more direct crimes perpetrated by his co-defendants. 168 Prosecution of these three major U.S. criminals before the ICC would pave the way for a series of such trials, targeting as in the Nuremberg proceedings representative defendants drawn from each of the interactive classes of American offenders: governmental, military, corporate, scientific and so on, comprising the elite decision. Mac. 24. Ing stratum of America's New World Order. 169 Collaterally, the criminal trials would in themselves lay a superb evidentiary groundwork for consideration of international tort claims by the ICJ, in many cases the sole procedure through which issues concerning indemnification of America's proliferate victims are likely ever to be satisfactorily addressed. 170 It may also be anticipated that, under these conditions, the principles realized in international fora will be absorbed by the U.S. judiciary, as they were in post-war Germany, to an extent sufficient for bona fide prosecutions of America's war criminals and other such terrorists to at last commence in domestic courts. 171 Against this backdrop, otherwise preposterous assertions that recourse to the World Court is the way to proceed in halting America's persistently murderous aggression take on a certain coherence. The question begged in such formulations, as they stand, and as they've stood all along, concerns enforcement. A court is not a police force. Less, is it an army. Neither its jurisdiction nor its judgments are self-executing. Its decrees are vacuous without a means of exacting compliance. 172 Should it turn out that Americans were prodded by the pain inflicted on 9-1-1 to finally begin shouldering the responsibility of forcing their government to obey the law with all that this implies, it may be said that a world historic corner was turned on that date. Should this not prove to be the case, however, others, especially those others most egregiously victimized by American lawlessness, will have no real alternative but to try and do the job themselves. And, in the collectivity of their civic default, Americans, no more than the good Germans of 1945, can have little legitimate complaint as to how they may have to go about it. 173 To see things clearly, if the prescription sketched out in the preceding section offers the prospect of improving the level of security enjoyed by all Americans mainly by drastically reducing the need for it, it contains a range of other benefits as well. Salient among them is what, with respect to Germany, Harvard political scientist Daniel Jonah Goldhagen has described as an internationalization of the national history. 174. By this, he meant a process through which the country's apprehension of its past has been subjected to such intensive and sustained scrutiny/contributions by others that the collective, narcissistic self-exaltation typically marking such narratives has been preempted. This, Goldhagen concludes, has enabled contemporary Germans to attain a far more accurate and thus healthier conception of themselves than they were likely ever to have achieved on their own. 175 It is exactly this kind of aggregate self-understanding that Jaspers posited as being essential to a process through which the varieties of guilt he'd so carefully delineated could be transformed into their antithesis, creating what he hoped might constitute an insurmountable 25. Psycho-intellectual barrier against any wholesale resurgence of the mentality from which Germany's communality of guilt had emerged. 176 There is no reason to assume that the idea holds less utility for Americans today than it did for Germans then, or that the rewards for the world of America's figurative denazification would be any less substantial than those manifest in the more literal German process. A wealth of information necessary to redefining the character of the American experiment can be expected to take center stage in the above-described judicial proceedings, whether international or domestic, criminal or civil. Much of it will prove to have been available all along, publicly displayed but usually distorted beyond recognition, its meaning neatly buried in the texts, rendered alternately in terms of triumphalism or apology, that from the first have comprised America's historical canon and its popular counterpart, s. 177 reinterpreted through the lens of law, detailed at trial by those charged with assessing the culpability of individual defendants and/or the degree of responsibility inhering in the polity that empowered them. Even that which was known will stand exposed in the glare of an entirely different light. Such developments represent a good start, but by no means an endpoint or culmination. Even the most honest and penetrating of prosecutorial presentations is by nature erratic and uneven, skewed by the parameters of its purpose to focus in fragmentary fashion upon certain usually topical matters, emphasizing, de-emphasizing or ignoring issues of wider historical concern without regard to historiographical requirements. 178 The record made during the course of any trial, and the conclusions formally drawn from it, must therefore be compared to / combined with those obtained in related proceedings to create a composite. This overarching iteration of what has been discovered through adjudication must then be broken down again in various ways, sifted and refined, its implications adduced and contextualized, that is, reinterpreted by way of their connection with / dissimilarity from broader, i.e., historically deeper and more diverse processes or sequences of events. Point 179 Plainly, it will be forever premature to proclaim the consummation of such a project before the most thoroughgoing reconstruction of American history, and thus a complete resignification of the codes of meaning and value residing within it, has been achieved. With this in mind, the problem confronting those who would accept it is how best to approach so monumental a devoir. A method is needed by which to deal with the surfeit of data at hand, arranging it in ways which lend coherence to its otherwise nebulous mass, tracing not just its outer contours but the inner trajectories that gave them shape, coaxing it to divulge truths too long denied. That most peace-loving of nations, a record of U.S. military actions at home and abroad, 1776 to 2003. We go to war but grudgingly and then only when compelled by the requirements of restoring the peace, justice, and good order, for we among all the peoples of the world comprise the most peace-loving of nations. Woodrow Wilson, 1917. One of the paramount difficulties in achieving constructive change in the U.S. is, and has always been, the country's patently false image of itself. A particularly bizarre aspect of the American exceptionalism by which the collective self-concept has been defined is what analyst Stuart Creighton Miller has termed radical innocence 1. Put most simply, this is the notion that the U.S. is the most peace-loving of nations, its populace, especially those of European descent, composed of essentially peace-loving citizens who go to war only when the aggressive irrationalities of other countries or peoples have left them no choice, and then in a uniquely altruistic and humane fashion point to the manner in which such mythology has been both packaged and embraced is as circular as it is self-congratulatory, a small range of lapses, excesses and other such aberrations or anomalies is first nobly acknowledged, this honest admission of regrettable exceptions then advanced to prove the rule of America's exceptionally innocent nature. Thus, if not exactly perfect, it is concluded, both the U.S. record and the outlooks attending it must be seen as adding up to the best that is humanly attainable. Since improvement is impossible, there is no point in attempting it. Point 3 To some extent, the mindset at issue derives from a pervasive public ignorance of American history, only the most simplified and sanitized version of which is taught in the country's schools. Asked to recite a list of America's wars, the average respondent, and more than a few who fancy themselves historically inclined, will typically reply with a list including only those conflicts fought on a grand scale. After the Revolution, there were the War of 1812, the War with Mexico, the Civil War, the Spanish-American War, the First and Second World Wars, Korea, Vietnam, and the Persian Gulf. Point 4 Most will include mention of the 40-odd Indian Wars, 5 usually without knowing how many were actually fought and, mainly because they are so recent, the campaigns in Kosovo and Afghanistan. Some may also, mainly because of the currently ongoing appearance in theaters of Ridley Scott's Black Hawk. 39. 40. Down, make mention of Somalia, although most will not see this as having been an actual war, a view with which Somalis are guaranteed to vehemently disagree. At least Americans are aware that something of a military nature happened in Somalia. Bringing up America's 1871 little war with the heathens in Korea, however, or the vastly brutal Indian War pursued against the Moros of the Philippines 30 years later, will produce blank stares from all but a handful of U.S. citizens. Point 6 The more so, such things as the hundreds of military landings on invasions, really other countries' territory to protect American interests around the world, and the participation of naval forces, including Marines, in overthrowing the friendly and entirely legitimate government of Hawaii, an act accurately described by then-President Grover Cleveland as violating international law. Point 7 The more so still when a recounting is attempted with respect to the numerous times and places where troops were used, often in direct violation of U.S. domestic law, Example: the 1877 Posse Comitatus Act, 18 USCS 1385, to repress opposition to socio-economic inequities and unpopular policies at home. 8. The chronology offered below, to my knowledge the most comprehensive of its sort ever assembled, is designed to set the record straight in certain respects. Not only does it provide the most complete itemization of U.S. military actions possible, it assigns motives either explicitly or implicitly to each action, often by quoting those directly involved. Here, altruism, the idea that America fights for ideals like preserving freedom or ending war, plays no part at all. The goals involved outright expansionism, subordination of other countries' assets and economies, nullification of alternatives to U.S. hegemony abroad, and pacification of domestic opposition tend increasingly over time to overlap and intertwine, with the result that as unimpeachable an expert as Major General Smedley Butler would frankly admit in 1935, I spent 33 years and 4 months in active service as a member of our country's most agile military force, the Marine Corps. And during that period, I spent most of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I helped make Mexico and especially Tampico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect money in. I helped in the raping of a half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1909-12. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. I helped get Honduras right for American fruit companies in 1903. In China in 1927 I helped see to it that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. Looking back on it, I feel I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate in 3 city districts. We Marines operated on 3 continents. 9. What emerges from the chronology, then, and unmistakably so, is the portrait of a country which has not experienced a time when it was 41. Actually at peace since its inception. Each and every year for the past 226 years, the U.S. military has been in action somewhere, and quite often in a lot of places simultaneously. Far from comprising the history of the most peace-loving of nations, the record is that of one of the most consistently belligerent countries, perhaps the most in the annals of humankind. Far from fighting for freedom and democracy, moreover, the U.S. has with equal consistency fought to repeal it anywhere and everywhere, not excluding the domestic sphere of the U.S. itself. They've threatened to take hold. 10. The American public may be conveniently oblivious to these realities, but the rest of the world is not. A genocidal mentality. No less, are people elsewhere on the planet acutely conscious of other things of which Americans prefer to remain oblivious, or which they actively deny, and which can only be hinted at in these pages. These go to the ferocity, the sheer inhumanity, as it were, with which the U.S. has waged its wars. While the body counts provided here and there may impart something of this, the reality, to the extent that it can be conveyed at all, will be found in the details, glimpsed in the mutilated corpses of women, children, and old men strewn about massacre sites like Sand Creek 11 in John Sullivan's troops returning from their campaign against the Senecas wearing leggings made from the tanned skins of their opponents. 12 in Andrew Jackson slicing the noses off slain Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend. To confirm their number of kills. 13 in General J. Franklin Bell's reduction of the Filipinos' densely populated Batangas province to a howling wilderness at the dawn of the 20th century. 14 Nor do such nightmarish scenes end with the bad old days of the Wild West, even though the West was as often situated in upstate New York or the far side of the Pacific as it was in Arizona, Colorado, or the Dakotas. They are readily discernible among the letter openers fashioned by Marines from the thigh bones of their Japanese opponents during World War II and the ears of dead gooks commonly strung as trophy necklaces by GIs in Vietnam a generation later. 15 The revulsion with which the myriad massacres perpetrated by American soldiers at places like My Lai and No Gun Ri during the 20th century are remembered should be no less than that attending recollection of their earlier counterparts at Bear River and Wounded Knee. 16 The truth is, as an army colonel put it in Vietnam, that nothing kills like an Iowa farm boy 17. The observation remains no less accurate today, or than it would have been 150 years earlier. In the end, such things each of them conventionally depicted, when it is mentioned at all, as an anomaly or exception to the rule blend into a broad and continuous stream of atrocity, all of it committed in the most up-close and personal manner by the flower of America's young men and women. This stream, in turn, merges with another. 42. Detached, impersonal, increasingly prominent and vastly more lethal. Here, we encounter a world of technicians sitting in air-conditioned comfort at computer consoles while launching cruise missiles to obliterate untold numbers of people at hundreds of miles remove, of bombardiers in aircraft thousands of feet above their teeming and effectively defenseless targets, delivering endless payloads of hyper-lethal ordnance, napalm, white phosphorus, aerosol bombs designed to suck all the oxygen out of underground shelters, cluster bombs spewing clouds of plastic shrapnel undetectable to X-rays, thus producing, as they were carefully designed to do, wounds extraordinarily resistant to medical treatment, upon the faceless masses of humanity huddled below. 18 An answer to the question of how many anomalies are needed to make a norm thereby presents itself. In the American way of war, the supposed exceptions are the rule. To apprehend its meaning, we must enter not the humbly gallant mental domain of Gary Cooper's Sergeant York, but of the torturer's lust to inflict agony with impunity, the rapist's to dominate his victims at the most intimate of levels, the sociopath's sense of divine entitlement to dehumanize those he views as being less consequential than herself, the true psychopath's compulsion to transform dehumanization into the outright eradication of lesser beings. America's time-honored rhetoric of extermination 19 is in the last connection utterly revealing. Nits make lice, explained Colonel John Chivington, when instructing his troops to slaughter everyone, elder and baby alike, at Sand Creek in 1864. 20 U.S. policymakers' habitual figurations of the Vietnamese as termites, ants and flies during the war of attrition waged in their country a century later are no less clear. 21 So too are pilots' leering characterizations of the scores of thousands of Iraqis, and others, butchered along the highway of death in 1991. 22 Undeniably, the outlook embodied in such verbiage is in kind with that of SS Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler when he likened his minions' extermination of Jews and Gypsies to Dello using 23. Small wonder that much of the world, including even some of the more oppressed sectors of the U.S. population itself, have long since come to understand Americanism and Nazism as synonyms. The genocidal mentality involved is 24 after all, in either case indistinguishable, other than by way of the far more sustained and technologically greater U.S. capacity to impose itself than was enjoyed by the Third Reich. Some notes on method. A chronology such as that which follows can never be definitive. No matter how elaborately detailed, as much or more is inevitably left out as is included. In this case, the existence and duration of a welter of garrisons established by the U.S. at various points around the globe, example the tiny island of Diego Garcia, in the Indian Ocean, have been deliberately excluded in order to keep the material presented from become 43. Overwhelming. For similar reasons, only the operations of the federal military establishment, including the Central Intelligence Agency, heavily overlapped as it is with the military's special forces units, are represented. The hundreds of domestic actions carried out by state and local militias, later the National Guard, over the past 2¼ centuries are therefore excluded. 25 The same applies to operations carried out by the Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT, teams, essentially military units within federal, state and local police agencies which have proliferated over the past 3 decades in every city in the U.S. with a population of 50,000 or more. 26 In addition, no mention is made of the operations conducted by the literal private armies retained by American industrialists, especially during the second half of the 19th and early 20th centuries, which waged labor wars, unparalleled elsewhere in either their scale or their bloodiness, against the country's working men and women. 27 The chronology, lengthy as it is, amounts to no more than a short list, the barest tip of the American militarist iceberg. Aside from that attending the preceding introductory text, and the brief conclusion, no annotation accompanies the material contained herein. It would of course have been possible to provide it, but to do so would have dramatically increased the length of an already long piece. The idea of adding notes to what already amounts to a series of notes also seems rather awkward. Hence, a bibliography of the primary sources used in compiling the chronology is provided at the end. Presumably, readers will be able to match titles therefrom to matters of particular interest within the chronology itself and follow up accordingly. Finally, it will be noticed that, apart from the earlier mentioned Posse Comitatus Act, little or no attention is paid to the legality of what is depicted below. This undoubtedly seems peculiar, given my framing the implications of U.S. military comportment by way of comparison to the Third Reich, by all accounts a preeminently criminal state. Here again, the additional length and complexity involved in incorporating the additional information would have rendered the present exposition overly cumbersome. Questions of legality are therefore addressed in a separate chronological itemization, entitled A Nation of Laws, which also appears in this volume. 1776-83, an elite group within 13 of England's North American colonies, chafing at King George's royal proclamation of 1763, an edict foreclosing upon their speculative interests in Indian land west of the Appalachian Mountains, instigates an armed insurrection against Crown authority. A Continental Army under overall command of General George Washington, the richest man in North America, is organized on the promise that victory will result in soldiers being rewarded with land parcels west 44 of the proclamation line. English forces are defeated after protracted fighting, and the colonies are granted independence in the 1783 Treaty of Paris. 1776, 3 columns, totaling more than 6,000 men, are sent against the Cherokees in Georgia and Tennessee, leveling more than 24 towns, destroying crops, inflicting serious casualties on non-combatants and sweeping much of the population into Spanish Florida. Only the cessation of about a third of all Cherokee territory brings the annihilatory campaign to a halt. 1777-94, Rangers commanded by General George Rogers Clark and others conduct raids against the Shawnees, Miamis, Mingos, Ottawas, and other peoples indigenous to Kentucky and the Northwest Territories, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois. 1779, an army commanded by General John Sullivan undertakes a campaign against the Senecas and other members of the Haudenosaunee, Six Nations Iroquois Confederacy, in upstate New York to punish the Indians for siding with England. Sullivan orders a war of extermination waged against even the very orchards, and his men comply with gusto, laying waste to every native town, field, and human being they encounter. Much weakened by the onslaught, the Haudenosaunee are rapidly dispossessed of their land. 1780, an offensive similar to that conducted against the Haudenosaunee a year earlier, and against the Cherokees in 1776, is undertaken against the Muskogees, Creeks, and Chickamaugas. The Muskogees suffer damage comparable to that incurred by their predecessors. The Chickamaugas are all but totally exterminated. 1790-91, troops commanded by General Josiah Harmar are sent to chastise the Shawnees and their allies, led by Blue Jacket, for refusing to allow white settlers to encroach upon their traditional territories. Harmar's column is routed on October 21, 1790. The following spring, a much larger force under General Arthur St. Clair, is sent to avenge this humiliation. On November 4, St. Clair is handed a defeat that, in proportion to the number of men fielded that day, stands as the worst loss the U.S. Army has ever suffered. 1793-94, the U.S. faces off with Great Britain over a British proposal to convert the Northwest Territories into an American Indian Free State. The U.S. contends that England ceded the area to the U.S. in the 1783 Treaty of Paris. Britain counters, quite accurately, that since it could not be reasonably viewed as transferring title to land it had never purported to own, it had merely quit-claimed its acquisitive interest in the property, thereby leaving unclouded title in native hands. Although troops are mobilized in preparation for a war to assert U.S. rights in the matter, it is resolved for everyone but the Indians through Jay's Treaty in mid-1794. 1794, an army commanded by General Mad Anthony Wayne, after engaging in operations similar to Sullivan's in 1779, finally defeats the Shawnees at Fallen Timbers, in present-day Toledo, Ohio. The U.S. takes most of the Indians' territory as a condition for peace. Meanwhile, George 45. Washington, now President, musters 15,000 troops to put down the so-called Whiskey Rebellion, which is not an armed revolt, but rather a group of citizens exercising their supposed constitutional right to assemble and publicly protest the federal government's recently proclaimed excise tax on whiskey and other such spirits in Virginia. 1796-99, future President Alexander Hamilton is appointed Inspector General of the Army. In this capacity, he engineers a 16,000-man expansion of the service, lays the groundwork for adding another 20,000, and advances a secret plan in which he will assume command of 40,000 troops and invade South America. Although the plan, as such, never reaches fruition, its very articulation figures heavily in the subsequent formulation of the Monroe Doctrine. 1798-1800, an undeclared naval war is fought with France to prevent subordination of American shipping to conventional maritime law. Marines are landed in Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic, to seize French shipping, while Black Revolutionary Toussaint L'Ouverture is funded in the amount of $6 million to undermine French authority in Haiti. Tied up in an ongoing conflict with Britain in Europe, France declines further engagement. This outcome confirms the War Department in an already stated belief that to make war, and call it self-defense, is sound policy. 1799, President John Adams sends troops to put down Fry's Rebellion, an insurrection of about 180 individuals upset by the levying of property taxes, in Pennsylvania. 1800, troops are deployed to put down an incipient slave revolt led by Gabriel Prosser in Virginia. Prosser and 35 conspirators are summarily executed, as a deterrent example to others inclined to try and free themselves from chattel slavery, under orders of Governor, cum U.S. President, James Monroe. 1801-05, America's refusal to comply with the laws of the sea results in a declaration of war by Tripoli, on North Africa's Barbary coast, Libya, and its capture of the U.S. frigate, Philadelphia. Although the U.S. fails to respond with its own declaration of war, an agent, William Eaton, is dispatched to raise a force of mercenaries. Marines are then landed, Tripoli stormed, and terms dictated. 1803, President Thomas Jefferson purchases French interests in the vast Louisiana Territory, west of the Mississippi River. Military reconnaissance begins almost immediately, with an eye towards constructing forts securing overland routes to the Pacific through unceded Indian territories. The first proposals also surface concerning possible use of the area as a dumping ground for indigenous populations resident to areas east of the Mississippi. 1806, Captain Zebulon Pike, commanding a platoon of U.S. troops and acting on orders of General James Wilkinson, invades Spanish territory at the headwaters of the Rio Grande, apparently to test the Spanish response. The captain is captured and taken to Mexico, but later released. 46. 1806-10, a force of U.S. gunboats operating out of New Orleans conducts operations against French and Spanish shipping in the Caribbean. This is an early phase of the drive, eventually articulated in the Monroe Doctrine, to assert U.S. military/commercial hegemony over the entire Western Hemisphere. 1807, President Thomas Jefferson formalizes the national policy of exterminating or driving beyond the Mississippi River all American Indians residing in the eastern U.S. Jefferson also proposes an invasion of Canada, but the army deems itself too weak to proceed. 1810, a force of troops sent by Louisiana Governor William Claiborne, acting on the instructions of President James Madison, invades the western portion of Spanish Florida, occupying it as far eastward as the Pearl River. WHCH then becomes the eastern boundary of Louisiana. 1811, troops under future Presidents John Tyler and William Henry Harrison complete yet another war against the Shawnees and allied peoples, now led by Tecumseh, defeating them at Tippecanoe. The U.S. takes the remainder of their territory and pushes most of the survivors into areas west of the Mississippi. Meanwhile, troops are deployed to put down a major slave revolt in Louisiana. 66 insurgents are shot dead, 16 ringleaders summarily executed as deterrent examples in the aftermath. 1812-10, General George Matthews, acting on orders from President Madison, seizes Amelia Island and adjacent parts of eastern Florida. Although the troops are quickly withdrawn under pressure from Britain and other powers, the foray is a contributing factor in the War of 1812, which begins shortly thereafter and lasts until 1815. 1813, in April, General James Wilkinson, acting on instructions from Congress, seizes Mobile Bay, in Spanish West Florida, now Alabama, with a force of 600 men. More or less simultaneously, an army under future President Andrew Jackson takes to the field to suppress resistance by the Red Stick faction of the Muskogee Creek Confederacy to further invasion by U.S. settlers of the Muskogee's Alabama homeland. Jackson obtains victory by massacring about 800 Red Sticks at the Horseshoe Bend of the Tallapoosa River. The survivors are forcibly removed to Oklahoma. 1813-14 troops invade Nukahiva, in the Marquesas Islands, where they build a fort and establish the first U.S. naval base in the Pacific. 181-4, troops under Andrew Jackson capture the town of Pensacola, in Florida, which has been occupied by the British with Spanish permission. 1814-25, ostensibly to combat the depredations of pirates, a squadron of warships under Commodore James Biddle asserts U.S. naval primacy in the Caribbean, engaging in a lengthy series of altercations with Spanish, French, and British vessels. In 1823, President Monroe asserts the doctrine that the U.S. enjoys a right to dominate the Americas, free from interference by European competitors. 47. 181-0, the Second Barbary War is undertaken, with a large fleet under Captain Stephen Decatur attacking Algiers. Indemnities are thereupon collected for the enforcement of Algerian maritime law against U.S. commercial shipping. Decatur then moves on to Tripoli, forcing payment of a similar fee from that country. 1316-18, troops attack and destroy Nichols Fort, called the Negro Fort because it serves as a refuge for runaway African slaves from Georgia, Alabama, and Louisiana plantations in Spanish Florida. Generals Jackson and Edmund P. Gaines then launch the First Seminole War against the area's indigenous people, partly because they too offer sanctuary to runaway slaves. Several Spanish posts, including Amelia Island, are attacked and occupied, while a number of British citizens are summarily executed. 1818, in August, the territory of Oregon, claimed by Russia and Spain, is invaded by a detachment of troops at the mouth of the Columbia River. The U.S. then asserts ownership of the area. 1819, under threat of yet another military confrontation, Spain finally transfers its claims in Florida and Oregon to the U.S. 1820-23, naval units, acting on the instruction of Congress, conduct a series of raids against Portuguese slave shipping along the west coast of Africa. 1822, troops are deployed to put down a slave revolt led by a freedman named Denmark Vesey in South Carolina. 35 blacks, including Vesey, are hanged in the aftermath, their bodies left on public display for some time thereafter as a deterrent to others inclined to display similar uppityness. 1822-25, Marines under Commodore Biddle are landed in the Spanish colony of Cuba, at Escondido, Cayo Blanco, Siquapa Bay, Cape Cruz, Camardoca, Matanzas, Saguala Grande and elsewhere, while another detachment, under Commodore David Porter, occupies the town of Fajardo, in Puerto Rico. Ostensibly undertaken to combat pirates, the actions appear designed more to punctuate the Monroe Doctrine. 1827, Marines invade the Greek islands of Argentiere, Mykonii, and Andros, establishing a U.S. military presence in the eastern Mediterranean. The pretext for this offense against Greek sovereignty is once again a need to combat pirates. 1828-39, Andrew Jackson is elected president and calls for the scourging sick of the whole Cherokee Nation, a U.S. ally against both the Red Sticks and Britain during the War of 1812. The army is then used to effect the forced removal of the so-called five civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Seminole nations, to Oklahoma, a policy continued after Jackson leaves office. 48. 1831, troops are deployed to put down a slave revolt led by Nat Turner in Virginia. Turner and 18 of his 70-odd co-conspirators are hanged in the aftermath. 1831-32, a naval force is dispatched to the Falkland, Malvinas, Islands off Argentina to investigate the capture of 3 U.S. ships engaged in illegal sealing operations in Argentine waters. This double violation of maritime law is justified to the public by a need to protect American interests under the Monroe Doctrine. Another batch of ships is sent to Sumatra to punish the natives of the town of Quilabata for seeking to enforce their own laws vis-a-vis American merchant shipping. 1832, troops under General and future President Zachary Taylor are sent to forcibly remove the Meskwaki, Sac and Fox people from their Illinois homeland, precipitating the Black Hawk War. After suffering a large-scale massacre along the Bad Axe River in southern Wisconsin, the surviving Meskwakis are pushed across the Mississippi, their territory incorporated into the U.S. Future President Abraham Lincoln serves as a volunteer militia captain during the campaign. 1833, troops are put ashore in Buenos Aires to protect American citizens during a popular insurrection in Argentina. The troops' actual role is to reinforce an emergent local elite, which is acting as a partner to U.S. business interests. 1834-42, troops under Zachary Taylor are sent to forcibly relocate the Seminole Nation from Florida to Oklahoma. Most go, but a recalcitrant faction led by Osceola refuses. The Second Seminole War then begins, dragging on until, his men exhausted with trying to defeat the Indians in swampy terrain, Taylor simply declares victory and abandons the fight. The bulk of the Seminole homeland is, however, absorbed by the U.S. 1835-36, Marines are twice dispatched to put down Peruvian insurgents during an attempted revolution there, thus preserving a local elite useful to U.S. business interests. 1836, a campaign is undertaken in the Alabama/Mississippi area to ensure removal of the Muskogee holdouts to Oklahoma. Meanwhile, General Gaines occupies Nacogdoches, Texas, to support American immigrants seeking to force the province's secession from Mexico. The Army's presence assists the secessionists in winning their War of Independence and establishing what they call the Republic of Texas. At Fort Clark, on the upper Missouri River, Army officers distribute as gifts blankets taken from a smallpox infirmary among Mandan leaders assembled at a parley requested by the military. When the Indians show early symptoms of the disease, Army surgeons tell them to seek sanctuary in the villages of healthy relatives. A pandemic is thus unleashed which decimates the indigenous population of the Great Plains from Canada to the Gulf of Mexico. At least 100,000 Indians die as a result, making subsequent conquest of the region by the U.S. much easier. That most peace-loving of nations. 49. 1837, a border clash with Canada leaves the U.S. Navy's river vessel Caroline destroyed at Navy Island, near Buffalo, New York. The boat, it turns out, has been transporting weapons and munitions to Canadian insurgents bent on overthrowing the government. Nonetheless, U.S. militias are mobilized under federal authority, thousands volunteer to invade Canada, and Congress votes to provide $10 million to raise an army of 50,000 men for the purpose. Full-scale war is narrowly averted. 1838-39, naval forces are sent to Sumatra for the second time, landing Marines at Quilabatu and Muki to ensure that U.S. commercial vessels are free to operate outside the constraints of local law. Meanwhile, in a culmination of Jacksonian removal policy, troops under General Winfield Scott invade the Cherokee Nation, North Georgia and Western Tennessee, round up the population and force march them to Oklahoma. About half of all Cherokees die as a result of this trail of tears. The Cherokee homeland is absorbed into the U.S. 1840-4L naval forces are dispatched to Fiji to punish the locals for attempting to expel an American expedition sent to establish a military base there. Other ships are sent to Drummond Island, in the Kingsmill Group, and Samoa, to avenge the deaths of 2 American seamen killed as a result of offenses against native people. Again, the U.S. agenda is to override local law through force of arms. 1842, Commodore T.A.C. Jones, assigned to show the colors off California, decides that a war has broken out between the U.S. and Mexico. Why he thinks this is mysterious, but suggests planning for the conquest that will occur 6 years later is already underway. He thereupon invades and occupies the towns of Monterey and San Diego. Upon learning of his error, Jones salutes the local authorities and withdraws. No official apology is issued to the unoffending Mexicans. Meanwhile, President John Tyler uses troops to put down Dorr's rebellion, an effort to gain suffrage for landless tenant farmers and thereby transform a virtually feudal system prevailing in Rhode Island. 1843, Marines and sailors are landed from the warship St. Louis after a clash between Americans and Chinese over prices at a U.S. trading post in Canton. 4 warships also land about 200 Marines and sailors on the Ivory Coast in Africa to punish local blacks who have attacked American slave traders there. 1844, President Tyler deploys troops to protect Texas from forcible reintegration into Mexico, pending the Republic's expected annexation by the U.S. Only when the Senate declines to ratify Tyler's proposed treaty with the Texans are American soldiers temporarily withdrawn. 1846-48, President James Polk sends U.S. troops to occupy an area of Texas still disputed by Mexico. When Mexico responds by sending an army to reoccupy all of Texas, the U.S. declares war, invades Mexico, and assaults its capital. As a condition of peace, Mexico is required by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo to cede the entire northern half of itself to the U.S. This 50 includes all of the present-day states of New Mexico, Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah, and part of Colorado. 1848, a campaign is fought in Oregon to subdue the indigenous Cayuse and allied Palouse peoples prior to the territories being proclaimed a U.S. territory on August 14. 1849, a naval force is dispatched to Smyrna to compel release of an American agent arrested by Austria for violations of local law. 1850, an expedition is mounted in May against the native Pomos in the Russian River area of California. Trapped on an island where they'd sought to hide, the main body of Porno non-combatants, not less than 75, are massacred by U.S. troops. 1851, a squadron of warships is sent to Johanna Island, east of Africa, to extract redress for the treatment of an American ship's captain imprisoned for engaging in whaling operations in violation of local law. 1851-56, a series of 3 rogue river wars are fought in rapid succession to subordinate the indigenous peoples of the northern California and southern Oregon, Rogues, Klamaths, Shastas, Modocs, Tunis, Chinooks, Malalas, Tillamook's, Kalapuias, and others. Survivors are aggregated on tiny reservations while the balance of their land is occupied by white settlers. 1852-53, Marines are landed for a second time in Buenos Aires to bolster the Argentine elite against a popular insurrection. Again, the stated reason is protection of American interests. 1853, Marines are landed in Nicaragua to shield local oligarchs collaborating with U.S. businessmen against a popular insurgency. Meanwhile, an Indian war is briefly proclaimed near Sacramento, California, after Ben Wright, a militia captain operating under military authority, orders his troops to massacre a group of about 50 area Indians he'd invited to a peace parley. 1853-54, Commodore Matthew C. Perry takes a fleet to Japan, using the threat of overwhelming force to compel the emperor to open the previously insular islands to penetration by U.S. business interests. Meanwhile, Marines are landed in both the Bonin Islands and Okinawa to secure portage for the envisioned Japan trade. 1854, a group of peaceful Lakotas encamped in Kansas is attacked by Lieutenant William Grattan, supposedly as punishment for their theft of a cow abandoned by a passing group of Mormons. The Indians had offered to pay for the animal. The Lakotas respond by annihilating Grattan and his men. General William S. Harney then takes to the field with a substantial force and ends up assaulting a completely different group of Lakotas camped along the Blue Water River in Nebraska. Some 150 Indians are massacred. 5-1. 1854-55, a war is fought in eastern Washington Territory to pacify the Yakima Nation. Meanwhile, Marines are landed in Shanghai to protect American profiteers from anti-Western demonstrations by the Chinese in response to Britain's opium trade. In Nicaragua, the entire village of San Juan el Norte is leveled by Marines as punishment for the residents having insulted the U.S. ambassador to that country. Marines are also landed in Hong Kong to fight pirates. 1855, Marines are landed in Montevideo to avert a revolt meant to depose the local elite which, as usual, has been actively collaborating with American commercial interests at the expense of its own people in Uruguay. In Paraguay, a U.S. gunboat sent up the Parana River to persuade the government to similarly accommodate American businessmen is fired upon and withdraws. 1855-58, a third campaign is undertaken against Seminole recalcitrants in Florida. The supposed mop-up operation proves unsuccessful, as the Indians retreat to sanctuary deep in the Everglades. Technically, the Florida Seminoles remain at war with the U.S. until 1967. 1856, Marines are landed in the Panama region of Colombia to help put down a popular revolt threatening U.S. interests there. Others are dispatched to Canton, China, to protect American businessmen put at risk by ongoing anti-Western demonstrations. Naval forces seized Tiny Jarvis, Baker, and Howland Islands in the Hawaiian archipelago, mainly as a source of the guano used in manufacturing munitions. 1857, Marines are sent to Nicaragua again, this time to outdown a coup undertaken by an American adventurer, William Walker, which would have upset the order of U.S. commercial relations in that country. A second motive is to prevent Walker's being punished under Nicaraguan law for his criminal conduct. He was removed to the U.S. over the protests of Nicaraguan officials. Walker was similarly protected after heading an unsuccessful private invasion of Baja California a few years previously, apparently attempting to repeat the Texans' achievement of independence come annexation by the U.S. Meanwhile, in New York City, Marines are used to break up large demonstrations by unemployed workers demanding jobs. 1857-58, a war is fought in eastern Washington and Idaho to pacify the indigenous Coeur d'Alenes and allied Walla Wallas, who have become increasingly resistant to the encroachment of white settlers on their land. Several Indian leaders are summarily executed after surrendering. 1858, Marines and sailors are landed in Montevideo again, to help quell a resurgence of revolutionary activity in Uruguay. Others are sent to Fiji, to chastise the natives for a second time, in this instance, for having punished 2 American nationals guilty of abusing indigenous Fijians. 1859, Congress authorizes the sending of a large naval force to intimidate Paraguay because of the 1855 Parana River incident, Paraguay Apolo. 52. Guises, although the U.S. had plainly provoked the confrontation. Additional Marines are landed in Shanghai, and 200 cavalry troops invade northern Mexico, allegedly in pursuit of a bandit named Cortina. Marines commanded by Army Captain Robert E. Lee recapture a federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, after it is seized by the abolitionist John Brown in hopes of sparking a slave revolt. Brown and 2 blacks are hanged in the aftermath, while 3,000 federal troops are posted to the area for several months to ensure that there are no further outbreaks. I-860, to protect American lives and property from local people who have grown troublesome under the yoke of European domination, troops are sent to Kisembo, Portuguese West Africa, Angola. Others are sent to the Bay of Panama in Colombia to ensure that an incipient revolt does not interfere with U.S. business interests there. 1861-65, the great internal adjustment of the U.S. economy and consolidation of the central authority of the federal government called the Civil War is fought, mainly between industrializing, Unionist northern states and agrarian southern slave-holding states east of the Mississippi. The eventual Northern triumph sets the stamp on future projections of American power from a foundation of true continental cohesion. 1861-72, a false accusation by Rancher and rash actions by the Army sets off a protracted war with the Chiricahua Apaches in Arizona. Led by Mangus, assassinated by U.S. peace negotiators in 1863, and Cochise, the Chiricahuas wage a guerrilla campaign which the Army proves ineffectual in combating. A transient peace is finally arranged in late 1872. 1862, starving, and with their treaty-guaranteed Minnesota homeland literally overrun by whites, Santee Dakotas led by Little Crow attempt to clear the invaders from their territory. Troops under Colonel Henry Sibley put down their revolt with extreme brutality, culminating in the mass execution of 38 native leaders at Mankadoug. Santee lands are thereupon absorbed into the U.S. In New Mexico, a brief campaign results in the mass internment of the Mescalero Apaches at the Bosque Redondo, adjoining Fort Sumner, in eastern New Mexico. 1863, troops are landed at Shimonoseki, Japan, to redress an insult to the American flag embodied in shots being fired across the bow of an American warship. In Utah, a volunteer cavalry unit based near Salt Lake City takes to the field against the Shoshones, perpetrating the Bear River Massacre of about 500 Indians in southern Idaho. To the south, in Arizona, troops under Colonel Kit Carson conduct a concerted campaign against the Navajo. When the Indians surrender a year later, they are force-marched to the Bosque Redondo. Interned there until 1868, about half of all Navajos die of starvation and disease. Meanwhile, President Abraham Lincoln orders troops used to quell anti-draft riots in New York, Newark, Boston, Toledo, and elsewhere. About 400 people are killed in New York alone, the greatest number of any single incident in U.S. history, lesser numbers in other cities. 53. 1864, troops are landed at Yedo, Japan, to underscore U.S. demands for payment of commercial claims. Naval units then forcibly open the Straits of Shimonoseki to foreign shipping. In Colorado, a special unit of volunteer cavalry is raised for the expressed purpose of exterminating all Cheyennes and Arapahoes residing within territorial boundaries. The main result is the Sand Creek Massacre of about 150 Indians, mostly women, children, and old men, camped at an assigned location under protection of the Army. Cheyenne territory is then largely absorbed by the U.S. Meanwhile, President Lincoln orders troops used to break strikes by workers on the Reading Railroad, as well as machinists in St. Louis and Cold Springs, New York, and miners in Tioga County, Pennsylvania. 1865, Marines are landed in Panama again to prevent popular interference with U.S. business interests. Meanwhile, a campaign under Colonel Samuel Walker is mounted against the Lakota and allied peoples of the Northern Plains. After attacking a peaceful Arapaho village on the Tongue River, in present-day Montana, Walker's command is routed and driven out of Sioux country. 1865-77, troops are deployed throughout the southeastern U.S. at the end of the Civil to maintain order during reconstruction of the vanquished Confederacy of Insurgent States. This leads to passage of the Posse Comitatus Act, prohibiting use of the military for such purposes, other than in cases where civil law enforcement authorities are demonstrably unable or unwilling to do so. 1866, 100 troops under General Matthew Sedgwick invade and occupy Matamoros, Mexico, only to be withdrawn after 3 days under intense international protest. In China, Marines are put ashore to protect the American consul at Nukhuang from anti-Western demonstrations. 1866-68, troops invade the Lakota Nation in present-day Wyoming and begin construction of a line of forts meant to protect a new transport route to Montana, known as the Bozeman Trail. This action touches off what is called Red Cloud's War, lasting 2 years and resulting in the first genuine defeat of American arms. In the spring of 1868, the U.S. sues for peace, and a treaty recognizing Lakota ownership of an area encompassing about 5% of the continental U.S. is signed at Ft. Laramie. 1867 Marines occupy Managua and Leon, Nicaragua, to intimidate dissidents. Others are landed on the island of Formosa, Taiwan, to punish Savages who supposedly murdered the crew of a shipwrecked American vessel. This turns out to be a hoax. Marines from the USS Lackawanna occupy Midway Island in the Hawaiian archipelago, claiming it as an American naval base. Secretary of State William H. Seward proposes taking all of Canada west of Ontario in order to connect Alaska, the purchase of which had just been consummated, to the rest of the U.S., alternately or additionally. Seward thinks it a nice idea to add the rest of Mexico to U.S. holdings. 54. 1867-68, a war is undertaken to pacify the Comanches, Kiowas, Cheyennes, and other indigenous peoples of the southern plains. Although the army proves singularly unsuccessful at defeating Indian combatants, victory is finally obtained when the 7th U.S. Cavalry, commanded by Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer, manages a dawn attack on a non-combatant Cheyenne village encamped for the winter along the Washita River in western Oklahoma. Hundreds of ponies as well as people are slaughtered. General Phil Sheridan makes his famous observation that the only good Indian is a dead Indian. 1868, naval forces are sent to Osaka, Hyogo, Nagasaki, Yokohama, and Niigata, Japan, to influence the outcome of a civil war fought to abolish the shogunate. Marines and sailors are landed in Montevideo to secure U.S. interests during yet another Uruguayan insurrection against the local elite favored by American businessmen. 1870, gunboats are sent about 40 miles up the Rio Tecapan in Mexico to destroy the pirate ship Forward. Troops are landed at Aspinwall to protect U.S. commercial assets upon the death of the Colombian president. A campaign is undertaken to chastise the indigenous Blackfeet, Bloods, and Piegans in northern Montana for their aggressions against whites encroaching on their territories. Cavalry under Major Eugene Baker attack a peaceful encampment of Piegans camped along the Marias River, massacring at least 175. 1871, a force is landed to punish Korea for defense of its national territory, specifically for having killed the crew of the USS General Sherman and burning the vessel when it refused to leave Korean waters, and for firing on American small boats making unauthorized soundings on the Sally River. Marines assault several forts, kill about 400 Koreans, and open the country to trade. Simultaneously, Army concentrates the Aravaipa Apaches under its protection at Camp Grant, Arizona. The Aravaipas are then massacred by a group of civilian volunteers from Tucson. 1872-73, a campaign is mounted in Arizona to force the Tonto Apaches onto a reservation. The Army also launches a campaign in Northern California to clear indigenous Modocs from their land, with the intent of depositing them on the Klamath Reservation in southern Oregon. A group led by Captain Jack resists, but is defeated after a lengthy battle in local lava beds. Captain Jack and 3 others are then hanged, their homeland absorbed by the U.S., and the 153 surviving members of their people exiled to Oklahoma. 1873, Marines are landed at the Bay of Panama to quiet civil unrest. Troops repeatedly invade northern Mexico, ostensibly in pursuit of bandits. Protests of the Mexican government are ignored. General Sheridan advocates extermination of the buffalo by commercial hunters as a means of destroying the economic basis for continuing resistance by peoples indigenous to the Great Plains to absorption into the U.S. 55. 1,874 sailors and Marines are landed in Hawaii to preserve order during the coronation of a new king supported mainly by American businessmen and missionaries. An expedition headed by Lt. Colonel Custer invades the Lakota Nation in search of gold in the Black Hills. Although this is a clear violation of the 1,868 feet Laramie Treaty, the Indians do not respond militarily. On the southern plains, meanwhile, the Kiowas and Comanches leave their reservation because of gross treaty violations by the U.S. The Army mounts a major campaign against them, attacking their main encampment at Palo Duro Canyon, Texas, on September 26, burning the Indians' winter provisions and slaughtering their ponies. The last of the hostiles surrender the following spring, their homelands incorporated into the U.S. 1,875, irregular troops mustered by Kansas but operating under sanction of the Army massacres a group of Cheyennes camped peacefully along the Sapa Creek, near the Colorado/Kansas boundary. 1,876, the Army occupies the town of Matamoros, Mexico again, claiming to be protecting it during a transition in local government. 1876-77, the Centennial Campaign is mounted against the Lakota and allied nations to compel them to relinquish the Black Hills. General George Crook's column is defeated at the Rosebud Creek in mid-June, and Custer's regiment is decimated on the Little Bighorn River shortly thereafter. Only a winter campaign, attacking more or less defenseless villages, allows the Army to win. About 90% of the Lakota homeland is then quickly stripped away. General Sheridan announces that, henceforth, U.S. military policy against Indians will be one of extermination. 1,877 General O.O. Howard heads an army force sent to take the Nez Perce homeland in eastern Oregon. The Indians resist and then attempt to retreat into Canada. Pursued by troops, they are finally cornered at Bear Paw Mountain in Montana and surrender. Chief Joseph and other principal leaders are subsequently interned in Oklahoma. In Nebraska, troops are also used to force the peaceful Poncas from their territory. The entire people is relocated to Oklahoma. Meanwhile, President Rutherford B. Hayes orders troops deployed to Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, and elsewhere to break a strike against the B&O Railroad. This blatant violation of the newly effected Posse Comitatus Act results in 30 deaths and several hundred serious injuries among the strikers. 1877-80, conditions on the Arizona Apache reservations are so bad that a group of members led by Victorio leaves, vowing to make war forever. The U.S. and Mexico mount a joint military response which results in annihilation of the renegades. 1,878, about 15,000 troops spend weeks chasing fewer than 500 Cheyennes who have escaped internment in Oklahoma and are attempting to return to their homeland in southern Montana. The bulk of the Cheyennes finally surrender, and are thereupon massacred at Camp Robinson, Nebraska. Meanwhile, in Idaho and northeastern Oregon, a campaign is undertaken to pacify the Bannocks and allied Umatillas. 56. 1878-79, a campaign is undertaken in Idaho to pacify the so-called Sheep-Eaters, reinforced by Bannock, Umatilla, and Yakima recalcitrants. 1879, troops are sent against the Utes in western Colorado, after they kill government agent Nathan Meeker, who has been attempting to starve them into ceding their land. Colorado Governor Frederick Pitkin calls for the Indians' extermination, but settles for compressing survivors into a tiny fraction of their original territory. 1881-84, a group of Chiricahuas, including Geronimo, leave their reservation and join a band led by Nana, a member survivor of Victorio's group. Together, they renew the Arizona Apache resistance. General George Crook, unsuccessful at running them to ground, finally manages to negotiate a truce. 1882, troops are sent to Egypt to protect American commercial interests during fighting between Egyptians and British colonial forces. 1885, Marines are landed in Panama, occupying portions of Colon and Panama City, to secure the isthmus from revolutionary upheaval. Warships are sent to Samoa to ensure the U.S. is granted the right to establish a naval base in Pago Pago Harbor. 1885–87, embittered by U.S. violations of the agreement under which they laid down their arms, Geronimo and his Chiricahua band leave the San Carlos Reservation and resume fighting. The Second Geronimo Campaign is then undertaken, with several thousand troops under General Crook used to track down the group of about 50 Indians. After surrendering, Geronimo and other principals are first imprisoned in Florida, then permanently exiled to Oklahoma. 1887 The Navy gains exclusive use of Pearl Harbor, on the Hawaiian island of Oahu, as a forward basing area in the Pacific. The U.S. signs a treaty of perpetual peace and friendship with the Kingdom of Hawaii as part of the arrangement. 1888, troops are landed in Haiti to recover an American commercial steamer seized by the government for violating Haitian maritime law. Marines are also landed in Samoa to protect U.S. commercial interests during civil disturbances. 1889 A direct confrontation between American and German warships occurs in Apia Harbor, Samoa, over control of the islands. Only a tremendous storm, which completely disables the potential combatant vessels, averts a significant naval battle. At about the same time, Marines and sailors from ships in Pearl Harbor are landed in Honolulu to protect U.S. business interests, a major source of local discontent from political turmoil in Hawaii. 1890, sailors are put ashore in Buenos Aires to protect U.S. facilities against Argentine protests of American actions in their country. In late 57 December, the Army massacres about 350 unarmed Lakotas, mostly women, children, and old men, at Wounded Knee Creek, in South Dakota. The ostensible purpose is to end the insubordination embodied in the Indians' practice of the ghost dance. More likely, the troops are intent on revenging themselves for the fate of Custer 14 years earlier. In either case, 36 medals of honor are bestowed upon participating troops. 1891, Marines are landed on Navassa Island, off Haiti, to establish a forward base for further action. Naval forces are dispatched to the Bering Sea to repel Russian sealers plying their trade off the former Russian possession of Alaska. Troops are also put ashore in Valparaiso, Chile, to restore order during a popular insurrection deemed threatening to American interests. 1892, troops are sent to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, to break a mining strike organized by the American Federation of Labor, AFL. Strikers are first placed in concentration camps, then deported from the area. 1893–98 Marines and sailors are again landed in Honolulu from ships in Pearl Harbor, this time to support the overthrow by U.S. businessmen of the Hawaiian monarchy. Although President Grover Cleveland quite accurately describes the action as a violation of both U.S. treaty commitments and international law, Congress quickly recognizes the resulting American-run Republic of Hawaii as legitimate. The Republic then requests annexation by the U.S. as a permanent trust territory. The island of Oahu is thereupon converted into the major basing area for overall U.S. military operations in the Pacific, a distinction it still holds. 1894, naval forces displayed off Rio de Janeiro to influence the outcome of a Brazilian civil war. Marines are landed at Bluefields, Nicaragua, to secure American commercial property against threats of impoundment by the local populace. In May, President Cleveland orders troops used to prevent Coxey's army from conducting a peaceful protest in Washington, D.C. In July, another 16,000 soldiers are deployed, 2,000 in Chicago alone, others in Los Angeles, Sacramento, and elsewhere to break the American Railway Union's Pullman strike. Hundreds of strikers, as well as numerous bystanders, are wounded by gunfire and bayonets. 1894–96, Marines are stationed at Tientsin, China, and conduct a foray as far inland as Peking, to demonstrate American resolve during the Sino-Japanese War. Subsequently, a warship is beached at Mukwang and used as a fort for the same purpose. Meanwhile, another Marine detachment is posted to Seoul, Korea, to protect U.S. commercial interests from possible disruption by the Japanese. 1895, Marines are sent to the town of Bocas del Toro, Colombia, to maintain order. More accurately, they are sent to protect American business interests from attack by a local bandit, actually, a popular insurgent leader. 1896, Marines are sent to Corinto, Nicaragua, to protect U.S. commercial interests during ongoing political unrest in that country. 58. 1898, a war is fought against Spain, with the result that the U.S. acquires Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines outright, and converts Cuba into a virtual satellite. Marines are again sent into Nicaragua, this time to San Juan del Sur, for the usual reasons. In Minnesota, troops are used to put down an uprising of indigenous Ojibwes at Leech Lake. 1898–99, Marines are posted again to Tientsin and Peking to protect American business interests during a contest between the Dowager Empress and her son. 1899, troops are landed to quell a crisis in Samoa. In actuality, all that was happening was that the Samoans had been attempting to require American businessmen to operate in conformity with local law. Construction of the Pago Pago naval base begins. In Cuba, General William Ludlow uses troops to break strikes among dock and railway workers. A general strike is then called in Habana, causing Ludlow to agree to a compromise. 1899–1901, major U.S. forces are committed in the Philippines to put down a generalized independence movement. Operations conducted by Brigadier Generals J. Franklin Bell and Hell-Roaring Jake Smith are consciously genocidal, especially with regard to tribal Moros in the southern islands. Upwards of 600,000 Filipinos are killed. The island of Luzon then becomes the primary basing area for U.S. military operations in Far East, a distinction it retained into the early 1990s. 1900, a regular presence of U.S. forces in China is initiated in response to the threat to American business interests posed by the anti-Western Boxer Rebellion. 1901, Marines are landed in Panama again, as always to protect U.S. commercial interests, during a popular insurrection. The Navy begins the process of converting Guam's Opera Harbor into a permanent installation from which to base its operations in the northern Pacific, a purpose it continues to serve to this day. 1901–04, President Theodore Roosevelt engineers a rapid buildup of U.S. naval power signified in an increase in the number of battleships from 9 to 24. Articulating a policy based upon big stick diplomacy, he orders a battle fleet painted white. The symbolism is unmistakable and sent on a tour of Latin American ports. The purpose, openly stated, is to intimidate the Dagos, as Roosevelt calls Latinos, with their North American neighbors' burgeoning strength. 1902, troops are sent into Bocas de Toro again, as the Colombian insurgency spreads. Armed guards are posted the length of the rail line in Panama, to keep the trains moving for U.S. business. 1903, Marines are put ashore at Puerto Cortes, Honduras, to occupy a steamship wharf for U.S. commercial purposes during a period of civil 59 strife. Marines are also landed in Santo Domingo to protect American business interests during a revolutionary outbreak in the Dominican Republic. 1903–04, a detachment of Marines is sent to Abyssinia to assist U.S. diplomats in negotiating a treaty of commerce. A major Marine contingent is landed in Panama to provide security during construction of the Isthmian Canal. They remain until 1914, when the Army replaces them on a permanent basis. 1904, a large force is landed in the Dominican Republic, to restore order and protect U.S. commercial interests in the cities of Santo Domingo, Puerto Plata, and Sosa. 1905, Marines are sent to Seoul, Korea, to reinforce U.S. open-door trade policies in the country. 1906-09, a major intervention is undertaken in Cuba to prevent a popular revolution from succeeding. The U.S. resultingly secures a major naval base at Guantanamo Bay, which it still holds, augmenting the Caribbean facilities it is already building in Puerto Rico. 1907, troops are introduced to the Honduran towns of Trujillo, Ceiba, Puerto Cortes, San Pedro, Laguna, and Coloma to protect U.S. business interests and influence the outcome of a border war between Honduras and Nicaragua. As a result, the border is fixed along the Rio Coco. Meanwhile, in July, President Theodore Roosevelt sends troops to break a mining strike in Goldfield, Nevada, organized by the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW. 1910, Marines are sent to Bluefields and Corinto in Nicaragua to help stave off another popular revolt against local oligarchs supported by U.S. business interests. 1911, Marines are injected into the Honduran Civil War to protect American lives and interests. Others are positioned for the same purpose in Hankow, Shanghai, Nanking, Qinghai, Taku and elsewhere in China on the eve of the nationalist, Kuomintang, revolution. Army troops are sent in at Camp Nicholson, and at Kentucky Island, off the Chinese coast. 1912, Marines are landed briefly in Honduras again, this time to prevent the government from seizing railroad facilities at Puerto Cortes. Army troops are introduced in Panama to ensure the outcome of the national election. Others are sent into Constantinople during the Balkan War, and into Orient Province and Habana, Cuba, to combat insurgents in those locales. 1912-25, Marines intervene in Nicaragua during yet another revolutionary upheaval. They remain for 13 years, ensuring governmental stability against popular insurrection. 191-41, with the Kuomintang Revolution succeeding in China, the U.S. undertakes a military buildup there, maintaining a force of 5,000 troops. 60. Ashore and a fleet averaging 44 vessels patrolling China's coast and rivers. Myriad small actions result. 1913, Marines are landed at Chiapas Estero, Mexico, to help put down a rebellion of the area's indigenous Yaquis, who are actually trying to defend themselves against Mexico's effort to subordinate them for the first time. The regional stability of Mexico is deemed essential to U.S. business interests. 1914, naval forces fire on insurgent positions in the Dominican Republic to protect the town of Puerto Plata from its own people. Troops are also put ashore to guard Santo Domingo from rebels. Simultaneously, troops are landed in Haiti to quell unrest in that country. Peace-loving President Woodrow Wilson justifies such actions on the basis that the U.S. is merely exercising its inalienable right to engage in the conquest of foreign markets. 1914-17, U.S. forces intervene repeatedly in the Mexican Revolution, waging what amounts to an undeclared war. Veracruz is occupied and General John J. Blackjack Pershing invades northern Mexico for an extended period, in pursuit of the revolutionary leader Pancho Villa. 1915-34, an extended military presence is established in Haiti to prevent further popular insurrections there. The move is explicitly intended to create the conditions necessary for U.S. commercial development in the country. 1916, additional Marines are landed in China to put down a riot in Nanking. 1916-24, an extended military presence is established in the Dominican Republic to forestall further popular insurrections there. The stated rationale is identical to announced with regard to Haiti a year earlier. 191 – Additional Marines are landed in China to influence the outcome of a political crisis in Chongqing. The Dutch Virgin Islands are acquired for potential use as yet another Caribbean naval base. 1917-18, the U.S., having waited long enough to ensure that it was choosing the winning side and that its own losses would be comparatively minor, declares its participation in the great reordering of capitalist power relations known as World War I, which began in 1914. General Ralph Van de Man, charged with building up the War Department's Office of Military Intelligence, OMI, begins wholesale surveillance of U.S. citizens suspected of disloyalty. 191-721, in March 1917, troops under General Omar Bradley are used to break a mining strike in Butte, Montana, engaging in vicious beatings and jailing 70 strikers without charge. It is later shown that the strike was instigated by OMI operatives as a pretext for cracking down on the IWW, an anarcho-syndicalist union deemed especially subversive by the war. 6-1. Department. The Army's campaign against the IWW is nonetheless expanded and sustained, with troops deployed in Arizona, Montana, Washington, and Oregon. By late 1921, when the operation wraps up, the Army had put down 29 domestic disturbances without any resort to constitutional procedures. 1918-19, the Army invades Mexico a total of 9 times, precipitating numerous clashes and a substantial battle with Mexican troops at Nogales in August 1918. 1918-20, troops are sent to Panama to oversee an election, then stationed in Chiriqui to ensure the public accepts the unsavory results. In the newly constituted Soviet Union, Marines are landed at Vladivostok to support counter-revolutionary forces in Siberia. They are quickly reinforced by 7,000 Army personnel. Another 5,000 troops are put ashore at Archangel, suffering 10% causalities in combat with Soviet forces. Another Marine unit participates in a British landing on the Murman coast of the USSR. These aggressive actions by the US mark the beginning of an anti-communist Cold War undertaken quite explicitly to protect the position/further the interests of America's capitalist elite, which will last, uninterruptedly, into the 1990s, arguably, given current US policy towards Cuba and North Korea, it is ongoing in 2003. 1919, troops are landed at Tra, in Dalmatia, to maintain order during a conflict between Italians and Serbs which threatens U.S. commercial interests. Marines are landed from the U.S. battleship Arizona for the same purpose during the Greek occupation of Constantinople. Others are landed in Honduras during yet another attempted revolution there, while 1,000 men are sent to Seattle to break a general strike organized by the AFL in that city. General Leonard Wood places Gary, Indiana, under modified martial law as part of an overall campaign to break another AFL general strike, this one throughout the entire steel industry. 1920, troops are sent into Guatemala to put down labor unrest. Marines are meanwhile landed in Kaohsiung, China, to quell a riot threatening U.S. business interests there. Others are deployed in West Virginia to quell a coal field strike organized by the United Mine Workers, UMW. 1920-22, a Marine garrison is established on Russian Island, in Vladivostok Bay, to guard a radio transmission facility located there. The Army's campaign against the UMW is also expanded, as troops are used to break strikes in 10 states. 1921, naval forces are posted on both sides of the Panamanian Isthmus to influence a border dispute between Panama and Costa Rica. 1922, a landing force is sent to preserve order when Turkish forces enter the city of Smyrna. 1922-23, Marines are put ashore 5 times to handle localized emergencies in China, all but invariably involving Chinese attempts to seize U.S. business assets. 62. 1922-2002, OMI head Deman, at the request of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, establishes a policy of secretly and illegally providing political intelligence information gathered by his operatives on the activities of U.S. citizens to the Civilian Bureau. The arrangement, in a highly evolved form, is ongoing at present. 1924-25, troops are sent to oversee the Honduran national election. Marines are landed in Shanghai to restore order during a dispute between Chinese political factions. 1925, Marines are sent to La Ceiba, Honduras, to counter popular rebellion against outcome of the U.S.-supervised national election a year earlier. In Panama, the Army intervenes to end a national strike and other symptoms of labor unrest deemed threatening to American business interests. 1926, increased forces are put ashore in Hankow and Kaohsiung, China, to protect American business interests during the nationalist incorporation of these cities into the Kuomintang state. 1926-33, a coup d'état by General Emiliano Chamorro provokes an upsurge of revolutionary sentiment in Nicaragua. Marines are sent to the country to reinforce the government, especially against the activities of insurgent leader Augusto César Sandino. 1927, increased naval and marine forces are sent to Shanghai, Nanking, and Tientsin, China, during the ongoing Kuomintang consolidation. Naval gunfire is directed at Chinese troops near Nanking. 1932, Marines are put ashore to protect American property during the Japanese occupation of Shanghai. In July, a detachment of 600 troops commanded by Army Chief of Staff Douglas MacArthur is used to forcibly disperse the Bonus Army, a group of impoverished veterans seeking to claim long-promised but still unpaid bonuses for their military service during World War I, who are peacefully encamped in Washington, D.C. 1933, naval forces are sent to Cuba to make a show of support for President, and U.S. puppet, Gerardo Machado during an attempted revolution. 1934, Marines are put ashore at Fuzhou, China, to protect American property during Japan's occupation of the city. 1937, the U.S. gunboat Panay, showing the colors in China, is attacked by Japanese warplanes. The incident comes close to precipitating a war with Japan. 1940, Lend-Lease air and naval bases are established in Newfoundland, Bermuda, St. Lucia, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Antigua, Trinidad, and British Guiana. Their purpose is to facilitate transfer of U.S. military material to Great Britain, then at war with Germany. 1941, U.S. troops occupy Greenland, Iceland, and Dutch Guiana, Suriname. Naval forces commence active escort duty protecting British. 63. Convoys, engaging in anti-submarine operations which constitute a state of undeclared war against Germany. President Franklin D. Roosevelt violates the Posse Comitatus Act by using troops to break a strike at an aircraft plant in Los Angeles. 194-145, U.S. participation in World War II is declared, with American forces fighting in alliance with the British, French and Soviets against Germany, Italy, and Japan. In August 1945, atomic bombs are dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki as both the finale of the Second Global Conflagration and the opening post-war salvo of America's ongoing Cold War against its erstwhile Soviet allies and communism more generally. In Asia, the U.S. occupies Japan, reoccupies the Philippines and Guam, and sets up permanent installations in southern Korea, Okinawa, Formosa, Taiwan, the Marshall and Bonin Islands, and elsewhere. In Europe, American troops occupy a portion of Germany and establish long-term bases in England, France, and Italy. U.S. military advisors begin to actively collaborate in the re-imposition of colonial or otherwise anti-democratic regimes worldwide. 1945, troops occupy the northern Italian city of Trieste to prevent its absorption by communist Yugoslavia as reparation for damages suffered at the hands of Mussolini's Italy during World War II. 1945-46, troops are stationed in Iran as a hedge against Soviet influence in that oil-rich country. Others are sent to northern China to block Soviet ambitions in that region. Meanwhile, even as U.S.-instigated trials of German and Japanese war criminals are conducted in Nuremberg and Tokyo, OMI, in collaboration with the War Department's Office of Strategic Services, OSS, implements a secret policy shielding thousands of egregious offenders who are deemed useful to America's own military endeavors. Those protected include Nazi intelligence chief Reinhard Gehlen and his network of operatives, SS officer Werner von Braun and his team of rocket scientists, guilty of using thousands of slave laborers to build V-2 cruise missiles, and Gestapo officials like Klaus Barbie. In the Far East, the members of Japan's infamous Unit 731, guilty of using an untold number of human guinea pigs while conducting bacteriological warfare experiments near Harbin, China, are exempted from punishment in exchange for sharing what they'd learned. 1945-52, as an expedient to obtaining the quantity fissionable materials necessary for a rapid buildup of its nuclear weapons inventory, the War Department, renamed the Department of Defense, DOD, in 1947 arranges for destitute Navajos living along the Grants Uranium Belt in New Mexico and Arizona to receive small business loans to become self-employed uranium miners. Information concerning the extreme health hazard associated with the radon gas naturally emitted by uranium ore is deliberately withheld from the Navajos, and hundreds of small, unventilated shaft mines are soon operating. Lung cancer mortality among the miners, almost none of whom were ever smokers, eventually nears 100%. 1945-54, the military's nuclear weapons production facility near Hanford, Washington, conducts 7 highly secret experiments involving the 64. Massive release of radioactive iodides into the atmosphere for purposes of studying dispersal patterns. Epidemic thyroid cancer and other such ill effects upon the downwind civilian population results. Similar experiments are conducted during the same period at the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory in New Mexico, while thousands of troops are exposed to the direct radiation of nuclear blasts so that the War Department can assess the effects on combat efficiency attending commitment to the atomic battlefield. On the remote north slope of Alaska, indigenous Inuits are coerced into swallowing capsules filled with pure uranium, in order that DOD researchers can study the effects of massive contamination on the human organism. 1945-58, the U.S. uses the trust authority it asserts over the Marshall Islands at the end of World War II to convert its protectorate into a test range for nuclear weaponry. The previously populated islands of Bikini, Kwajalein, and Onutak in particular are rendered uninhabitable. Residents of the islands of Utirik and Rongelap are used as human guinea pigs to study the effects of fallout. The results, especially in terms of congenital mutation, are horrific. 1945-2002, after the temporary partition of Korea between the US and USSR at the end of World War II, the American-installed regime in the South, backed by about 50,000 US troops, begins a systematic program of armed incursions across the 38th parallel into the north. In 1949 alone, there are 2,617 such incidents, several of them involving well over 1,000 troops. In 1950, the North finally responds with a full-scale invasion of the South. There follows a bloody 3-year UN police action organized by the US, during which China intervenes in support of the North. A stalemate is finally reached in 1953, and a massive U.S. military presence has been maintained in South Korea ever since. 1946, using the financial inducements of its Marshall Plan, the U.S. engineers the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and begins a deployment of troops to confront the Soviets in Europe and contiguous areas such as Turkey. The OSS is converted into the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and secretly places a heavy emphasis upon conditioning the American public to embrace Cold War outlooks, systematically propagandizing the citizenry through means ranging from the news media, through academic publishing, to movies, television, and other modes of popular entertainment. The new agency also establishes a clandestine services component, officially paramilitary in nature, but trained, equipped and tasked to perform operations indistinguishable from those later assigned such elite military units as the Army's Special Forces and Navy SEALs. 1946-54, Philippines' independence leaves the U.S. in possession of 23 military bases, control of the island's economy and oversight of national defense. The response is an insurgency by Hukbalahap guerrillas, countered by a U.S. coordinated counterinsurgency campaign. Colonel Edward Lansdale takes charge in 1950 and runs a high-intensity effort which leaves the Hooks decimated. Meanwhile, a program of military support for Research 65. Gent French colonialism in Indochina is begun and grows steadily throughout the period. 1946-73, the U.S.-backed army of Chiang Kai-shek. Aside from material assistance, there are in 1946 about 100,000 American troops in China's bitter but unsuccessful counterinsurgency war against Mao Zedong's People's Liberation Army. After China falls to the Reds, remnants of Chiang's forces are ensconced on the off-coast U.S. bastion of Formosa. Thereafter, a combination of CIA and military clandestine forces conduct an array of low-intensity operations against China, lasting until at least as late as CJ 1973. 1947-48, as part of a comprehensive CIA-orchestrated program to subvert free elections in Italy, the U.S. threatens another world war if the Communist Party wins at the polls. Such pressure is largely responsible for the success of a host of corrupt anti-communist officials. Meanwhile, the CIA organizes and supports Albanian émigrés in an unsuccessful attempt to bring about the armed overthrow of the communist regime of Enver Hoxha. 1947-195 The U.S. takes over the role of waging a counterinsurgency campaign against Greek communists who had sought power by parliamentary means. The brutal repression works, and Greece is pushed into an anti-communist dictatorship. 1947-57, using the Nazis' Gehlen apparatus, the CIA undertakes a program of organizing and supporting guerrilla forces, most of whom had fought for the Germans during World War II in the Baltic states, the Ukraine, and elsewhere in Eastern Europe. During 10 years of substantial activity, the Baltic units alone claim to have killed some 80,000 Soviet troops and as many as 12,000 communist officials and collaborators. Meanwhile, the CIA expands the earlier OSS program of shielding useful Nazi war criminals from punishment to include members of collaborating organizations in other countries, example the Croatian Ustasha, many of them guilty not only of war crimes but of direct participation in the wartime genocide of Jews and Gypsies. Hundreds are provided false identities and imported to bolster anti-communist sentiment within East European immigrant communities in the US and Canada. Some, mostly veterans of SS campaigns in the USSR, are used to build up special forces units in the US Army. 1948-49, increasingly bad relations with the USSR results in the Soviets sealing off the partitioned city of Berlin, well within their post-war occupation zone of Germany. The US deploys combat units and lifts the siege via an extended airlift of supplies. 1950, in keeping with Cold War priorities, strategic planners prepare a secret study, NSC 68, outlining the requirements for converting the U.S. into a full-fledged national security state. Adopted as policy by the Truman administration, the document calls for curtailment of political expression, comprehensive indoctrination of the citizenry concerning the danger of communist subversion and aggression. NSC 68 is quite candid in suggesting falsified data should be used to this end, the consequent need for U.S. 66 military preparedness to be placed on a perpetual wartime footing, and thus to harness the country's economy to developing what President and former General of the Army Dwight D. Eisenhower would soon call the military-industrial complex rather than bona fide social welfare initiatives. 1950-2002, the military converts its Las Vegas, Tonopah, bombing and gunnery range, established in 1940 by executive order, into the Nellis Test Range, for purposes of conducting nuclear weapons testing. Although the 3.5 million acres eventually encompassed within the boundaries of the facility are part of New Segovia, the territory recognized as belonging to the Western Shoshones under the 1863 Treaty of Ruby Valley and never relinquished by that people, approximately 1,000 nuclear devices are detonated there over the years, making the unoffending Shoshones the most bombed nation on Earth. Fallout from testing on the Nellis Range, meanwhile, creates radioactive hotspots in locales as far away as upstate New York, precipitating, among other maladies, immune system degeneration and endemic lung cancer within a substantial segment of the U.S. population. By 1990, the ill effects have become so ubiquitous that a national public health campaign is launched, attributing them to environmental tobacco smoke. 1953, CIA operative Kermit Roosevelt engineers the overthrow of the democratically elected Mossadegh government, reinstalling the decisively anti-democratic regime of the Shah of Iran. Military equipment and advisors are quickly sent to consolidate Roosevelt's achievement in bringing this economically/strategically vital country into the free world of U.S. client states. 1953–54, the CIA, in collaboration with reactionary local military leaders, undertakes a campaign which results in the overthrow of the democratic government of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. It is replaced with a military dictatorship friendlier to U.S. corporate interests. A military airlift is also undertaken to supply French troops besieged by Vietnamese forces at Dien Bien Phu. Vice President Richard Nixon proposes using tactical nuclear weapons to prevent the decolonization of Indochina. The Vietnamese nonetheless prevail and France is expelled. 1953–67, the CIA undertakes a secret and ultimately unsuccessful project, MK Ultra, later MK Search, intended to discover scientific methods of mind control. Using prison inmates, psychiatric patients, and unwitting bystanders as guinea pigs, the agency experiments with LSD and other powerful hallucinogens, as well as a variety of psychosurgical and psychic driving techniques, in both the US and Canada. Several suicides result, and an unknown number of victims suffer severe and in many cases lasting psychosis before the failed effort is terminated. 1954–55, the CIA attempts to replicate its Guatemalan feat in Costa Rica. A program is also initiated to subvert the Geneva Accords, which partition the former French colony of Indochina into 4 countries, North and South Vietnam, to be reunified by general election in 1956, Laos and 67. Cambodia. The first U.S. military advisors are posted to Laos, Edward Lansdale and other CIA personnel to South Vietnam. 1954–62, a series of air and naval confrontations are undertaken to prevent mainland Chinese occupation of the islands of Quemoy and Matsu, off Taiwan. 1955–6, CIA and Special Forces personnel create and lead an indigenous guerrilla force in Tibet, ostensibly to liberate the country from China. The operation, which proved rather costly to the Tibetans, may have been continued in one form or another into the present. 1956, troops are sent to Morocco to prevent formation of a leftist government. Others are sent to the Suez to manifest U.S. interest in the disposition of the canal there, at the time being nationalized by Egypt's President Abdul Gamal Nasser. CIA propaganda and infiltration operations help instigate an armed revolt in Hungary. Once Soviet troops move in to crush it, however, the U.S. abandons the insurgents, capitalizing on the moral value of their fate. Thousands are killed. 1956–57, Kermit Roosevelt fails in an attempt to repeat his Iranian success, this time against leftist Ba'athists in Syria. The U.S. installs a regime headed by Nguyen Vo Diem in South Vietnam and backs his boycott of elections required by the Geneva Accords. The CIA begins a major program to develop a comprehensive national police infrastructure in South Vietnam, and the first U.S. military advisors are introduced. Military advisors are also sent to Thailand, with the result that Thai troops shortly invade Cambodian border areas to prevent the country from going communist. 1957–58, the CIA makes 8 separate attempts to bring about the overthrow of the leftist Nasser government in Egypt. In collaboration with dissident elements of the Indonesian military, the CIA also sets out to assassinate Indonesia's President Sukarno. When various murder schemes fail, a coup d'état is unsuccessfully attempted. In Indochina, Thai incursions into Cambodian territory are augmented with penetrations by CIA-backed Khmer Saray irregulars based in South Vietnam. 1957–1988, the Eisenhower administration enters into a compact to build nuclear reactors for the staunchly anti-communist and virulently racist apartheid regime in South Africa. This allows the South Africans to secretly launch a nuclear weapons development within 5 years, and to begin production of the weapons themselves by 1979. Meanwhile, the DOD maintains a more conventional program of military assistance, covertly continued despite a UN embargo until the regime's effective collapse in 1988. 1958, 14,000 Marines and Army troops, more than the total strength of the entire Lebanese military, are put ashore in Lebanon to keep order during that country's civil war. Some 70 naval vessels and hundreds of aircraft also take part in the operation. Lebanon is kept safely out of the hands of the communists. The CIA coordinates a coup d'état in Laos to prevent participation by the communist Pathet Lao in a coalition government. 68. President Eisenhower sends troops to quell a crisis over school desegregation in Little Rock, Arkansas. 1958-2002, the Eisenhower administration enters into a compact to build a nuclear reactor for Israel, and to train Israeli nuclear physicists, with the predictable result that the country now known as America's firmest ally in the Middle East had established its own nuclear weapons development program with 2 years, the weapons themselves by 1974. Simultaneously, the DoD launches an ongoing assistance program which makes Israel, with the exception of South Vietnam from 1965 to 75, the recipient of by far the largest infusion of U.S. military hardware and other support of any country in the world. In dollar terms, the annual appropriation for such purposes is sufficient to establish Israel as a veritable 51st state of the U.S. The costs and consequences to the Palestinians, upon whose land Israel established itself, are self-evident, as are those to the Arab states which have supported the liberation of Palestine. 1959, Special Forces White Star Mobile Training Teams, assigned to create an irregular army of Hmong Highlanders to fight the Pathet Lao, begin secret combat operations in Laos. Marines are landed in Haiti to prevent the overthrow of the brutal regime of Papa Doc Duvalier, a U.S. ally. 1959-1979, the Eisenhower administration enters into a compact to build nuclear reactors for its newly installed ally, the Shah of Iran, giving him the capacity to produce nuclear weapons by some point in the early 70s. Ironically, these reactors, and thus the capacity to produce weapons of mass destruction, fall into the hands of the emphatically anti-Western insurgents who overthrow the Shah in 1979. 1959-2002, troops are put ashore to bolster Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista against popular insurrection. When Batista is nonetheless overthrown in 1959, the troops remain for several months to oversee the removal of transportable American assets and evacuation of U.S.-aligned Cubans. The latter are immediately organized and equipped by the CIA to begin irregular but protracted warfare against the newly constituted government of Fidel Castro. These include numerous landings of special operations units on Cuban soil as well as an outright invasion attempt at the Bay of Pigs in April 1961, assassination plots, several involving the Mafia, as well as multiple uses of bacteriological and chemical warfare. It is quite probable that this effort continues in some form at present. I-960, Kong Le, a CIA-backed army colonel stages another coup in Laos, pulling the country still further to the right. In Guatemala, CIA-led, trained, and equipped Cuban irregulars put down an insurrection meant to restore democratic governance. 1960-63, the CIA oversees a counterinsurgency campaign in Ecuador to quell a leftist guerrilla movement threatening to recreate the Cuban experience in that country. 1960-64, the CIA moves into the decolonizing Belgian Congo, deliberately exacerbating rivalries and ideological differences among the new, that most peace-loving of nations 69 countries' leadership to prevent consolidation of a leftist government. A bloody and protracted civil war results, culminating in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, the Congo's only truly capable leader. 1960-65, the CIA and Special Forces personnel create and lead an elite counterinsurgency force against Cuban-backed guerrillas in Peru. 1961, President John F. Kennedy escalates military commitment in South Vietnam, and Special Forces personnel begin to forge an irregular army of indigenous montagnards in the country's central highlands area. In France, the CIA is involved in a plot by disgruntled army colonels to assassinate President Charles de Gaulle so that they can resume fighting for control over the former French colony of Algeria. Across Europe, combat units are placed on full alert because of yet another Berlin crisis. 1961-64, General Vernon Walters undertakes a project for the CIA, using disgruntled Brazilian army colonels to overthrow the liberal government of President João Goulart. After a coup d'état in March 1964, General Costa e Silva, the new head of state, allows the agency to establish an irregular political police apparatus which serves as the prototype for the U.S. Office of Public Safety, OPS, the mechanism through which Latin American death squads are created on a wholesale basis later in the decade. 1962, U.S. forces are placed on full alert and a naval blockade is imposed upon Cuba to force withdrawal of Soviet missiles based on the island. Frustrated that President Kennedy has not ordered a full-scale invasion, the Joint Chiefs of Staff secretly initiate Operation Northwind to manufacture the pretext necessary to force him into doing so. Among the methods actively considered to whip up public sentiment against Castro are blowing up a U.S. warship anchored at Guantanamo Bay and blaming it on Cuban saboteurs, launching a Cuban terror campaign involving bombings and murders in Miami and Washington, D.C., and having Cuban agents hijack airliners to Havana. Meanwhile, a force of 1,800 Marines is positioned off the coast of the Dominican Republic in an attempt to influence the election of a replacement for President Rafael Trujillo, assassinated the year before. Left-leaning Juan Bosch is nonetheless elected. 1962-96, the CIA launches what becomes its most sustained counterinsurgency effort, supporting the military dictatorship it installed in Guatemala after the 1954 Arbenz coup. By 1994, the agency's devotion to preserving freedom in this country had resulted in the deaths of at least 200,000 people, mostly Maya Indians, and the creation of about 250,000 refugees. 1963, troops are put ashore in Haiti to oversee evacuation of U.S. nationals and certain business assets during a period of civil strife. 1963-93, the Kennedy administration enters a 30-year compact to build nuclear reactors for India, a matter which allows the strongest U.S. ally in South Asia to begin nuclear weapons production in 1974. This sets off 70. An arms race with India's regional rival, Pakistan, with the result that the Pakistanis also begin producing nuclear weapons during the 1980s. 1964-85, the CIA collaborates in a right-wing coup against the Bosch government in the Dominican Republic. A naval force is concentrated near the Panama Canal Zone, and army units within it are placed on full alert, to deter an initiative by Panama to nationalize the canal. Major U.S. military forces begin moving into Thailand, initiating a counterinsurgency campaign which lasts through 1985. 1964-72, the OPS pilot project is inaugurated for use against the Tupamaro guerrillas in Uruguay in December 1964. Over the next 5 years, an estimated 10 to 20,000 Uruguayans are murdered and or subjected to increasingly sophisticated torture. Thousands more are arbitrarily arrested and jailed for indefinite periods, often extending into years. In 1972, a CIA-coordinated drive finishes off what's left of the Tupamaros. 1964-74, the CIA intervenes in Greece, sponsoring a series of military plots against the democratic but insufficiently anti-communist government of George Papandreou, culminating in an April 1967 coup which brings a junta led by Colonel Georges Papadopoulos to power. Over the next 7 years, hundreds of Greek opposition leaders are murdered and thousands of dissidents are tortured and imprisoned by the colonels, all of it with unwavering U.S. support. 1965, the CIA assists the Indonesian military in finally overthrowing Sukarno, precipitating a liquidation of communists which ultimately claims as many as 1 million lives. After a provoked and in large part fabricated engagement with North Vietnamese naval forces in the Gulf of Tonkin, President Lyndon Johnson orders the 1st Marine Maneuver Battalions into South Vietnam, setting off a chain of events that will cost the lives of an estimated 3.2 million Indochinese over the next decade. In Laos, a secret bombing campaign is begun which results in more than 2 million tons of explosives being dropped on that tiny country by 1973. In the Dominican Republic, 23,000 U.S. troops are used to put down a popular revolt meant to restore democratic governance. 1966, in Ghana, Pan-Africanist President Kwame Nkrumah is overthrown in a CIA-sponsored coup. An anti-communist dictatorship is then established with U.S. military and economic support. 1966–69, a series of naval confrontations result from the U.S. practice of illegally sending intelligence-gathering vessels into North Korean territorial waters. Finally, in 1968, the Koreans seize an American spy ship, the Pueblo, and intern her crew. War is narrowly averted. 1967, a combined CIA/Special Forces group in Bolivia, operating with an elite Bolivian Ranger unit trained in counterinsurgency techniques from 1964 onward by the Green Berets, destroy a guerrilla unit led by Escobedo Che Guevara, a hero of the Cuban Revolution. Guevara is wounded, captured, and summarily executed on October 8. Meanwhile, a military airlift is undertaken to assist U.S.-aligned factions in ongoing fighting in the Congo. 71. The USS Liberty, a spy ship monitoring Arab radio traffic in behalf of Israel during the latest of that country's many wars with its neighbors, is strafed by Israeli jets in the Mediterranean, resulting in the deaths of several sailors. The mysterious incident is never adequately explained. About 4,000 troops are sent to quell a rebellion in Detroit's inner city. Several thousand others are deployed in October, at the Pentagon, to maintain order during a massive protest of the war in Vietnam, about 100,000 participants, by most estimates. 1967–74, in a repeat of OMI operations during World War I, the Army Security Agency and other military intelligence units begin Operation Minaret, illegally surveilling the communications and activities of U.S. citizens expressing opposition to the Vietnam War. The program is terminated when its existence is disclosed in 1973. Meanwhile, also beginning in 1967, the CIA launches three equally illegal operations codenamed Chaos, Merrimack, and Resistance for the same purpose. These are not ended until 1974. 1968, more than 70,000 troops are deployed in April to quell nationwide civil unrest following the assassination of celebrated civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. 1969, in November, President Richard M. Nixon orders deployment of some 40,000 troops in Washington, D.C., to maintain order during a truly huge protest of the war in Vietnam, more than 500,000 participants, by most estimates. 1969–72, the CIA, with apparent DoD cooperation, undertakes a super-secret domestic operation to neutralize America's already acid-drenched counterculture of dissident white youth by rendering it psychologically dysfunctional. The means employed is a flood, not only of LSD, but also methamphetamine and a variety of the Army's chemical warfare substances, example STP, passed off in tablet form as recreational hallucinogens. Vast quantities of heroin, imported through military channels from Southeast Asia, are also released in the African American and Latino communities, as an expedient to undermining the then burgeoning Black/Brown liberation movement. Simultaneously, Nixon declares war on drugs and launches a campaign aimed at halting the flow of marijuana, a soft alternative to the other drugs smuggled across the U.S./Mexican border. 1969–1999, partly in response to instability in neighboring Chile, the Nixon administration enters into a 30-year compact to build nuclear reactors for the military regime in Argentina, considered the primary U.S. ally in South America's southern cone, with the result that the country attains nuclear weapons production capability by 1985. DoD support to the colonels continues unabated during a dirty war waged against the Argentine population throughout the 1980s. 72. 1970, a show of force is made to help convince the government of Jordan to accede to the territorial desires of Israel, which, despite the Liberty incident, has emerged as a primary U.S. ally in the Mideast. 1970–71, the CIA arms right-wing insurgents in Costa Rica in an effort to bring about the overthrow of liberal democratic government of José Figueres. 1970–72, on March 18, CIA and military intelligence consummate a coup against Prince Sihanouk while the neutralist Cambodian head of state is abroad. he is replaced by the US-aligned Colonel Lon Nol. The US shortly invades, in what President Nixon calls a preventive incursion, following up with a secret but extended saturation bombing campaign along the Cambodia-Vietnam border. 1971, US and South Vietnamese forces invade Laos in Operation Dui Canyon II. 1972–2002, the Nixon administration enters into a compact to build nuclear reactors for Taiwan. The arrangement is not scheduled to end until 2014, a matter providing the Taiwanese the capacity to produce their own nuclear weapons by 1979. An almost identical arrangement, ending in 2002, is effected with the same result with Brazil. Meanwhile, the DoD maintains major programs of conventional military assistance in both countries. 1973, a military airlift of advanced weaponry and other material is undertaken to bolster Israel in still another of its endless wars against its Arab neighbors. Counterinsurgency specialists from Ft. Bragg, North Carolina, are sent to assist the FBI and U.S. Marshals Service in putting down an uprising of the American Indian Movement at Wounded Knee, on the Pine Ridge Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. 1973–6, a group of CIA-supported military conspirators, headed by Colonel Augusto Pinochet, overthrows Chile's democratically elected Marxist president, Salvador Allende, himself killed during the bloody coup. U.S. military advisors then join agency personnel, assisting the Pinochet regime in consolidating its power, a process which results in the liquidation of several thousand Chilean liberals and leftists over the next 3 years. Spain later files genocide charges against Pinochet. 1973–86, despite ironclad evidence of its carcinogenic/mutagenic effects, and in the face of mounting evidence of these maladies among Vietnam combat veterans, the DoD steadfastly denies any link to their often massive wartime exposure to defoliants laced with dioxin, the most toxic substance ever created by man, such as Agent Orange. As with the earlier generation of atomic veterans, this policy of waiting for an army to die before acknowledging the obvious minimizes official liability for the fate of those who did their duty and served their country honorably. A similar pattern is evident with regard to Vietnam vets suffering from combat-induced post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. 73. 1973–2002, partly in response to the 1968 Pueblo incident, the Nixon administration enters a compact to build nuclear reactors for South Korea, giving its ally the capability of producing its own nuclear weapons by 1985. This sets off an arms race with North Korea, which appears to have attained a similar capability by the mid-90s, a matter presently being used by the Bush administration as a pretext for a possible war against the North Koreans. 1974, troops are landed on Cyprus to protect U.S. business assets and evacuate nationals during Greek/Turkish fighting on the island. Others are sent to Ethiopia for the same reason after the reactionary Emperor Haile Selassie, long the largest recipient of U.S. military aid in all of sub-Saharan Africa, is overthrown by a military council known as the Dergu. 1974–2002, as part of a gambit designed to keep the newly installed socialist regime of Portugal in NATO, the Nixon administration enters a compact to build nuclear reactors for Portugal. It does not expire until 2014, with the result that the Portuguese attain nuclear weapons production capability by 1984. Meanwhile, the DoD builds up and sustains a conventional military assistance program in Portugal. 1975, Marines are put ashore in Cambodia after the collapse of the Lon Nol regime, engaging in combat with Khmer Rouge troops. The CIA, in conjunction with the Shah of Iran and the Mossad, Israeli intelligence, launches a program to arm Kurdish guerrillas in northern Iraq. Later, when its interests change, the US abandons the Kurds to their fate. It is estimated that more than 50,000 are killed by Iraqi and Turkish counterinsurgency forces. 1975–78, the CIA intervenes in Zaire, formerly the Congo, to reinforce dictator Mobutu Sese Seko against secessionists. Moroccan troops are used as surrogates for Americans in Zaire. In exchange, the US provides equipment and other military support for Morocco's war against Polisario guerrillas at home. 1975-79, the CIA, using mercenaries, undertakes an increasingly substantial effort to bolster the regime of Anastasio Somoza, a US client, in Nicaragua. The dictator is finally overthrown by leftist Sandinista guerrillas, but at the cost of 60,000 lives. 1975-91, the CIA and a force of mercenaries undertake operations supporting PROU's turn faction seeking to seize power in recently decolonized Angola. Upwards of 60,000 people are killed in the fighting, which continues to flare up from time to time. 1976, troops are put ashore in Lebanon to secure key facilities and evacuate personnel during a civil war fomented in part by the Mossad. 1976-80, the CIA intervenes in Jamaica, subverting military and police officials into undermining and ultimately deposing the liberal left government of Michael Manley. 74. 1977, troops are sent briefly to Uganda in a show of force against the country's anti-Israeli dictator, Idi Amin. 1978-80, troops are sent to Iran to evacuate personnel as the US client regime there collapses. The deposed Shah, wanted for multitudinous crimes against his own people, is provided sanctuary in the US. Iranian revolutionaries therefore seize the American embassy in Tehran, holding its staff and marine security detachment for exchange purposes. Instead, the US unsuccessfully attempts to use Delta Force, a then newly created super-elite special forces unit, to free their hostages, who are finally released when the Shah dies. 1979-8, the CIA employs the veteran mercenary commander Mad Mike Hoare, who had worked for the agency in the Congo during the 1960s, to stage an unsuccessful coup attempt in the Seychelles Islands. The islands are desired as a site for an electronic intelligence gathering operation. 1979-9, CIA and Special Forces personnel undertake a counterinsurgency campaign in El Salvador which eventually costs the lives of well over 150,000 Salvadorans. 1989, CIA and Special Forces personnel provide increasingly extensive support to Mujahideen guerrillas fighting Soviet forces after their invasion of Afghanistan. Among those trained is Ramzi Youssef, the demolitions expert who later prepares the device used for the 1993 World Trade Center bombing in New York. 1981, Libyan aircraft, seeking to protect the country's claimed territorial waters in the Gulf of Sidra from incursion by U.S. naval vessels, are shot down. A military clash is narrowly averted in an incident concerning a Czech national attempting to defect to the U.S. at Panmunjom, in the Korean demilitarized zone. 198-191, an expanded program of military assistance is undertaken in Honduras. Its primary purpose is to establish the infrastructure necessary to support a secret and protracted campaign of low-intensity warfare against Nicaragua's leftist Sandinista government. The operation, which is prohibited by Congress, is funded in part by CIA-sponsored drug sales in the U.S., in part by the equally illegal sale of advanced military technology to Iran. The Sandinistas are eventually deposed at the cost of an estimated 85,000 lives, and a U.S. client regime installed. 1982, logistical support is provided to Britain in its war to maintain control over the Argentine Malvinas, Falkland Islands. 1982-84, Marines are put ashore in Lebanon to support an Israeli invasion and partial occupation of that country. The CIA uses the threat of major mercenary operations to coerce the government of Suriname into refusing Cuban aid, accepting increasing domination by the right-wing regime of neighboring Brazil instead. 75. 1982-96, troops are deployed as peacekeepers in the Sinai, mainly to ensure ongoing Israeli control over the Gaza Strip. 1983, Grenada is invaded and occupied by massive U.S. forces. A government acceptable to the U.S. is then installed. The Reagan administration orders a show of naval force and the transfer of sophisticated electronics technology to Saudi Arabia to support its anti-democratic government against popular sentiments. 1984-9, the CIA and Special Forces units undertake a prolonged counterinsurgency campaign to quell leftist guerrillas in the southern Philippines. The unsuccessful effort claims some 30,000 lives. 1985, Navy SEALs are deployed against members of the Abu Nidal terrorist organization who have seized the Italian liner Achille Lauro in the Mediterranean. 1986, U.S. aircraft bomb the Libyan cities of Tripoli and Benghazi, personally targeting Libya's anti-Western head of state, Muammar al-Qaddafi, and killing hundreds, including Qaddafi's adopted baby daughter. The attack is ostensibly made in retaliation for the bombing of a German discotheque in which 7 U.S. military personnel were killed. German and other European intelligence services had already concluded, however, that Libyan operatives were uninvolved in the disco bombing. Meanwhile, the Reagan administration repudiates jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, after the ICJ enters an opinion declaring U.S. military operations against Nicaragua to be in violation of international law. 1986–2002, Special Forces units are posted to several Latin American countries, notably Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru, to collaborate with the CIA, DIA and local military/police personnel in waging another war on drugs. In actuality, this is a cover for U.S. participation in combat operations aimed at various leftist guerrilla groups. In the U.S. itself, the Posse Comitatus Act is revised to allow military participation in drug interdiction operations, as well the training and equipping of special police units tasked with enforcing drug laws. Once trained and equipped, of course, such units can be assigned whatever other tasks local authorities might from time to time find convenient. 1987, a Delta Force sniper team is deployed to help quell a revolt by Cuban detainees held in the Atlanta Federal Prison. 1987–88, naval forces are posted in the Persian Gulf during a war between Iraq, at the time a U.S. client state, and Iran. An unarmed and clearly identified Iranian airliner is shot down by the USS Vincennes, killing 290. The captain of the Vincennes is subsequently decorated for his bravery during the incident, a matter thought to have provoked the Iranians to retaliate by planting the bomb on Pan Am Flight 103, which detonated over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing all aboard that civilian airliner. An alternative scenario is that the Libyans destroyed Flight 103 in retaliation for the 1986 U.S. airstrikes on Tripoli and Benghazi. 76. 1989, Libyan aircraft are again shot down while attempting to defend the Gulf of Sidra against U.S. naval incursion. Meanwhile, additional U.S. troops are dispatched to the Philippines to prevent a coup there. 1989–90, massive forces are deployed in what is dubbed Operation Just Cause to invade, occupy, install a regime preferred by the U.S. in Panama. Nominal Panamanian head of state Manuel Noriega, a former CIA asset, is arrested for violating U.S. drug laws and taken to Miami to stand trial. He is presently serving a life sentence in federal prison. Although the DOD and the media proclaim the affair essentially bloodless, hundreds of Panamanians are killed. 1990, troops are sent to Liberia in an operation dubbed Sharp Edge to protect business assets and evacuate U.S. nationals during a civil war. 1991–94, troops are sent to Somalia to restore order, i.e., to protect U.S. interests in the strategic Horn of Africa during a period of civil war. Unsuccessful, they withdraw. A smaller group of peacekeepers, actually, elite Ranger and Delta Force units, are then inserted to eliminate warlords unfriendly to the U.S. This gambit results in the Black Hawk Down bloodbath, in which a handful of U.S. soldiers and several thousand Somalis are killed. 1991–2002, under the pretext of rolling back naked aggression manifested by Iraq's occupation of Kuwait, an American client state, the U.S. assembles a military coalition to secure the economically/strategically crucial Persian Gulf region. In what is dubbed Operation Desert Storm, Iraq's military and civilian infrastructures alike are obliterated by sustained aerial bombardment. About 250,000 Iraqis, at least a third of them non-combatants, are killed in the process. Thereafter, the U.S. conducts regular air strikes throughout the country, continuously degrading efforts to rebuild. Simultaneously, economic warfare is waged against Iraq, with the U.S. enforcing an embargo resulting in the deaths of an additional million people, half of them children under 12 years of age, a toll described by various U.S. officials as worth the price, if it means that those who hate freedom will come to accept the advent of a new world order in which what we say, goes. UN High Commissioner Dennis Halliday publicly terms this a policy of deliberate genocide. 1992, President George Bush sends troops to help put down a rebellion in Los Angeles sparked by an all-white jury's not guilty verdicts, ending the trial of police officers videotaped beating black motorist Rodney King. Delta Force specialists are secretly sent to advise and provide other, unspecified, services to the FBI during an armed standoff with white separatist Randy Weaver at Ruby Ridge, Idaho. Weaver's wife and son are killed. 1992-99, another peacekeeping force is sent to the former Yugoslavia in an effort to ensure that the governments emerging within this strategic locale adopt postures acceptable to the U.S. 77. 1992-2002, in a replay of the earlier atomic veterans and Agent Orange controversies, the DoD, despite clear evidence to the contrary, denies any connection between the military's massive use of depleted uranium ammunition against Iraqi armored formations and a mysterious Gulf War syndrome evident among large numbers of combat veterans. 1993, Delta Force sniper teams and reconnaissance specialists are secretly assigned to assist the FBI in its protracted siege of the Branch Davidian compound, near Waco, Texas. As at Wounded Knee in 1973, this violation of the Aussie Comitatus Act is compounded by the Army's provision of weapons, equipment, and sophisticated munitions to civilian law enforcement personnel. Ultimately, 76 people, including 23 children, are massacred. Subsequent litigation reveals the existence of a highly classified Praetor protocol under which it is presumed that the President holds authority to, secretly, waive posse comitatus constraints at his/her discretion, being thus self-empowered to employ military force against the domestic populace whenever, wherever, and for whatever purpose he decides. 1993-6, troops are sent to Haiti to pave the way for a U.S.-supported government. They are then reinforced to maintain order and teach Haitians about democracy. 1994, a show of force is mustered to intimidate North Korea into abandoning policies of nuclear development which might underpin weapons production. The U.S. took no such action to deter either Israel or South Africa from earlier doing the same thing. A tense confrontation occurs when the Koreans shoot down an American helicopter which has penetrated their airspace. Meanwhile, troops are sent to Rwanda to evacuate U.S. nationals during a civil war. No attempt is made to interfere with the blatant genocide occurring there at the time. 1995-2002, troops are deployed along the U.S./Mexican border to fulfill functions assigned the Civilian Immigration and Naturalization Service. The ongoing operation, dubbed Gatekeeper, is yet another violation of the by now routinely ignored Posse Comitatus Act. 1996, Operation Assured Response is conducted in oil-rich/corporate-friendly Liberia to impress local dissidents with the idea that the U.S. is prepared to react quite forcefully in the event things get out of hand during ongoing civil unrest. 1997, U.S. air power is used to destroy the only pharmaceutical manufacturing facility in the Sudan, purportedly because it is being used to produce explosives employed by the Al-Qaeda terrorist network to attack American embassies and other such installations abroad. The U.S. then attempts to quash a UN investigation that reveals the plant had been used for no such purpose. No apology, much less reparation, has ever been offered the Sudanese. 78. 1998-2002, the Joint Chiefs of Staff demonstrate the extent to which they believe their doctrine and the consequent methods employed by their troops conform to legality by recommending that the U.S. refuse jurisdiction of the newly created International Criminal Court modeled on the Nuremberg precedent until the international community agrees to guarantee, in the immortal words of Senator Jesse Helms, that no American serviceman or woman will ever be brought before it. 1999, President Bill Clinton relies on the Praetor Protocol to bring in Delta Force personnel to provide advice and backup to local police during demonstrations protesting a meeting of the World Trade Organization in Seattle. 1999-2001, U.S. naval and air units are deployed, ostensibly to force Yugoslavia's Milosevic regime to halt a campaign of genocide against ethnic Albanians in Kosovo, a province within the Yugoslavian domain. Belgrade is heavily bombed and the Chinese embassy located there destroyed in the process. In the aftermath and in stark contrast to the slaughters in Rwanda, 1994, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, 1991-96, where the U.S. stood by and watched, or East Timor, 1975-1999, where the U.S. functioned as a de facto sponsor, no evidence of genocide against the Albanians is produced. To all appearances, the assault was intended to bring about the old-line communist Milosevic's replacement by a U.S.-preferred head-off state. Ironically, the deposed president is currently and rightly standing trial before the Hague Tribunal on charges of genocide stemming not from his policies in Kosovo, but Bosnia-Herzegovina. 2001-2003, on September 11, 2001, the Al-Qaeda network, citing among other things the ongoing U.S. policy of genocide towards Iraq as its reason, employs three 300,000-pound cruise missiles to degrade the U.S. military's command and control infrastructure in Washington, D.C., as well as its economic counterpart at the World Trade Center in New York. Collateral damage among civilians is about 1/30th as great as that inflicted by the military upon Iraq alone over the past decade. Predictably, the administration of President George W. Bush seizes the opportunity to launch a war on terror, not against Al-Qaeda. All assertions to the contrary notwithstanding, there is no indication it has suffered appreciably as a result, but instead against the Islamicist Taliban regime in Afghanistan, an entity guilty of interfering with U.S. corporate ambitions to exploit lucrative oil fields in Central Asia. Some 4,700 Afghanis are killed in the blitzkrieg dubbed Operation Infinite Justice, which culminates in installation of a democratic government handpicked by the U.S. Substantial U.S. forces are then committed to an ongoing military occupation. This one is called Operation Enduring Freedom and described as a nation-building exercise ensuring that the new puppet government remains in place. 2002-03, Special Forces troops are sent to the southern Philippines to destroy the allegedly Al-Qaeda-linked Abu Sayyaf guerrilla group, itself believed by many Filipino dissidents to be a CIA front. Others are sent to stabilize Chechnya and the Republic of Georgia. President Bush makes a 79 speech designating three mutually hostile countries, Iraq, Iran, and North Korea, an axis of evil which comprises the top priority for U.S. attack in the war on terror. Sudan, Libya, Somalia, and Syria are also mentioned by DOD officials as possible secondary targets, while the quasi-official RAND Corporation recommends occupation of Saudi oil fields. Preparations for an invasion of Iraq are begun. Meanwhile, selected Taliban and Al-Qaeda fighters, captured during the war in Afghanistan, are drugged, brought by aircraft to a prison camp at Guantanamo Bay, and housed in open cages. In response to international criticism, the U.S. takes an extraordinarily confused position, arguing that the captives are both prisoners of war, and thus not subject to the protection of U.S. domestic law, and illegal combatants who are outside protection of the Geneva Convention. In effect, the prisoners are said to occupy a status in which no rule of law applies, their treatment therefore becoming a matter of U.S. discretion. Variations of the same convoluted and entirely illegal logic is increasingly applied not only to foreign nationals residing in the U.S., but to citizens as well. 2003, claiming that it is imperative to do so because the country is maintaining illegal stockpiles of chemical and biological weapons, that it is in the process of developing nuclear weapons, the U.S. launches a massive air campaign against and then invades Iraq on March 19. Although the conquest is swift, and relatively bloodless, the U.S. is unable to demonstrate that Iraq was possessed any of the allegedly offending weaponry. The campaign nonetheless puts the U.S. in control of the country's vast oil reserves, and in a position to dictate a new economic, political, and military order for the Middle East. Alternatives. In light of the above, Americans are clearly faced with a choice. On the one hand, they can continue in their collective pretense that the opposite of everything is true, 28 prattling on about innocent Americans being the most peaceful people on earth while endorsing the continuous U.S. dispensation of death, destruction, and domination in every quarter of the globe. On the other, they must at last commence the process of facing up both to the realities of their national history and to the responsibilities that history has bequeathed. In effect, Americans will either become active parts of the solution to what they and their country have wrought, or they will remain equally active parts of the problem. There is no third option. Imagining the contrary, that certain complexities create unique circumstances in the U.S., circumstances that preclude doing what would be obviously necessary and appropriate in any other context, out there in the third world, for instance, 29 is simply to embrace an especially insidious variant of American exceptionalism, remaining part of the problem rather than acting as part of the solution while pretending that the opposite of that, too, is true. 30. 80. There is no place for either spectators or bystanders at a Holocaust. Here, the mere bearing of moral witness is irrelevant or worse, as is the expression of opposition through modes deemed acceptable by the perpetrating entity. 31 Only the undertaking of whatever course of action proves necessary to actually halt the genocidal process, action that can by definition be sanctioned by neither the perpetrators nor those complicit in the perpetration by virtue of their acquiescence or the principled ineffectuality of their opposition to it, is acceptable in any defensible moral schema. No, the Jews who in 1944 overpowered and killed a few of the SS men at Auschwitz had not in the process become just as bad as their Nazi exterminators. 32 The only relevant question is thus which among a range of possible courses of action is most likely to obtain the desired outcome, not whether undertaking it will allow those who do so to remain comfortable, much less pure, in some idealized sense. Admittedly, even this singular query can be indeed, has been used as a means by which to block action through endlessly digressive speculation. 33 Fortunately, things are not really so nebulous or subjective as those whose oppositional politics amount more to a fashion statement than substance would have it. History does offer a lens, embodied in Germany's experience during the Third Reich, of what is required to nullify the genocidally militaristic posture of a major state. This did not, and could not, come about through a reform, no matter how fundamental, of the perpetrating entity. Rather, the desired result was obtained, as it had to be, through outright destruction of the state apparatus itself. 34 True, in the case of Nazi Germany, it was necessary that this be accomplished by a saturation bombing campaign followed by a massive invasion and occupation of the country by other countries, a procedure that left not only Germany but most of Europe devastated and some 40 million people dead. As was noted even at the time, however, both the fact and the nature of the cataclysm resulted primarily from a default on the part of the German people themselves to shoulder the burden of abolishing the Nazi regime. 35 Such an undertaking would not have been painless for the Germans, of course. On the contrary, given the inherently brutal nature of Nazism, any effective effort to repeal it would necessarily have been quite violent. But, and this is really the point, the level of violence involved, and the consequent degree of pain suffered by the Germans, not to mention everybody else, would have been far less had they simply done what was so obviously necessary in the first place. 36 That the Germans did not rise to the occasion, saving themselves and others untold misery, was the result neither of apathy nor of cowardice. Rather, their collective failure to meet even the most rudimentary of their obligations to humanity accrued from the fact that they, afflicted with their own Teutonic version of America's triumphant 8-1 exceptionalism, overwhelmingly applauded Nazism's imposition of a new order both at home and abroad, turning at best a blind eye to its flaws until Germany began to incur its first significant defeats during the winter of 1941-42. For most Germans, the turning point in morale did not really set in until the disaster at Stalingrad a year afterwards, and for many later still. 37 Thereafter, they were reduced first to fighting with increasing desperation to stave off a collective punishment. They knew full well the lethal arrogance of their own behavior had earned them, then by and large in a striking parallel to Americans' perpetually sweeping assertions of national innocence to denying that the punishment was warranted. 38 Those today who are serious in seeking to come to grips with U.S. militarism would do well to heed the lessons provided by the experience of their German predecessors. Leashing the North American Reich will not be attained through petition campaigns, candlelit vigils, marches, rallies, mass demonstrations, or any other such state-sanctioned method of swaying policy formation/implementation. It will not be attained through electoral efforts to throw the bums out of office or in support of the lesser of two evils, the result of which is always and by definition an endorsement of evil, by litigation in judicial fora integral to the offending entity, or by lobbying for the enactment of new laws. Still less will it come through the writing of better books, poems, and movie scripts, taking the right drugs, alterations in diet and hairstyles, fetishizing the significance of gender parity, establishing alternative radio stations, ridding society of ashtrays or riding bicycles rather than driving cars. With all due respect to Pete Townsend, music is not the revolution. 39. If any or all of these lines of action combined were in the least threatening to the stability of the status quo, they'd simply be declared illegal on their face, or, as has often happened, militarily repressed long before they reach the point of inflicting discernible damage. 40 Each, or at least most, of these approaches yield a discernible utility, but only when their functional limits are properly understood. Petition drives and electoral campaigns, litigation, and mass protests are of value only to the extent that their organizers consciously employ them as vehicles upon which to demonstrate the impossibility of achieving meaningful change through such means. 41 In the sense, and this sense only, involvement in state-sanctioned modes of political activity can be useful, not as solutions or ends in themselves, but as tactical expedients necessary to developing the critical mass necessary to eradicate the U.S. The objective, attainable if approached correctly, which means, first and foremost, framing issues clearly, is to facilitate a popular reappraisal of the American character, engendering thereby a generalized assessment moving ever closer to a genuine apprehension of reality. Concomitantly, a revision in the self-concept held by individuals, most pronouncedly among those situated within communities of color. 82. And elsewhere along the lower third of the socio-economic spectrum, stands to be set in motion. 42 This, in turn, will all but inevitably precipitate a profound reconceptualization of what must be done if things are to be set right in the U.S., as well as the obligation of average Americans to do it. A dynamic duality is thus unleashed, signaled in the first instance by a mounting refusal to serve in the military and other enforcement mechanisms by which the present order is sustained. 43 In the second by a growing willingness to confront and defeat these steadily weakening institutions on their own terms, ultimately overpowering and discarding them. There was a time, barely 3 decades past, when such a scenario came near to fruition. In the moment, however, many of those best positioned to carry America's coming apart through to its culmination blinked at the prospect. 44 Shying away from the very real personal jeopardy entailed in their station, abruptly abandoning applied politics for the privileged sanctuary of academia, a few trading the currency of their repentant radicalism for elected office within the very system they'd built their reputations opposing, others opting for the subterfuge of embracing a revolutionary catechism so rigid as to preclude revolution altogether. 45 Thus, on the shoals of internal contradiction and failed nerve, the almost revolution of the early 70s quickly faded. 46 The task at hand is to recapture the energy, imagination of that period, adding to it a broad-based and unequivocal acceptance of the proposition that the dissolution of state power here can be no more nonviolent here than it would have been in fact, was in Nazi Germany. And that pretending otherwise simply increases the overall level of violence involved in the process. Can this happen? Of course it can. Whether it will, however, is an entirely different matter. One thing is nonetheless certain, there is absolutely no basis moral, ethical, or otherwise upon which to expect those bearing the hyper-lethal brunt of U.S. aggression abroad to continue to die in their millions, politely and perpetually out of sight and mind, while Americans dither over the questions of whether fundamental change is really necessary or realistic, and, if so, how it might be accomplished in manner entailing no inconvenience much less sacrifice to themselves. If good Americans will not finally undertake the steps necessary to euthanize the genocidal instrumentalities of U.S. power projection, those on the receiving end will henceforth increasingly assign themselves the job, using any and all means available to accomplish it. That they wield a right to do so is a fact made incontrovertible by the magnitude and duration of the suffering inflicted upon them, not just by U.S. governmental/military/corporate elites but by the unending ranks of average Iowa farm boys who have so willingly pulled the triggers, launched the missiles and dropped the cluster bombs, or performed the technical functions necessary to converting the systematic starvation of brown-skinned children into the finance capital and lush stock DV83 dens of the U.S. economy. Should it prove necessary that the right of the victims be translated into a program best framed as 3, many 9-1 is, good Americans, all whining pretenses to wounded innocence notwithstanding, will be entitled to no more complaint than were their good German counterparts before them. U.S. obstructions, subversions, violations, and refusals of international legality since World War II. The government of the United States has been emphatically termed a government of laws, and no T of men. It will certainly cease to deserve this high appellation, if the laws furnish no remedy for the violation of a vested legal right. Chief Justice John Marshall Marbury v. Madison, 1803, sanctimony is one of the more repulsive attitudes. In league with such attendant character defects as smugness, duplicity, hypocrisy, and that steadfast denial of uncomfortable or inconvenient information usually referred to as ignorance, it forms a squalid composite denning what might, for lack of a better term, be called the American point of view. Taken as a whole, the outlook constitutes nothing so much as a collective and intractable mental disorder, a netherworld of self-absorbed fantasy in which, as with those suffering the effects of alcoholism and kindred maladies, the opposite of everything is true. 1. Unlike alcoholics, however, no matter how much pain individual drunks may prove capable of causing their families, friends, and communities, those afflicted with the mass psychosis of Americanism too are uniquely positioned both to attempt the reshaping of reality itself in conformity with the demands of their dementia, and to employ genuinely genocidal modes of force against all who might seek to prevent their having their way in the matter. 3. In this sense, the lunatics really have assumed a kind of tentative control over the planetary asylum. Apart from the bizarre fable that Americans, who've wrought a country that has after more than 2 centuries yet to evidence a single year during which it was not making war upon someone, somewhere, for some reason, comprise the most peace-loving of peoples, see the chronology bearing that title in this volume, the inversions of reality embedded at the very core of America's delusional self-concept comprise a cluster of 4 interlocking myths. 1. The U.S. was the first democracy since that of the Athenian Greeks, and remains the world's foremost exemplar of democratic values. 4. 2. Given its standing as the world's leading democracy, the U.S. presents the benchmark realization of human freedom. 5. 3. Both of these things are true, and will forever remain so, because, as Chief Supreme Court Justice John Marshall put it as early as 1803, the government of the United States 86. 87. Is, a government of laws, not of men. 6.4, so integral is this last feature in configuring America's socio-political existence that, as Justice Henry Brown observed nearly 100 years after Marshall, even in situations where the law is silent, failing to address particular sets of circumstances at given moments, certain principles of natural justice inherent to the Anglo-Saxon character ensure that the U.S. can inevitably be counted upon to do right, without recourse to the need for constitutions and statutes. 7. In America, then, law is presumed uniquely so, Justice Brown's formulation having served merely to epitomize his country's time-honored and hubristic belief in its own exceptionality ate always to prevail, despite the fact that law, as such, may be conspicuous solely on the basis of its absence, either figurative or literal. Put another way, this is to assert that, whenever America's government of laws does or says something, whatever has been said or done must by virtue of its source be considered legal. To rephrase the proposition yet again, it is contended that the U.S., or, more accurately, the state corporate amalgam that has long since come to preside over it is, in and of itself, the law. Thus, far from exhibiting the lofty ideals to which John Marshall pretended in its behalf, we find that the American system ultimately displays itself as something far more nearly resembling what was once described by German scholar Ernst Frankl, while trying to explain the structure of Nazi governance to those unfamiliar with or confused by it, as a prerogative state 10. By this, he meant any system consisting at base of a politico-judicial arrangement in which the men who rule, whether personally or institutionally, employ illusions of legality as a means by which to impose their will upon the populace in a relatively unfettered manner. 11. The extent to which Frankel's description is applicable to the U.S. may in some ways be readily discerned in the country's classic wedding of the terms law and order, forging a union so complete that the pair have become fused as a single four-syllable word in popular parlance, one half virtually inconceivable without the other. 12. From there, it is but a short step to perceiving order not just as synonymous with law as though the two were incapable of conflicting but as its most tangible manifestation. A shorter step still takes us to the point where order is seen as being all-important, law as naught but a contrivance through which it is achieved, maintained, and perfected. 13. Conceptions of law as being codified in accordance with fundamentally humanitarian principles and order constructed only in conformity with legal requirements/constraints are thereby completely reversed. 14. At that juncture, to paraphrase Antonio Denebridge's 15th-century pronouncement on the relationship of language to empire, law becomes the perfect instrument of subjugation. 15. The medium for transmission of what has more recently been referred to as an unjust legality. 16. 88. This, for obvious reasons, can never be admitted, either by the lawmakers who harness their product to the service of order, or by the much broader but mostly privileged and affluent sector of the public embracing their efforts. Hence, the promulgation of each new statute regulating the activities and behaviors of the population as a whole is attended by an explanation usually devolving upon outright disinformation and often advanced through a wholesale media blitz of why it is in the best interests even of those most adversely affected, public health and safety, as well national security, are mainstays in this regard. 17. The same dynamic is apparent whether the point of reference is the sweeping curtailments of constitutional rights/civil liberties contained in measures such as the 1996 Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act and the 2001 USA Patriot Act 18 or, far more ubiquitously and thus insidiously, the rapidly proliferating pile of socially repressive/regimenting legislation involving everything from smoking 19 to homelessness 20 to pedestrian control 21. And, to be sure, augmentation of the mechanisms of enforcement available to the state, a description applying not only to the burgeoning U.S. police/penal apparatus 22 but to a rampant expansion in the range and severity of fines, fees and penalties attaching to all manner of petty offenses 23 proceeds apace. As things stand, persons residing in the U.S. are subject to a greater proliferation of rules affecting a far broader range of their day-to-day activities than any people in the world. 24. To the degree that freedom may, as it must, be socially defined as the latitude of personal autonomy retained by individuals or, again to put it another way, by the relative absence of an overarching authority regulating/regimenting the minutiae of each person's daily existence, U.S. citizens now enjoy the least freedom of any people. 25. In the land of the free, one is free to do exactly what one is told in virtually everything one does, every waking moment. 26. And, for the most part, every sleeping moment as well. 27. Of every single day. Either that, or continuously run the risk of suffering the consequences assigned by the state to any and all deviations, no matter how seemingly slight or insignificant. The situation is one which has, of course, been witnessed before, conforming as it does in all too many respects to that prevailing in Germany during the 1930s. 28. On the matter of legal equity. Unlike Nazi jurisprudence, that of the US has always laid explicit claim to redemption through an ironclad constitutional embrace of a principle of consistency articulated as equal justice before the law. 29. Realization of this lofty standard has from the outset been decidedly incomplete, however, and hotly contested by many of those in power, i.e., subject to deliberate and systematic subversion by those responsible for enforcing it. At the beginning, although it was generally agreed that the appearance of legal equity must preclude establishment of a 89. Formal aristocracy within the U.S. 30, the idea that the poor and unpropertied might hold the same legal rights as their rich and propertied counterparts was and remains a highly controversial proposition. 31 That anything resembling equal rights might be vested in Euro-American women, or non-white persons of either sex, was, and, especially with regard to the latter, continues to be denied outright. The history is sordid. In 1856, for example, Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, writing for the Supreme Court, opined that a black man possessed no rights which the white man was bound to respect. 32. It was not until 1879 that a federal court finally conceded that an American Indian might be considered a person for purposes of law. 33 Beginning in 1889, with the Chinese exclusion case, the Supreme Court held that East Asian immigrants were not vested with the same rights as persons emigrating to the U.S. from Europe. 34 The same logic was still being applied by the federal judiciary a century later, with regard to Haitians, Salvadorans, and others. 35 Women, irrespective of race, were not only not accorded suffrage in the U.S. until 1920, and were, at least when married, formally disallowed under the common law of coverture and other such devices from managing businesses and owning most forms of property until very nearly as late. 36 When viewed against the backdrop of Jim Crow legislation and the like. 37 The famous guarantee of separate but equal protection extended by the U.S. High Court to African Americans and other outgroups in Plessy v. Ferguson stands revealed both for what it was, and for what to all intents and purposes it continues to be. 38 The routine imposition of disparate sentences for conviction of similar offenses is one sure signifier of legal inequality. A notorious example is that of George Jackson, an 18-year-old black youth sentenced in 1960 to a life term in prison after pleading guilty to acting as the getaway driver in a $70 gas station stick-up. Considerable evidence indicated that he was merely waiting in the car, unaware that a robbery was occurring. 39 Jackson's fate must be contrasted to that of corporate raider Michael Milken, a white man sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in 1990. He actually served far less after he pled guilty to having engaged in massive stock fraud involving the theft of several $1 billion. The evidence indicates that Milken was guilty of far more than he admitted. 40 Such inequities are standard. A 1997 study concluded that in Massachusetts an Afro-American convicted of a drug-related offense was 39 times, and a Latino 81 times, more likely to be sentenced to prison than a Euro-American found guilty of the same charge, an incongruity prevailing, albeit to varying extents, in all U.S. jurisdictions. 41 In the same vein, a person convicted of murdering a Euro-American is, overall, 4.3 times as likely to be sentenced to death as a person convicted of murdering an Afro-American. In some states, Georgia, for instance, the ratio exceeds 10:1, 42, while the rate at which capital pun 90 punishment is meted out to blacks who murder whites is some 40 times that of whites who murder blacks. 43 Small wonder, all things considered, that peoples of color in the U.S. are incarcerated at several times the rate experienced by the mainstream, the official euphemism for white population. With the number of Afro-American men imprisoned for drug offenses alone increasing by 707% between 1985 and 1995, the number of black women imprisoned for the same reason rose by an even more astonishing 828% during the same period. 4. Black males aged 18 to 25 in the U.S. now face a 1 in 3 probability of imprisonment, more than double the prospect confronted by their South African counterparts under apartheid. 45 Latinos and American Indians are also sentenced to prison at rates approximately 4 times that of whites. 46 In the U.S., which currently imprisons a greater proportion of its population than any country except Russia. 47 Non-whites are extravagantly overrepresented. 48 Meaning that whites are just as extravagantly underrepresented, given that they demonstrably perpetrate crimes at rates as great or greater than persons of color. 49 And all but a tiny fraction of white prisoners come from the lower socioeconomic brackets. 50 Another question, inherently necessary in a system purporting to treat corporations and the state itself as entities imbued with the rights of persons under the law. 51 Is whether such institutions, or those serving as executors and functionaries within them, are held to the same standards of legal accountability as everyone else. Some sense of the answer was undoubtedly gleaned from comparing the wildly disparate punishments meted out to George Jackson and Michael Milken. The accuracy of this perception is rapidly borne out by even the most cursory examination of the record, replete as it is with such examples as Yvonne Boesky 52, Charles Keating 53 and Warren Anderson 54, to name but 3 more of the worst white-collar offenders to be effectively let off the hook during the 1980s and 90s. And, to be sure, an all but identical process is currently underway with regard to the executives and board members of Enron, WorldCom, Quest, Arthur Andersen, Freddie Mac, and other major corporations whose fraudulent accounting practices have resulted in artificially inflated stock prices / immense personal profits derived from the resultantly catastrophic losses absorbed by the general public. 55 The story is as old as that of the U.S. itself, and surely as much a matter of organized crime. In this case all but unpenalized as anything undertaken by Al Capone, John Gotti, the Crips and Bloods, or the much reviled cabal of Colombian drug lords. 56. If it may be said that the U.S. corporate elite has to purposes been immunized against the ostensible legal consequences of its criminal comportment, the same is even more true with respect to those engaged in the activities of state. In terms of corruption, this was plainly so with the Yazoo land swindle during the earliest days of the Republic. 57 The various influence peddling schemes besetting the Grant 91 administration during the 1870s. 58 The Harding administration's Teapot Dome scandal during the early 1920s. 59 Richard Nixon's involvements with Bebe Rebozo and others a half-century later. 60 And much more. 61 One of the more glaring denominators common to all such examples is that, with painfully few exceptions, the offenders went unprosecuted, and, in those rare instances where a penalty was imposed, it has tended to be far more of the token than the genuinely punitive, much less exemplary. Variety. 62 By and large, the worst a U.S. official has ever had to fear, should he prove inept enough to be caught violating the public trust for purposes of personal gain, has been to suffer the humiliation of exposure in the press and consequent removal from his/her place at the trough. Typically, those thus deposed have been allowed to retain some part and in many instances all of what they've stolen, and, their moral/ethical qualifications for such jobs abundantly demonstrated during their stints in public service, are quickly ushered into lucrative positions in the private corporate sector. 63 The same applies to officials guilty of crimes committed out of political rather than pecuniary motives. Witness the figurative slaps on the wrist dispensed to H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and other ranking members of the Nixon administration involved in the Watergate conspiracy during the early 1970s. 64 And the veritable replay acted out with regard to John Poindexter, Oliver North and other Reaganites convicted as a result of the Iran-Contra affair a decade later. 65 Witness as well the fact that in 1975, a Senate investigating committee documented how the FBI had for 15 years conducted a secret operation codenamed COINTELPRO, designed to neutralize individuals and organizations the Bureau considered to be politically objectionable. 66 Although the senators correctly concluded that COINTELPRO was by definition illegal, and filled their multi-volume final report to the overflowing with illustrations of criminal activities by Bureau personnel running the gamut from false arrests and imprisonments to complicity in murder, not a single FBI agent or official ever spent a minute behind bars as a result. 67 An identical outcome pertains To congressional findings. Revealed in 1997, that the vaunted FBI crime lab has long been systematically tailoring and in many cases fabricating the physical evidence used in court to convince juries to convict and imprison thousands of quite possibly innocent people. 68 The FBI is by no means unique in this regard. Perjury by police witnesses in every judicial venue from traffic court to capital murder trials is as endemic as it is unpunished. 69 While the number of cops doing time as a result of their ubiquitous dispensation of that form of curbside punishment known as police brutality is truly laughable. 70 Police officers, as Amadou Diallo could readily testify, don't go to prison in the US, even when it's conceded that they fired a barrage of bullets at very close range into the body of an unarmed man whose only offense, aside from being black, was to have responded to their demand that he pro. 92. Duce ID by reaching for his wallet. 71 The number of corroborating witnesses on this point, all of them with the sort of first-hand experience suffered by Diallo, might easily run into the thousands. 72 Similarly, although the record of U.S. war crimes is staggering, not least in official renderings. 73 No American military officer of field grade or above has ever served time in prison as a result. 74 Meanwhile, the handful of junior officers and enlisted men who've been convicted of such offenses over the years have, like the infamous Lt. William Calley, under whose immediate command the 1968 My Lai massacre was perpetrated, typically enjoyed reduction or outright commutation of their already paltry sentences. 75 Clearly, the notion that the U.S. system produces anything resembling equal justice before the law is at best a grim farce. So too, then, the idea that this government of laws embodies the principles of freedom and democracy, representative or otherwise. Instead, the U.S., all pretensions to the contrary notwithstanding, and no matter how long and carefully these may have been cultivated, remains what it's always been, a plutocracy, a political construction, that is, wherein the wealthy rule marked by distinctly racist and sexist overtones. 76 It follows that, as in any such configuration, U.S. domestic law serves primarily to rationalize inherent disequilibria of power and privilege, creating the illusion rather than the equality of justice. 77 And that, in turn, is just another way of saying that legal codification in the U.S. takes as its objective the preservation and perfection of a structure of injustice. All the world a stage. It is, of course, one thing for a government to employ law to such purposes within the framework of its own jurisdiction, quite another for it to seek to impose the arrangement on other countries. Thus, it is noteworthy that, insofar as it has lately undertaken to ensure that promulgation of international legality will henceforth conform to the doctrines of its own domestic law that have been so laboriously crafted over the past 2 centuries, 78 It is the latter trajectory that the U.S. is presently and increasingly pursuing. Actually, the trend is more than a half-century old, commencing in earnest during World War II with U.S. initiatives to lay the groundwork for a permanent international body composed of its allies to serve both as a primary diplomatic forum in the post-war context and, more importantly, to anchor the new planetary order in a progressive development and codification of international law. 79. Unequivocally, the U.S. took the helm in founding the entity that became known as the United Nations, arranging for it to be chartered in San Francisco on June 26, 1945.80 The concept underpinning the UN was far from new, certainly, a precursor, the League of Nations, having existed from 1919 to 1939. Significantly, however, although President Woodrow Wilson had been a catalyst in the League's creation 81 the U.S. had never deigned to join, a 93. Matter that all but guaranteed its ineffectually. 82 More significantly still, the U.S. embarked upon establishment of the UN at a moment when it was not only decisively victorious in a war of global proportions, but genuinely ascendant in both military and economic terms. Its monopoly on nuclear weapons, moreover, combined with the fact that it alone of the pre-war major powers had escaped devastation of its industrial base during the fighting, seemed to guarantee that the decisiveness of its advantages could be sustained against all potential rivals over the foreseeable future. 83 All that remained was to create a medium through which to cast an aura of legitimacy over the reality of U.S. world dominance, and to regularize activities among the various components of the resulting empire. The project proceeded along several tracks. Even as the initial UN meetings were convened to begin the process of codifying the elements of international customary law that would serve, it was said, to outlaw war as a means of resolving disputes between nations. 84 A series of show trials were launched in Nuremberg and Tokyo to set the precedent for what would happen to anyone, heads of state included, who deviated. 85 Slightly earlier, a meeting had been conducted at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, between U.S. representatives and those of several countries closely aligned with it. The result was establishment of several institutions, notably the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, as well as a general agreement on trade and tariffs, GATT, used as the cornerstone for creating the World Trade Organization in the mid-90s, designed, when taken together, to coordinate regiment the global economy. 86 Rounding out the package was the lodging of a law enforcement mechanism called the Security Council within the UN itself. The U.S. organizational blueprint for the UN, among other things, included special privileges for itself and its powerful allies. Specifically, this meant permanent seats on the Security Council control over all vital issues of international peace and security, and, of enormous tactical significance, a veto over any proposed council action by any of the 5 permanent members. It was the viewpoint of the U.S. and its World War II allies that they alone would determine the nature of the post-war peace. In other words, a deliberate decision was taken to establish a collective security system which could not be applied to the permanent members themselves. There was no illusion that smaller countries, let alone nations still colonized by the great powers, would have an equal voice. 87 Given the degree of material primacy wielded by the U.S., it could be expected that the Big Five Security Council members would largely to defer to its wishes, a matter effectively vesting the legitimate use of force in international affairs exclusively in the U.S. and/or its surrogates. 88 Better yet, since all UN member states were committed by the body's charter not only to support but contribute to such actions as 94. The Security Council (US) might decide, the list of U.S. surrogates could in a tangible sense be taken to include every country in the world other than such rogue states as might comprise the target, of America's ire at any given moment. 89 For a member state to refuse to go along would, in this framing, itself constitute an illegality warranting the offending country's subjection to, if not corrective action in a military form, then at least the ravages of collective trade sanctions and the like. 90 A handier vehicle for extending the reach of U.S. plutocrats to universal dimensions than that envisioned by the UN's American founders is difficult to imagine. Fortunately, consolidation of the intended U.S. position as an unchallenged and virtually unchallengeable planetary hegemon was shortly blocked by 2 momentous events. First, on September 23, 1949, the Soviet Union test-detonated a nuclear weapon of its own, thus, while establishing a rough military parity with the U.S., creating a potent political counterbalance in the Security Council, and in world affairs more generally. 91 Second, also in 1949, Mao Zedong's communist guerrillas defeated the forces of Chiang Kai-shek's U.S.-aligned regime in China, thereby eliminating at a stroke one of the Big Five and demonstrating conclusively that the peoples of various countries, notably those of the southern and far eastern regions long colonized by the European powers, were not especially accepting of the new order of northern/western state corporatist subjugation the U.S., through the instrumentality of the UN, had in mind to impose upon them. 92 The era of people's war, that is, of armed struggles manifested within rather than between countries, had begun. 93 And it was a mode of combat the UN structure was ill-designed to contain. One of the more problematic aspects of what was happening in the area soon be known as the Third World was that the peoples situated there intended to take the UN's articulations of international legality quite seriously. 94 U.S. officials and diplomats, ever prone to the sort of self-flattery embodied in espousing noble-sounding principles, even or especially when they believe and practice the exact opposite, ensured that a great deal of the UN Charter was devoted to affirming the right of all peoples to self-determination and laying out the procedures by which decolonization would occur within the welter of non-self-governing territories encompassed by the classic European empires. 95 Those thus formally assured of such rights as independence and permanent sovereignty over their lands and resources were for the most part unaware of, still less impressed by the fact that the US intended such verbiage rather less than literally, that, indeed, the American emphasis on self-determination was more than anything a subterfuge designed to nullify the lawful dominion over Africa and Asia exercised by the old order of colonialism, thereby opening these rich realms to domination/exploitation by U.S. neocolonial enterprises, i.e., the plan was to replicate the U.S. relationship to Latin America on 95. A global basis. 96 Instead, the Third Worlders, not content to simply trade one master for another, took the newly revised Law of Nations at face value, asserting their entitlement to bona fide liberation by any and all means available to them. 97 In this, given that their actions seriously impaired consummation of U.S. imperial ambitions, the revolutionaries received substantial material and diplomatic assistance from America's Soviet rival, against which, because of its capacity to reply with nuclear weapons, there could be no direct retaliation. 98 There followed, from roughly 1950 onwards in truth, the process had already begun before the Second World War was over, a protracted contest of proxies, with the U.S. quietly but continuously intervening in the internal affairs of other nominally sovereign states for purposes of creating the stability deemed essential to expanding its corporate investment, i.e., extraction of extraordinary profits. 99 Stripped of its trappings, U.S. foreign policy reduced to a systematic reinforcement of anti-communist regimes, no matter how virulently fascistic, wherever they could be found or installed, a matter translating into the U.S. becoming far and away the world's largest purveyor of arms, munitions, and military equipment, most of it appropriate only to the task of domestic repression. 100 All of this engendered intense resentment among those victimized, fertile ground for an ongoing succession of popular insurgencies throughout the Third World. 101 Much of it was also illegal from the outset, becoming steadily more so as the number of UN member states grew over the years from 51 in 1945 to 185 4 decades later, most of the additions being former European colonies. 102 And the pace at which international legality was committed to black-letter form correspondingly picked up. The process has been one in which the U.S. has moved from a stance of consistently conducting itself in a manner contrary to the broad principles of international customary law to one in which it is just as consistently violating the particulars articulated in specific covenants and conventions. 103 Along the way, as they have within the arena of their domestic jurisprudence, those presiding over U.S. policy formation/implementation have become ever more adept at evading, distorting and otherwise obfuscating legal meaning, often standing it squarely on its head. 104 To anyone familiar with the U.S. record vis-a-vis the indigenous nations encapsulated within its claimed borders, and the juridical convolutions through which this has been rationalized, its contemporary performance on the wider stage of world affairs is unsurprising. Both the arguments and the methods presently at issue have been present in U.S. relations with American Indians from virtually the first day, and were largely worked out, both in theory and in practice, by the end of the 19th century. 105 These include entry into myriad treaties with which the U.S. held not the least intention to comply. 106 Senatorial refusal to ratify treaties already signed by the federal executive, mean. 96. While holding that the other parties to such compacts are bound by them. 107 The pretense that subsequent domestic statutes can have the legal effect of unilaterally nullifying U.S. obligations under existing treaties without abrogating the treaties themselves. 108 Assertions that its own domestic law is enforceable at the discretion of the U.S. in the jurisdictions of other countries. 109 The pretense that a legitimate sphere of federal plenary authority exists outside the boundaries of all law, whether domestic or international. 110 and refusal by the federal executive to accept decisions of the courts, or the authority of the courts themselves, in matters pertaining to U.S. foreign policy. 111a Parallel to the basic presumption uniting the whole that the U.S. is/can be bound by no laws other than those it has itself formulated or expressly accepted was advanced as their first line of defense by the Nazi defendants at Nuremberg. 112 It was not until the unraveling and ultimate collapse of the USSR during the late 80s 113 by which time the energy and enthusiasm fueling the Third World liberation struggle had also largely spent itself 114 that the US could return to its original plan of utilizing the UN's structural/procedural/legal attributes as a primary means through which not only to propel the American plutocrats' drive to absolute global hegemony, but to cast an aura of legitimacy upon both the process and its outcome. Evidence of such a shift has accrued rapidly, and with increasingly blatancy, over the last 13 years, beginning in 1990, when the U.S. was able to obtain a Security Council resolution authorizing its heading up of a multinational war against Iraq. The first such endorsement since a temporary Soviet boycott of the Council allowed it to gain a similar license for its Korean police action of 195 1-53. 115 During the past decade, American spokespersons in the General Assembly, representatives in the various UN organs, as well as delegates to a host of conferences convened under UN auspices to hammer out the elements of international law, have also become increasingly insistent not only that the law of nations be written in many cases rewritten in conformity with the requirements of U.S. domestic law, but that the U.S. be explicitly accorded special status usually in the form of a unique exemption from compliance, to be exercised at its own discretion if the law itself is to be considered valid. 116. In the alternative, as is made clear by the openly unilateralist rhetoric emanating from American officialdom with ever greater emphasis since 1995, the U.S. is prepared to go it alone, discarding the UN and its framework of international legality altogether. 117 This was the message punctuated quite forcefully in March 2003, when, in the face of active opposition by virtually the entire General Assembly, and the prospect of a veto in the Security Council of any resolution meant to approve such action, the U.S. proceeded on its own authority to launch an outright war of conquest against Iraq. 118 The UN in effect, the entire rest of the world has thus been confronted with a stark 97 choice, either to accept its U.S. assigned role as a tool of American foreign policy, 119 or to be relegated, like the League of Nations before it, to the realm of utter irrelevancy. 120. No third option. Maintaining and perfecting a genuinely equitable system of international legality, for instance, is, from the U.S. perspective, to be allowed a place at the table of international consideration. So much for that fundamental respect for the law supposedly enshrined at the core of America's democratic values. So much as well for the freedom of anyone not already admitted to the exceedingly narrow ranks of the American elite. A chronology of criminal comportment. A picture, they say, is worth 1,000 words. Unfortunately, the topic at hand does not lend itself to such representation. That being so, the next best thing is to offer the following itemization, chronologically arranged, of exactly what has been under discussion in the preceding section. Thus, and perhaps only thus, is it possible to convey a clear sense of the consistency with which the U.S. has actively obstructed, subverted, refused, and/or violated virtually every articulated/articulable element of international legality over the past half-century. Simply put, a statement like the U.S. cast 65 vetoes of Security Council draft resolutions, between 1973 and 1990, 121 while completely accurate, yields far less psycho-intellectual impact than seeing these vetoes listed, item by item. Viewed in the latter fashion, the real magnitude of what the U.S. has done and how very far it is from actually being a country administered by a government of laws takes on an obviousness not otherwise possible. Indeed, the sheer weight of the evidence threatens to become overwhelming. At some levels, the chronology is intended as a handy reference guide. Those encountering ambiguous mention elsewhere of U.S. actions vis-a-vis the UN in certain connections or given years will be able to quickly pin down the details in snapshot form herein. 122 The same applies to the correct but vague assertions of illegality attending all too many historical analyses of the U.S. performance in places like the Marshall Islands, Korea, Iran, Guatemala, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia, Chile, Angola, El Salvador, Grenada, Nicaragua, Panama, Iraq. In effect, the entire Third World since 1945. 123 Herein, it is not merely contended that laws were broken, but, in each case, which laws, specifically. Taken together with any of the numerous volumes in which the texts of the various covenants, conventions, and declarations cited are compiled. 124 The chronology thereby provides anyone willing to invest a minimal degree of effort the basic ammunition necessary to build a well-grounded rather than merely rhetorical argument concerning the criminality of U.S. post-war comportment in almost any context. 98. Developing a coherent political analysis is in many respects contingent upon an ability to connect one context to another, a process not dissimilar to playing the kid's game of ... There are thus advantages to giving the entire chronology a more than cursory read. Close inspection of the record reveals, quite unmistakably, that in the very repetitiveness with which certain maneuvers have been undertaken by the U.S., administration after administration, generation after generation, lurk certain patterns imbued with a substantial explanatory power in their own right. Returning to the matter of U.S. vetoes of Security Council resolutions, for example, we find that 27 of the 65 mentioned above, 34 of 76, if we begin with the first U.S. veto in 1970 and carry the count through June 2003, concern efforts by the other member states represented in the Council to force Israel's compliance with some of the more fundamental requirements of international law. 125 About half the remainder, 20, apart from a dozen instances in which the U.S. has vetoed attempts to accomplish the same feat with regard to its own conduct, have served to extend an identical protective shield over the myriad and glaring illegalities perpetrated during the 1970s and 80s by the white supremacist regimes of South Africa and Rhodesia. 126 A country's character can, of course, be judged both by that of the company it keeps, and by the intimacy of such relationships. Here, veto patterns reflect but the tip of the proverbial iceberg. The U.S. made sure that none of the 23 Security Council resolutions aimed at South Africa it did endorse between 1960 and 1985 contained effective enforcement provisions. Sanctions, first imposed in 1963, were always very narrowly drawn, made voluntary rather than compulsory until 1977, etc. 127 During the same period, the U.S., alone or joined only by Israel, voted against literally scores of General Assembly resolutions condemning South Africa's criminal actions and policies. Small wonder that in 1985 Archbishop Desmond Tutu was wont to depict the U.S. posture as being objectively racist, pointing out that if it had not blocked the Security Council's undertaking measures against Pretoria similar to those the U.S. was itself imposing, not only without authorization but in defiance of both the Security Council and the World Court against the entirely lawful government of Nicaragua, South Africa's engagement in apartheid and related crimes against humanity would have ended in a heartbeat. 128 The lengths to which the U.S. has gone to immunize the Israelis from the consequences of their criminality have been even more striking. In addition to those it's vetoed, the U.S. has ensured that all 43 Security Council resolutions it's endorsed with regard to Israel since 1948 have included no enforcement provisions at all, and could thus be safely ignored. Beyond that, the U.S., alone or in tandem with Israel itself, has on 206 occasions cast votes opposing General Assembly resolutions condemning Israeli actions/policies and/or affirming the rights of or services to Palestinians. 129 The sanctimonious pontifications. 99. recently spewed by George Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, and other U.S. officials concerning the necessity of going beyond a murderous embargo that had already resulted in the deaths of well over 500,000 Iraqi children, 130 indulging in a full-scale war against the country because of its ostensible failure to comply with 14 Security Council resolutions or 17, the number kept changing, are thereby exposed to the full glare of their own hypocrisy, no such need being voiced with regard to Israel's ongoing refusal of 77, counting U.S. vetoes, or having been, with respect to apartheid South Africa's of 43. 131, nor can it be reasonably claimed that the nature of the issues involving Iraq, even assuming that U.S. spokespersons actually believed their oft-repeated suspicions unfounded as they've turned out to be, that the target country possessed illegal weapons of mass destruction, WMD, were somehow more serious than those pertaining to Israel or South Africa, thereby justifying the blatant double standard otherwise presenting itself. South Africa, with considerable Israeli collaboration, was, during the decade before the collapse of the apartheid regime, well known to have been heavily engaged in the illicit development of nuclear weaponry. 132 More to the point, it is unquestionable that Israel, with active U.S. assistance commencing at least as early as 1963, has been for a full generation in possession not only of a nuclear arsenal, but of the aircraft and missiles necessary to employ it with devastating effectiveness. 133. More to the point still, the country possessing by far the greatest quantities of WMD, not just nuclear weapons, but the very types of prohibited chemical and biological weaponry Iraq was accused of hoarding, is the U.S. of America. 134. Ba'athist Iraq, it was asserted with rather more justification, was also guilty of a bellicosity that had led it twice in a decade to invade and in one case attempt to occupy its neighbors, to consistently abuse the Kurdish minority in the northern reaches of its dominion, and to viciously repress the democratic aspirations of its own Arabic populace. 135. The truth of these charges is more than offset, however, when juxtaposed to South Africa's invasion/protracted occupation of Namibia, its frequent military aggressions against such neighbors as Angola, Zambia, and Botswana, and the relentless savagery of the apartheid system imposed for 4 decades by the white minority upon the black majority within its own borders. 136. As concerns Israel, the first occupation by military force of Palestinian lands beyond the boundaries quite dubiously assigned the new state by the UN in 1947 came within the first months, and remains very much in effect 55 years later. 137. To this must be added the temporary occupation of the Egyptian Sinai in its entirety on 2 occasions, occupation of the remainder of Palestine and the Syrian Golan, beginning in 1967 and continuing to this day despite numerous Security Council and General Assembly resolutions ordering withdrawal and the invasion/protracted occupation of southern Lebanon. 138. At issue, too, is the frankly anti-democratic and 100. apartheid-like construction of Israel's domestic polity. 139. As well as its monumental and sustained abridgments of Arab rights in the occupied territories. 140. The records of this squalid duo of U.S. client states blanches, moreover, in comparison to that of the sponsor itself. Here, any honest appraisal must begin with the recognition that, by its own admission, fully a third of U.S. continental territoriality consists of unceded and therefore illegally occupied land seized from a host of indigenous nations. 141. The same is true, perhaps in even greater proportion, in Hawaii. 142. Then there are the ongoing occupations of Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa and the U.S. Virgin Islands. 143. Barely a year had elapsed at the time of George Herbert Walker Bush's 1990 announcement of a legal and moral imperative for the U.S. to utilize all due force in driving Iraq's invading army out of Kuwait. 144. Since the U.S. had itself invaded and occupied Panama. 145. Less than a decade since it had done the same to Grenada. 146. And the smoke was still clearing from a lengthy low-intensity war waged by U.S. surrogates to topple the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. 147. Another proxy campaign had barely wrapped up in El Salvador. 148. While still others remained ongoing in Indonesia, Angola, Guatemala, and elsewhere. 149 The duplicity with which the U.S. pursued the most draconian kinds of sanctions against Iraq during the 1990s, meanwhile continuing to run interference for far more egregious offenders like Israel, is easily matched by that displayed in other cases. Consider by way of illustration the embargo imposed at U.S. insistence upon Libya in January 1992, to coerce it into handing over to their accusers a pair of intelligence officers said to have orchestrated the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103, in which 286 people, 189 of them Americans, were killed. 150 Omitted from most recountings of this terrorist act, is that, assuming they were involved at all, the Libyans were likely retaliating in the only way open to them after a U.S. airstrike on their capital city killed more than 100 civilians on April 14, 1986. 151 The U.S. attack, unauthorized through UN Charter procedures, was thus flatly illegal, but the U.S., having already repudiated the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, ICJ or World Court, over its conduct, quickly vetoed a Security Council resolution condemning its crime and ordering payment of compensation. U.S. courts also dismissed Libyan and other complaints in the matter, both official and individual. 152 Likewise unmentioned in conventional accounts are such inconveniences as the facts that the U.S. was simultaneously and still is ignoring India's requests for the extradition of Union Carbide CEO Warren Anderson, accused of criminal culpability in the 1984 deaths of some 16,000 people near Bhopal. 153 Or that Libya had, well before sanctions were ordered, repeatedly offered to provide the alleged culprits for trial before an impartial Red International Tribunal. 154. 101. Cuba, against which the U.S. unilaterally imposed an ongoing total embargo in 1960, provides an even more telling example. 155 Indeed, aside from casting off the yoke of northern corporate domination and charting a course for itself independent of U.S. approval at the conclusion of its revolution in 1959, 156 Cuba is accused of no specific crime at all. True, American officials are prone to emitting periodic rumblings about the atrocious human rights situation on the island. 157 But the nature of such charges is ambiguous at best. Every Cuban child is guaranteed adequate nutrition, after all, while in the U.S. 1 in 5 is left to go hungry, and their government regularly votes against UN resolutions to declare food a basic human right. 158 All Cubans are also guaranteed high-quality medical attention. The Cuban healthcare system is by all standards the best and most comprehensive in the hemisphere, while in the U.S. an estimated 40 million people are presently left without such services altogether, and their government, when it's not busily privatizing what little remains of its once promising public health infrastructure, is staunchly opposing General Assembly efforts to include adequate health care among the fundamental rights delineated in international law. 159 There are no homeless persons cast out of mental institutions wandering the streets of Havana, as there are in every major U.S. city. 160 The Cuban populace, all but illiterate in 1960, now evidences by a decided margin the highest literacy rate of any country in the Americas. 161 And substantial progress has been made towards ensuring that every citizen enjoys decent housing, a goal never embraced by the U.S., even during the Great Society period presided over by Lyndon Johnson during the mid-1960s. 162 And, to be sure, there is much more. Unlike the U.S., where such atrocities are documentedly ubiquitous, there is no record of Cuban police routinely clubbing, macing and otherwise assaulting citizens, much less shooting them to death, and no indication that its police force has been militarized a la the U.S. SWAT model. 163 No one has contended that prison construction has become a growth industry in Cuba. 164 That its architects have been commissioned to design penal design facilities for the express purpose of reducing those lodged within them to a state of psychological jelly. 165 Or that its totalitarian government has devoted itself to making incarceration a profit-making enterprise. 166 There is no hint that, as is standard in the U.S. business community, The head of any Cuban business concern earns several hundred times the wage paid his/her workers. 167 Nor has anyone suggested that government-chartered Cuban entities have sought to increase their profitability by establishing sweatshops throughout the Third World wherein 12-year-olds are conscripted to full-time labor under abysmal conditions and for as little as $1 per day. 168 Cuba, by all indications, has not even endeavored to persuade other countries to dismantle their own social welfare systems, whatever they may be, in favor of the type of order implied by prioritizing their 102 police/military capabilities. 169 To the contrary, sugar, cigars and rum notwithstanding, the island's largest export over the past quarter century has been pharmaceuticals and trained medical practitioners. 170 To all appearances then, Cuba, in stark contrast to the U.S., has treated its legal/moral obligations relative to human rights with the utmost seriousness, and has done a superb job of programmatically addressing them despite the impact of U.S. sanctions that have cost its already small economy at least $20 billion in potential revenues. 171 It is undoubtedly for this reason that in 1992 the General Assembly finally, over strenuous U.S. objections, approved for the first time a resolution affirming the necessity of ending the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the U.S. of America upon Cuba. 172 The U.S., of course, has steadfastly refused to comply with the resolution which, upon being introduced for the 11th time in 2002, was endorsed by UN member states only. The U.S. and Israel, joined by Uzbekistan, cast opposing votes arguing, in a truly bizarre logical contortion, that, since the UN never approved the embargo in the first place, it has no authority to require its termination. 173 Putting the best possible face on it, the U.S. position is that the embargo is and has always been strictly definitive of its own trade policy, a sovereign prerogative exercised, with certain constraints under the UN Charter, by all states. 174 Never intended to bind the international community, and is thus exempt from repeal by the General Assembly. The falsity of this pretense is, however, amply demonstrated by the fact that the U.S. has done everything in its considerable power over the years, including even the occasional sabotage of their ships and cargoes, to force other countries into adopting its own Cuba trade policy. 175 One manifestation of the effort to internationalize the embargo took the form of the so-called Cuba Democracy Act 119,921, known as the Torricelli Bill, which called for punishment of any ships from any country who called at Cuban ports by denying them access to U.S. ports for up to 6 months. Further congressional efforts during the same period tried to directly internationalize the embargo by threatening U.S. corporations with financial punishments if wholly foreign-owned subsidiaries conducted any trade with Cuba. What that meant was that a British company, for example, owned and operated and incorporated in England, but a subsidiary of a larger U.S. corporation, was forbidden to sell its goods to Cuba, even if that refusal violated British law, on threat of penalties being exacted on its U.S.-based corporate headquarters. 176 Plainly, the motives underlying such conduct have nothing to do with upholding international law or furthering democracy and human rights. If they did, U.S. officials would not find it necessary to consistently misrepresent, that is, lie about the nature of their policies. Instead, as Noam Chomsky and others have pointed out, the U.S. objective has all along been that of deterring democracy wherever it 103 threatens to break out. 177 In the script, those countries coming closest to realizing the democratic ideal, and of achieving a decent standard of living for their citizenry as a whole, have, given that such things by definition require both political and economic independence from the U.S., been either abolished outright, through internal subversion or direct invasion by U.S. forces sometimes referred to as constructive bloodbaths. 178 Or subjected to whatever other forms of abuse might be deemed most expedient to demonstrating the cost-prohibitive nature of their attempts at attaining a modicum of freedom and dignity. 179 One need not look only to the holocaustal excesses perpetrated by the U.S. in Indochina during the 1960s and 70s, or to Iraq from 1990 through 2003, To find proof of this proposition. 180 The examples of Cuba and Libya will do quite well, as will those of Greece in 1949 and 1967, 181 Iran in 1953, 182 Guatemala in 1954, 183 the Congo in 1961. 184 Indonesia and the Dominican Republic in 1965, 185 Ghana in 1966, 186 Chile in 1973, 187 Angola during the mid-1970s, 188 Nicaragua during the 1980s, 189 and scores of others. 190 By the same token, those of Israel and South Africa are only the most visible examples of the kinds of allies openly fascistic in many cases the US has embraced, installed, and supported in the course of its global crusade to thwart the spreading infection of democratic aspirations. Here, one encounters the likes of Ri in South Korea, 191 Chang in Taiwan, 192 Cuba's Fulgencio the Butcher Batista, 193 Mobutu in Zaire, 194 the Shah of Iran, 195 the Duvaliers in Haiti, 196 Nicaragua's Somoza, 197 Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, 198 the regimes of Pinochet and Suharto in Chile and Indonesia, 199 Stroessner in Paraguay, 200 the Greek and Guatemalan colonels, 201 the white supremacists of Rhodesia, 202 the Argentine junta, 203 the Salvadoran oligarchs, 204 and so on and on, in seemingly endless refrain. Yes, Saddam, the new Hitler of the Middle East, and Manuel Noriega, the drug dealer of Panama, numbered among America's clients, so long as they were useful. 205. Having fought the wrong opponents during World War II, as many on the right declaimed in its aftermath. 206 The US has in effect been compensating for its imagined error ever since, stepping into the vacuum created by the vanquished Reich, often employing not only the sorts of imitators mentioned above, but real Nazi fugitives for the purpose. 207 The purportedly long shadow of Nuremberg's gallows never reached further than those in whom US officials could find no utility. 208 It follows that, no more than those of the Nazis, both literal and figurative, it has for so long and so avidly embraced, can the government of the US be viewed as a lawful entity. Quite the opposite. What emerges most clearly from the following chronology is the picture of a world community struggling with the vigor of increasing urgency to forge an equitable and humane rule of law, while the US, with the arrogance born of an ever-increasing and utterly cynical sense of self-absorption, stymieing their efforts at every turn. 209 If, as U.S. Defense 104. Secretary Rumsfeld has observed, the world continues to be an exceedingly rough neighborhood. 210 It is mainly because he and his ilk have insisted, indeed, guaranteed for their own purposes, that it be so. And this, notwithstanding the insufferably smug delusions afflicting the great and mostly mindless mass of law-abiding Americans, is the signature characteristic of the variety of criminal enterprise commonly referred to as an outlaw or rogue state. 211 1945. Juil G26, while the U.S. endorses the Charter of the United Nations, an entity it has been instrumental in creating, and its acceptance becomes a matter of U.S. domestic law on October 24, the thrust of America's post-war foreign policy has already been formulated in direct contradiction to the lofty principles enunciated therein. By September the U.S. has already divided the former Japanese colony of Korea along the 38th parallel, for example, and shortly deposes an autonomous government in the southern zone which, unlike its northern counterpart, falls under ostensibly temporary U.S. administrative authority, installing Syngman Rhee, a dictatorial and unabashed American client, as premier. Although Article 1, 2, of the UN Charter requires that all member states respect the equal rights and self-determination of peoples, the US quickly makes it clear that reunification of their country is contingent upon Koreans accepting economic and governmental forms determined by the US. Rhee does not hold even a pretense of an election until 1950. Meanwhile, the U.S. pours in assistance to build up his police apparatus, used mainly to repress those politically opposed to his regime. There are an estimated 14,000 political prisoners in South Korea by the end of 1949. U.S. occupation troops are also used to intimidate and physically repress those attempting to exercise their self-determining rights. Between 1945 and 1950, U.S. soldiers fired on crowds, conducted mass arrests, combed the hills for suspects, and organized posses of Korean rightists, constabulary, and police for mass raids to prevent anything resembling democracy from breaking out in the South. Aug. 6. Although the 1923 Hague Convention on the Rules of Aerial Warfare make it patently illegal to deliberately destroy civilians and their property and/or use bombing for purposes of terrorizing civilians, the U.S. drops an atomic bomb on the Japanese city of Hiroshima, a decisively non-military target, killing an estimated 100,000 people. 3 days later, it does the same to the city of Nagasaki, killing another 50,000 or more. It has since been officially argued that the nuclear bombings were carried out for the humanitarian purpose of compelling a Japanese surrender without the U.S. having to invade the country, an operation supposedly projected to cost the lives of 500,000 Americans and perhaps 3 times that many Japanese. Leaving aside the fact that no such casualty estimates existed at the time, this scenario begs the fact that Japan had been attempting to surrender for several months, asking only that its emperor be left in his position, a condition ultimately accepted by the U.S. in any event. In actuality, then, the obliteration of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had nothing at all to 105. do with ending the Second World War, everything to do with sending a political message to the Soviet Union, which at the time lacked a nuclear weapons capacity, as to who would be in charge of the planet during the post-war era. They should thus be viewed, not as the last act of World War II, but rather as the first act of a renewed Cold War waged by the U.S. against international communism from 1945 onward. In any event, arguments to military necessity not really obtaining, the U.S. atomic bombings constitute war crimes of the very highest magnitude. September Oct. Press. Harry S. Truman, ignoring Chapter I of the UN Charter, orders the rearming of recently surrendered Japanese troops to prevent large areas of northern China from falling into the hands of Chinese led by Mao Zedong, an erstwhile U.S. wartime ally. Some 50,000 Marines are also posted to the region, adding to another 100,000 American troops stationed in China. Over the next 3 years, the U.S. expends $2 billion in cash and another $1 billion in military hardware in a futile effort to sustain its preferred brand of Chinese leadership, the venal regime of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, against Mao's highly popular insurgency. Ultimately, Chiang is defeated, his government forced to seek refuge in 1949 on the offshore island of Taiwan, Formosa, a locale made safe for his coming by the employment 2 years earlier of U.S. weapons to slaughter about 20,000 local nationalists, a glaring breach of the Charter's Chapter 11. In the aftermath, despite requests by Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai for the establishment of a relationship based in mutual aid and friendship, the U.S. refuses to recognize Mao's government, pretending instead that Taiwan is China, and blocking representation of the Chinese mainland population in the UN for more than 20 years. Meanwhile, a mockery is made of the Chapter I provisions requiring that UN member states settle their international disputes by peaceful means, Article 2, 3, and without threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, Article 2, 4, as the U.S. arms, trains, equips, financially supports and in many cases commands Jiang's residual forces as they engage in an endless series of cross-border raids and aerial attacks on Chinese towns that last into the early 1960s. As of this writing, the question of Taiwanese self-determination remains entirely unaddressed, while their homeland continues to serve as a major U.S. basing area in East Asia. November 20, pursuant to the London Charter of August 8, 1945, Agreement for the Prosecution and Punishment of the Major War Criminals of the European Axis Powers and Charter of the International Military Tribunal, which it has been uniquely instrumental in negotiating, the U.S. participates in the initiation of the criminal prosecution of 24 Nazi leaders at Nuremberg. Although Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson, in his opening remarks, makes a point of asserting that the defendants are being tried for gross violations of international law, both customary and conventional, and that they are not being held to a legal standard his own country is unprepared to subscribe to, the precise opposite is true. Throughout the one-month trial, verdicts were read on October 1, 1946, each time a defendant is able to demonstrate conclusively that the U.S. and its allies engaged in the same pattern of legal violation with which he is charged of conducting. 106. Unrestricted submarine warfare, for instance, or engaging in the indiscriminate terror bombing of civilian population centers. The charge is simply dropped. Much the same procedure applies in the Tokyo trials of Japanese leaders and, albeit to a much lesser extent, the trials of Italian fascists during the same period. The only real principle thus established in practice is that criminal acts are to be considered criminal only if a country other than the U.S. commits them. 1946. JCLLL 24, while the U.S. endorses United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, RES 1, calling for international control of atomic energy by establishment of an International Atomic Energy Commission, it clearly views the mechanism as applying only to countries other than itself, and, on occasion, its allies. Starting from a posture of nuclear monopoly, it formulates policy in a thoroughly unilateralist manner, cooperating with the IAEC only when and where doing so seems likely to reinforce its own military/technological primacy. July 1, although it is supposedly exercising only a temporary trust authority over the Marshall Islands, seized from Japan during World War II, pending the islanders' realization of the genuinely self-determining status guaranteed them under Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, the U.S. conducts an experimental detonation of a nuclear device on Bikini Atoll, rendering it uninhabitable. This is but the first of a decade-long series of such tests in the Marshalls, a process which devastates the atolls of Kwajalein and Onutak as well as Bikini, meanwhile precipitating a wave of stillbirths, mutations, cancer, and other significant maladies among the indigenous population. JLLLY4, the U.S. grants independence to the Philippines, thereby avoiding its obligation under Chapter 11 of the UN Charter to inscribe the islands, an outright American colony since 1898, on a list of non-self-governing territories maintained by the Secretariat for purposes of overseeing their timely decolonization. Thus freed from UN supervision, the U.S. imposes terms by which it retains effective control over the form/composition of the Filipino national government, a trade agreement ensuring American corporate domination of the island's economy, and more or less permanent usage of its sprawling and strategically vital Clark Air Base and naval complex at Subic Bay, a neocolonial arrangement, by any definition. Meanwhile, the U.S. does inscribe many of its other territorial holdings, the island of Guam, in the Northern Marianas, for example, and other areas of Micronesia, as well as Hawaii and Puerto Rico on the Secretariat's list. The present disposition of these holdings is taken up elsewhere in this chronology. One that is not, however, is the Ryukyu Island of Okinawa, colonized by Japan in 1895 and seized by the U.S. in 1945. Cast by the U.S. in an interestingly selective endorsement of Japan's imperial pretensions as a Japanese home island in the post-war context, Okinawa was never inscribed on the Secretariat's list. Today, it continues to serve as a 107 major military basing area for the U.S. by agreement with the government of Japan, not the Okinawans, while the self-determining rights of the Ryukyuans, like those of the Taiwanese, remain totally unaddressed. Until the situation is corrected, a condition of illegal occupation will continue to exist in both the Ryukyus and Taiwan. Aug. 11, Press. Truman signs the Indian Claims Commission Act, a measure designed to distinguish the U.S. record of territorial acquisition from that of the Nazi defendants even then being tried at Nuremberg by retroactively purchasing lands expropriated from American Indians over the preceding 160 years. Under the Act's provisions, the U.S., not the native owners, decides if, when and how much land was unlawfully taken from specific peoples. Native people cannot recover property found to have been unlawfully taken from them, they thus have no option but to sell. The U.S., not the owners, sets the fair price of each sale, i.e., compensation, and, in many cases, A concomitant to settlement is withdrawal of U.S. recognition that the people in question continues to exist at all, i.e., their existence is officially terminated. By the time the Claims Commission wraps up its proceedings in 1978, it has been thoroughly documented that the U.S. has no claim to ownership of or jurisdiction over approximately one-third of its gross domestic territoriality. Other than this transparently illegitimate procedure, all the Nazis would have had to have done by this definition was to have issued a check to the Poles after their 1939 conquest of Poland to legitimate their aggression. Plainly, the entire procedure was undertaken in violation of Chapters I, 6, 7, 9, 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, Chapters 2, 4, v and 7 the Charter of the Organization of American States, OAS, and a number of other important elements of international law. The attendant policy of compulsory tribal dissolution, initiated in 1953, is also violative of Article 1 KB, and Article 2, C, of the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, meaning that those who participated in formulating and implementing the plan were/are guilty of a range of Article 3 violations. In any event, the U.S. continues, as of this writing, to contend that title to much of its purported national territory was quieted by the Commission process. At least one-third of the U.S. portion of North America can thus be said to be in a state of illegal occupation at the present moment. December 11, the U.S. joins the rest of the General Assembly in endorsing UNGARES 95-1, the affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal. At the same time, the U.S. Office of Strategic Services and other agencies are busily violating those very principles by in effect immunizing whole categories of Nazis and their collaborators believed useful to the U.S. in its rapidly intensifying Cold War with the Soviet Union, or Communist bloc, as the enemy will shortly be called. Among those protected by the U.S. in these illegal programs are Wernher von Braun and his team of rocket scientists, subject to prosecution for their massive use of slave labor and other crimes against humanity while producing Germany's V-2 missiles during World War II, but instrumental in creating the post-war US ICBM capability, Gen. Reinhard Gehlen and his Eastern Europe-focused Abwehr intelligence apparatus, subject to 108. Prosecution for all manner of war crimes and crimes against humanity during the war, but of value to the OSS, later CIA, in its development of espionage/sabotage assets in the USSR and its satellites, selected members of the Waffen-SS, all of them subject to prosecution for war crimes and crimes against humanity, who are incorporated into the U.S. Army for purposes of developing its capacity to conduct irregular warfare in Soviet territory. This is the origin of the Army's Special Forces units, prominent members of the Ustasha, Arrow Cross and other Eastern European fascist organizations, all of them wanted for major crimes against humanity but imported to the U.S. under false identities for purposes of instilling what U.S. policymakers view as an appropriate degree of anti-communist sensibility among the immigrant communities situated in North American cities. In the Far East, similar programs are conducted, as with the immunization of Japan's notorious Unit 731, subject to prosecution for war crimes and crimes against humanity because of its use of prisoners in conducting biological warfare experiments from 1935 to 1945, in exchange for its sharing of technical information facilitating the development of U.S. biowarfare capabilities. 1947. January 12, beginning with a state visit by Italian Premier Alcide de Gasperi, the U.S. State Department sets about a systematic violation of Chapter I of the UN Charter by interfering directly with the Italian national election, upcoming in April 1948. The U.S. goal, fully achieved, was to displace candidates from Italy's Communist Party, a mainstay of anti-fascist activity during the Mussolini era, and immensely popular as a result, in favor of an amalgam of collaborators, monarchists, and unreconstructed fascists describing themselves as Christian Democrats. Both the carrot, promising to cancel Italy's debt, increased aid, and restoration of its African colonies, and the stick, threatening to suspend aid, foreclose the debt, and reduce immigration quotas, were used overtly to coerce the electorate, while the CIA covertly expended more than $1 million on propaganda inside Italy itself. Thus was democracy not so subtly subverted in the name of freedom by the self-proclaimed leader of the free world. JCLLL 24, the U.S. endorses Security Council, so RES 18, calling for regulation of the international arms trade, with the goal of an overall reduction in the proliferation of armaments, worldwide. These noble-sounding sentiments expressed, America not only maintains but expands its position as the world's leading arms merchant over the next half-century. Such sales are by no means restricted to conventional weaponry. The U.S. both sells the poison gas and provides the training in how to use it, that is employed to lethal effect by Egypt against Yemen in 1967. From 1985 to 1989, to offer an even more striking example, U.S. firms, operating under State Department license and in direct violation of the 1971 Biological Weapons Convention, also sell to Iraq significant quantities of anthrax, botulinum toxin, E. coli virus and dozens of other microbes basic to the development of inexpensive weapons of mass destruction. Other U.S. exports during the period included the precursors to chemical warfare agents, plans for chemical 109 and biological warfare production facilities and chemical warhead filling equipment. Transactions that continued until at least November 28, 1989, despite the fact that Iraq was known to be engaging in chemical and possibly biological warfare against Iranians, Kurds, and Shiites since at least the early 1980s. Such actions, in which the U.S. has been obviously and fully complicit, have been illegal since at least as early as the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, and of bacteriological methods of warfare. March 10, the U.S. endorses SCRES 20, affirming UNGARES 1, concerning the need for international control of nuclear proliferation through an International Atomic Energy Commission. While holding that other countries should be open to IAEC inspection, however, the U.S. insists that its own strategic interests preclude unfettered access by inspectors. Both Israel and Iraq, among others, later model their own postures after the U.S. precedent. April DL/a tacit agreement between the U.S. and the USSR wherein the Soviets accept U.S. assertion of a special strategic trust relationship to Micronesia in exchange for U.S. acceptance of comparable Soviet authority over the Kuril Islands is approved by the UN Security Council, SCRES 21. No attempt is made by any of the parties involved to ascertain the sentiments of either the Micronesians or the Kuril Islanders in the matter. All parties thus act in violation of Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter. June 14, Raphael Lemkin and others finalize the Secretariat's draft of the proposed United Nations Convention on Genocide, which is then turned over to the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, for review. The U.S. delegation, prominent among those of other member states, raises a number of concerns with the document's scope, whereupon ECOSOC refers the matter to the UN General Assembly. JLLLY 25, the U.S., having complied with Chapter 11 of the UN Charter by inscribing Hawaii on the Secretariat's list of non-self-governing territories in 1946, transmits the first of the reports required under Article 73(e), on conditions in the islands. No move is made by the U.S., however, to meet its obligation as trustee to promote the political, economic, social, and educational advancement of the native Kanak Maoli inhabitants, Article 76(b), with an eye towards their progressive development towards self-government and independence, Article 76(c). Instead, U.S. military/corporate control over the islands is rapidly expanded, while the native Hawaiians are rendered more dispossessed, disenfranchised, and destitute than ever. November 29, the U.S. joins in approving UNGARES 181-11, establishing the boundaries of what will be the State of Israel within the area already known as Palestine, a British protectorate. Insofar as no formal poll is taken of Palestinians as to whether they in any sense accept this partitioning of their homeland, and given that all informal indications suggest that they are strongly opposed, the resolution violates chapters 11 and 12 of the UN 110 Charter by ignoring the Palestinians' fundamental right to self-determination. 1948. February. Mar. The General Assembly refers the draft Genocide Convention back to ECOSOC with instructions that the Council form a working group to revise the document. The U.S. assumes control of the working group and oversees a thorough gutting of the draft convention. The final product is then resubmitted by ECOSOC to the General Assembly, where it is scheduled for a vote. March. Although the idea of partitioning Palestine to create Israel has already resulted in open warfare between Jewish settlers and local Arabs, the U.S. endorses SCRES 42, calling for implementation of UNGARES 181, 2. Violations of Palestinian rights contained therein remain unaddressed. April 1, the U.S. endorses SCRES 43, calling for an unbrokered truce between Arabs and Jews in Palestine, with an eye towards legitimating the boundaries of Israel within Palestine. The territorial rights and aspirations of the Palestinians themselves continue to be ignored. April 1, the U.S. endorses SCRES 44, calling upon the UN Secretariat to convene a special session of the General Assembly to decide the future governance of Palestine. No mention is made of the fact that the wishes of the Palestinians are legally paramount. The violations of chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter entailed in UNGARES 181, 2, are thus compounded. November 4, the U.S. endorses SCRES 62, calling for a ceasefire between Arab and Jewish forces fighting in Palestine, and for all parties to withdraw to the positions they occupied on October 4. The Jewish forces make no effort to do so, thereby considerably enlarging the area demarcated by the General Assembly for inclusion within the incipient State of Israel. Although this acquisition of territory by force of arms is in patent violation of the so-called Stimson Doctrine adopted by the U.S. prior to World War II and subsequently incorporated into the UN Charter's Articles 2, 4, and 2, 6, no action is taken to compel compliance. December 29, the U.S. endorses SCRES 66, calling for another immediate ceasefire in Palestine, and for all parties to comply with previous Security Council resolutions. Israel again ignores the resolution, holding fast to its expanded territoriality, and, again, no UN enforcement action is forthcoming. December B. Although the U.S. joins in the General Assembly's unanimous endorsement of the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the Senate, leaving the U.S. alone among UN member states as a non-signatory, thereafter refuses to ratify it for a period of 40 years. A primary motivator, readily apparent in periodic Senate debates, is that the federal government continues to pursue policies and to protect policies undertaken by various states and actions by private individuals and organizations against American Indians, African Americans, and other minorities which are construed as genocidal even by the Convention's considerably circumscribed definition. A majority of the Senate insists that perpetration of genocide falls within the domain of U.S. sovereign prerogatives. 1949. February 15, the U.S. refers the Republic of Korea, the country's southern zone, to the General Assembly for admission to the UN as a member state separate from the North. Insofar as no country-wide referendum to determine the preferences of the Korean people in the matter has ever been conducted, the action is contrary to chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter. It also makes clear to the North that the U.S. intends its partitioning of the country to be permanent. March 4, although the new state remains blatantly non-compliant with SC Resolutions 62 and 66, and despite the fact that the Charter guaranteed rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination remain completely unaddressed, the U.S. endorses SCRES 69, approving Israel for UN membership. A pattern is thus established at the outset wherein U.S. recognition of Israel's legitimacy is perpetually separated from Israeli adherence to international law, and the rights of Palestinians are perpetually treated as if they are optional, or ignored altogether. Marcy. Although the UN Charter protects organizational employees from being hired, fired, or otherwise screened on the basis of their personal political sympathies, the State Department extracts a secret agreement from Security Gen. Trig of Lie to allow those working at the UN headquarters in New York to be subjected to precisely such scrutiny by U.S. intelligence agencies. While the overall effects of this clandestine arrangement are unknown, at least 3 American citizens guilty of nothing more than standing on their Fifth Amendment rights when interrogated by Senator Joseph McCarthy's investigating committee are quietly dismissed from their UN staff positions by 1952. April 22, the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women enters into force, with 18 state parties. As of this writing, 54 years later, the U.S. continues to refuse ratification, claiming that its own domestic statutory codes provide all necessary protections, and thereby purporting to reserve unto itself the sovereign right to withhold at its own discretion protections guaranteed to all women under international law. Og 11, although Israel continues to defy SC Resolutions 62 and 66, the U.S. is instrumental in pushing through SCRES 73, approving Israeli/Arab armistice agreements that are then used by Israel to confirm its illegally expanded borders. With these gains in hand, Israeli PM David Ben-Gurion sets about consolidating his newly founded state and developing its capacity to create what he refers to as Greater Israel, regionally. 112. Dominant and ethnic-specific political/military entity, the territory of which he sees as eventually encompassing a huge expanse including the entirety of the Egyptian Sinai, all of Jordan west of the Jordan River, and all Lebanese territory south of the Litani River. Realization of this fantastic plan, as Ben-Gurion calls it, of course necessitates his steering Israel along a course, not of rapprochement, but rather of endless conflict with neighboring Arab states. Although the general contours of Israeli ambitions are known, the U.S. undertakes no particular effort to curb them. Instead, a Zionist propaganda infrastructure is allowed to develop and flourish in the U.S. itself, during a period when other varieties of un-Americanism are being subjected to the severe repression of JVLC Carthyism. The cornerstone for what will become America's special relationship with Israel is thus laid at the outset. October 21, the U.S. orchestrates passage of UNGARES 293, finding the government of South Korea to be lawfully established and admitting the country to the UN. None of the charter issues raised by Korea's history of colonization by Japan and subsequent U.S. military occupation of the southern zone have been addressed, much less resolved in a manner allowing for an exercise of the Korean people's right to self-determination. The resolution is thus invalid. Dec 5, the U.S. joins in endorsing UNGARES 300-4, calling for international regulation and general reductions of the arms trade, as well as reductions in the armaments and armed forces of all UN member states. The U.S., however, is then in the process of a military buildup that has lasted to the present day. It has also positioned itself as the world's leading arms exporter, a position it still holds. 1950. January 17, the U.S. joins in endorsing SCRES 79, affirming UNGARES 300-4, and calling for creation of an International Arms Control Commission. April 13, the National Security Council completes a document, referred to as NSC 68, in which it is proposed that the U.S. be converted into a national security state and placed on a permanent wartime footing in terms of expenditures and other domestic policies/priorities, in order that it might prosecute its Cold War strategies of first containing, then rolling back world communism. Embraced from this point on as formal if usually unstated U.S. policy, the economic components of NSC 68 are not fully realized until the Reagan era of the 1980s, its political dimension until passage of the so-called Patriot Act in 2001, attendant deformities of America's internal fabric had begun to accrue steadily long before the document's completion, however. Suffice it here to say that the logic embodied in NSC 68 stands in direct contradiction to the purpose of the United Nations, as articulated in the UN Charter, and categorically at odds with the imperatives encompassed by international law, both customary and conventional. A government of laws. 113. June 25, the Koreans in the Northern Zone, responding to U.S. initiatives to consolidate the South as a permanently separate state, set out to reunify their country militarily. Announcing that it is necessary to oppose a return to the rule of force in international affairs, press. Truman demands and receives Security Council authorization SC Resolutions 83, June 27, and 84, July 7, for the U.S. to repel the aggression embodied in the Koreans' attempt to assert control over Korea, and thus restore peace and security to the area. Some 2 million Koreans are slaughtered in the ensuing U.S. police action, during which American troops drive all the way to the Chinese/Korean border along the Yalu River. Only a massive military response by China after Chinese towns are repeatedly bombed and Gen. Douglas MacArthur, commander of all UN forces in Korea, threatens to invade China itself, apparently for no other reason than because he personally dislikes its form of government, prevents the US from swallowing up the entire peninsula. Finally, after much foot-dragging by American negotiators, an armistice is signed in 1953, restoring both sides to their original positions. As of this writing, 50 years later, Korea remains partitioned along the 38th parallel, its southern half occupied by U.S. troops. China has never occupied the north. Og 1, Press. Truman signs the Organic Act of Guam, conferring a much qualified form of U.S. citizenship upon indigenous Chamorros without moving to incorporate their island as a state of the Union. Disposition of the Chamorro right to self-determination was deferred indefinitely, under a provision in the Organic Act indicating that the native people would have the option of approving a constitution at such time as they decided they were ready to do so. In the interim, however long it might be, they would be governed under U.S. authority. It would not be until January 1982 when, without UN supervision, a referendum was conducted to allow the Chamorros to indicate their desires with regard to Guam's political status. When the results of this poll, which included the option of full independence, was deemed indecisive by U.S. authorities, a second referendum was scheduled for September. This time, with the choices restricted to Commonwealth status or statehood, 73% of the electorate opted for the former. As of this writing, 2 decades later, there has been no appreciable change in Guam's standing vis-a-vis the U.S., its internal affairs remain subject to external control, and it continues to serve as a primary basing site for U.S. military operations in the Pacific. September 20, the Army conducts the first of 6 clandestine biowarfare experiments in San Francisco during the week of September 20-7, in which Bacillus globigii and Serratia marcescens microbes are released in aerosol form from a ship offshore, at one point forming a cloud 2 miles long. An unknown number of persons are resultantly infected, many of them in hospitals as far away as Palo Alto, and at least one person dies. The Army later admits that, between 1949 and 1969, 239 populated areas in the U.S. were unknowingly subjected to comparable bio and chemical warfare experiments. Although precision is impossible, given the secret nature of the experimentation, at least 13 other U.S. citizens are known to have died, and many hundreds. 114. Perhaps thousands, sickened as a result. Every single test was conducted in violation of the Nuremberg Code, promulgated in 1949 in responses to the medical experiments conducted by the Nazis at Dachau and other such camps, which makes the voluntary consent of the human subjectiles low employed in any sort of scientific experiment not just an ethical or moral consideration, but a legal requirement. November 3, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 337A, v., otherwise known as the Uniting for Peace Resolution. Needless to say, the endorsement is contradicted by the U.S. Cold War posture in its entirety. November 1, the U.S. joins in endorsing SCRES 89, noting Israel's massive and systematic displacement of Palestinians into Egyptian territory and calling for the first time for their repatriation. The resolution is once again written, at the suggestion of the U.S., without enforcement provisions, allowing the Israelis to simply ignore it. Dec L. The U.S. joins in endorsing UNGARES 380, v. condemning as aggression the fomenting by any country of civil strife in another. At that point, the U.S. is engaged in a number of such activities worldwide, not least by way of its hands-on participation in a counterinsurgency campaign designed to destroy a popular leftist movement in Greece while installing a viciously anti-democratic rightist regime composed of military officers, several of whom were known Nazi collaborators. In another operation, begun in 1949, the CIA creates what it calls the Albanian National Liberation Front, trained on Malta and headed by collaborators with Mussolini's wartime occupation government, to sow internal discord and engage in armed insurrections against Albania's leftist Hakka government. In addition to the violations of UNGARES 380, v. involved, all such undertakings violate both the letter and spirit of UNGARES 337a, v. immediately cease its violation of the 1949 armistice by building in the demilitarized zone separating it from its Arab neighbors. Unlike the U.S. engineered Security Council resolutions pertaining to North Korea, SCRES 93 contains no enforcement provisions, and the Israelis ignore it. Structurally, this is the origin of the problem of Jewish settlements that continues at present to plague the Mideast peace process. Although always the recipient of at least tacit U.S. support, Israeli settlement policies have never for a moment been legal. June 4, the people of Puerto Rico, which had been an outright American colony since 1898, approve a constitution under which, given authorization by the U.S. Congress, conveyed in July 1952, they would assume Commonwealth status. Although the referendum through which the new constitution was seemingly ratified had not been supervised by the United Nations, as is required under Chapter 12 of the UN Charter, and despite the Constitution itself taking a form directly contradicting the fact. 115. That the U.S. had found it necessary as recently as October 1950 to utilize military force in quelling a popular insurrection aimed at attaining nothing less than complete independence. The Commonwealth arrangement was put forward as a basis for removing Puerto Rico from the Secretariat's list of territories scheduled for timely decolonization. On November 27, 1953, although all parties agreed that the island hadn't really attained self-governing status within the meaning of the Charter, Puerto Rico became the first colony to be removed from the United Nations list of non-self-governing territories. As of this writing 40 years later, and all U.S. contentions to the contrary notwithstanding, the island's political disposition has never been legally resolved, nor will it be until an unadministered plebiscite is conducted. July 28, the U.S. refuses to endorse the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees, which comes into force on April 22, 1954. For the next 35 years, the U.S., contrary to international law, limits eligibility for asylum from political or religious persecution to those fleeing designated communist countries. Those trying to escape fascism or other such manifestations of the free world need not apply. As of this writing, the U.S. has not joined 127 other Union member states in ratifying the convention. 5. Ignoring UNGARES 380, v. and most of the articles under Chapters I, 6 and 6 of the UN Charter, Press. Truman approves a CIA initiative to organize a coup by Guatemalan army officers to topple the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz, which is guilty of nationalizing the holdings of United Fruit and other U.S. corporations, thereby improving both the national economy and quality of life experienced by Guatemala's grassroots citizenry. Self-evidently, the U.S. intervention in Guatemala also violates UNGARES 337a, v. April 13, CIA Director Alan Dulles authorizes initiation of MKUltra, a top-secret project designed to test the utility of LSD-25, an extraordinarily powerful hallucinogen, in achieving mind control. The agency purchases 10 kilograms of the substance, enough for 100 million doses, and conducts a range of parallel experiments, some of them in concert with the Army, concerning the use of LSD in interrogations and as a chemical weapon causing both selective and mass psychoses. The inmates at 15 mental institutions are used as unwitting guinea pigs, many of them subjected to electroshock and or ice pick lobotomies, a psychosurgical technique in which brain tissue is removed through the eye socket, without leaving a telltale scar while under the influence of the drug. At least 1,500 active duty soldiers are administered LSD without their knowledge, confined to sensory deprivation chambers, then subjected to hostile questioning to test the effects on combat-ready personnel. A secret multi-year program is funded at McGill University in Montreal, wherein another batch of psychiatric 1952, 1953, 116 patients are subjected to a hideous process of mental depatterning and psychic driving under the influence of LSD. A cloud of LSD is reputedly released over San Francisco at one point, to test whether the substance can be used effectively as a military aerosol. Given their secrecy, the overall toll taken by MKUltra and related projects, psychologically and otherwise, there was at least one suicide, and several of the Montreal victims have sued successfully, is impossible to pin down. What is absolutely clear, however, is that all of this was done in blatant contravention of the Nuremberg Code. See the entry for September 20, 1950. There is strong indication, moreover, that, during the mid to late 1960s, the CIA, adopting a pharmaceutical approach to domestic pacification, may have dumped a few million hits of the LSD it had acquired into the then flourishing white youth counterculture as a means of quashing its more concrete tendencies towards rebellion. A variation of this approach seems to have been adopted with regard to the contemporaneous black liberation movement in the U.S., see the entry for April 5, 1971. June 1 / continuing to ignore UNGARES 380, v. and most of the articles under Chapter I of the UN Charter. CIA-administered radio stations in the western zone of Berlin seize the opportunity presented by an uprising of East Berliners to broadcast appeals for the insurrectionists to escalate the turmoil. Other agency operations of the period include the contamination of milk destined for East German schools, the smuggling of a virulent toxin called cantharidin to East German dissident groups so that they can attempt the assassination of the country's leaders by poisoning their cigarettes, kidnapping/murdering activists prominent in several leftist organizations, regularly disrupting political meetings with fires or stink bombs, and engaging in a concerted campaign of industrial sabotage. Plainly, a violation of UNGARES 337A, v. is also involved. Aug. 19, in gross disregard of both UNGARES 380, v. as well as the UN Charter's first chapter, the CIA consummates a coup in which Iran's democratically elected and staunchly independent government of Mohammad Mossadegh is replaced by that of the dictatorial Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. Some 300 Iranians are killed in the process, and, over the next quarter century, while the Shah serves as the preeminent U.S. ally in the Third World, thousands more die at the hands of Savak, his American-trained and equipped political police. Not unnaturally, the experience inculcates an abiding anti-Americanism among the grassroots population, and thus shapes the Iranian Revolution of 1978–79. November. L. Israeli PM Ben-Gurion, 68 years old and exhausted by the demands of his job, announces his temporary retirement from politics. Although Moshe Sharad, a moderate, replaces Ben-Gurion as PM, de facto control remains in the hands of Ben-Gurion's own faction, notably represented by Army Chief of Staff, and later Defense Minister, Moshe Dayan. Before his departure, Ben-Gurion, relying upon Dayan as executor, set in motion a plan to absorb the demilitarized zones established by the 1949 armistice to separate Israel from Syria. Dayan unleashes a program of forcibly relocating Arab inhabitants from the DMZ, installing Israeli troops. 117. Disguised as settlers in their villages, and, most provocatively of all, initiates a construction project to divert the flow of the Jordan River to the Negev region of Israel, This in itself is contrary to international law, since all the riparian states along the Jordan share interest in its water. Dayan deliberately compounds the offense by situating the construction site well within the DMZ despite the availability of better sites outside the disputed territory. Syria, which has already offered to give up 70% of its interest in the DMZ to resolve the issue, protests to the UN. The US then brokers an arrangement wherein Israel abandons its water diversion project in exchange for virtually total control over the DMZ. Only a Soviet veto prevents Israel from getting the water, too. The US further rewards Israel's illegalities with a $26 million grant in aid, thus violating the spirit, if not the letter of UNGARES 337A, v. November 24, the US endorses SCRES 101, registering the Security Council's strongest censure of Israel's massacre of 69 Jordanian civilians at the village of Kibbutz, in the West Bank region, on the night of October 14 to 15, 1953. Although the identities of the perpetrators is known, the massacre was carried out by what was thereafter designated Unit 101, in sardonic reference to the resolution condemning its action. An elite commando force headed by future Israeli PM Ariel Sharon. The U.S. argues that it would be counterproductive to include provisions requiring their prosecution for the war crimes, and makes its vote contingent upon such requirements not appearing in the resolution. Nor is the U.S. willing to allow the imposition of sanctions or other methods of compelling Israel not to repeat its performance. 1954. February 28. Sharon's Unit 101 follows up on the Kibbutz massacre by conducting Operation Black Arrow, an attack on an Egyptian army headquarters in the outskirts of Gaza City, killing 37 and wounding 31 more. Although the raid is ostensibly conducted in retaliation for the killing of an Israeli bicyclist by an unidentified Arab civilian a week earlier, establishing a template for the sort of disproportionality which has remained embodied in Israeli responses to terrorism through the present moment. Internal documents later reveal that it is actually a celebration of PM David Ben-Gurion's return to power and thus a precursor to his later policy of more openly prodding Egypt into an outright war. See the entry for November 2, 1954. Although Egypt protests Israel's gross violation of international law at the UN, the US forestalls a response by the Security Council. The US maneuver plainly violates the spirit, if not the letter of UNGARES 337A, v. May 8, the US, UK, France, and the Soviet Union jointly convene a conference in Geneva to address the problem of restoring peace in Indochina after several years of colonialist warfare waged by the French. The resulting agreement on the cessation of hostilities in Vietnam, Geneva Accords, signed by France on July 20, provides for the withdrawal of French forces not only from Vietnam, but from Laos and Cambodia. 118. As well, divides Vietnam into two reorganizational zones, North and South, pending general elections and national reunification to be conducted in 1956, and prohibits foreign military intervention. While the rest of the guarantors accept these provisions as written, the U.S. alone purports not to be bound by them in any way. J-Line 18, in gross disregard of both UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 337a, v. Chapter I of the UN Charter, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter, which states that no state or group of states has the right to intervene, directly or indirectly, for any reason whatever, in the internal or external affairs of another state. The CIA launches its coup against the Arbenz government in Guatemala. On June 21, Guatemala's foreign minister appeals to the UN for help. American UN Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge first attempts to block a Security Council vote on the matter, then engages in a campaign of coercing negative votes from other council members so blatant that seconds. Gen. Dag Hammarskjöld nearly resigns in protest. The Security Council initiative to conduct a UN investigation of the events in Guatemala is defeated by a 5-4 vote, with Britain and France abstaining. By June 30, a regime headed by Col. Carlos Diaz is installed, initiating a countrywide purge of leftists that involves the arrest and torture of thousands, the murder of several hundred more. JLLY 23, a group of Israeli intelligence operatives are apprehended in Cairo while attempting to plant a bomb in a theater frequented by American and British nationals. The object of the exercise, which is intended to be merely the first of several such atrocities, is to derail Egypt's relations with the US and UK by attributing the resulting carnage to Arab terrorists. In marked contrast to the intensity with which actual Arab bombers will later be reviled, even when US citizens are not targeted, and demands that the perpetrators be handed over to US authorities whenever Americans are killed, the US maintains a stony silence throughout the whole affair. September 8, the US, UK, France, Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Thailand, meeting in Manila, sign the Southeast Asian Collective Defense Treaty, creating the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO. Although no such entity yet exists, and to create one would constitute a patent violation of the just finalized Geneva Accords, the US inserts a protocol into the SEATO Treaty extending military protection over what would shortly become the separate country of South Vietnam, Republic of Vietnam. December 8, a team of 5 Israeli soldiers engaged in an espionage mission miles deep in Syrian territory are captured. In response, Israeli Defense Minister Pinhas Lavon orders the world's first hijacking of an airliner. A pair of IAF fighters are assigned to force a Syrian airliner out off its flight path, and to land in Israel, taking the passengers and crew hostage in hopes of exchanging them for the Israel Defense Force, IDF, troopers. International uproar over this unprecedented act of air piracy foils the plan, forcing release of the plane and its occupants with 48 hours. The Israeli Sol 119 Ders remain in Syrian custody and leads to passage of the Convention on Offenses and certain other acts committed on board aircraft in 1963, as well as the 1970 Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft and the 1971 Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against the Safety of Civil Aviation. The U.S., in sharp contrast to the position it will take with regard to Arab hijackings only a decade later, maintains a remarkable silence throughout the entire affair. 1955. February I, the Supreme Court enters its opinion in the case of T. Hitton v. U.S., asserting that the U.S. holds title to American Indian territories and other property within its claimed boundaries by right of conquest. The opinion not only contradicts the historical record, the U.S. recognizes the existence of more than 400 indigenous peoples within the same area, but fought, by its own count, only 40 Indian wars. But the entire sweep of American judicial opinion since Chief Justice John Marshall entered his 1823 opinion in Johnson v. McIntosh and Press. Truman's statement when signing the Indian Claims Commission Act in August 1946. The T. Hitton opinion, moreover, violates not only the Stimson doctrine of not recognizing territorial titles acquired by force advanced by the U.S. vis-a-vis Japan, Italy, and other countries prior to World War II, but the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, or treaty providing for the renunciation of war as an instrument of national policy, as it is formally titled, the 1932 Chaco Declaration, the 1933 Saavedra Lamas Pact, the 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, the Declaration on Non-Recognition of the Acquisition of Territory by Force adopted by the Eighth Pan-American Conference in 1938, Article 2, 3, of the UN Charter, Articles 3 and 18 to 21 of the OAS Charter, and the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal, to all of which and more the U.S. was/is a signatory. Nonetheless, the T. Hitton opinion remains unnullified by subsequent courts, and therefore continues to form an element of the domestic jurisprudence concerning native territorial rights, or lack of them. February 12, Seconds of State John Foster Dulles secretly offers to commit the U.S. to a formal mutual defense pact with Israel in exchange for an Israeli agreement to cease cross-border provocations and abandoning plans for territorial expansion. Israel declines. Despite this rather clear signal that the Israelis are bent upon a course prohibited under both the London and UN charters, U.S. relations with the offending state remain unimpaired. March 29, the U.S. endorses SCRES 106, condemning the pre-arranged and planned attack ordered by Israeli authorities, and committed by Israeli regular armed forces against Egyptian armed forces in the Gaza Strip on February 28, 1955. As is becoming a habit, the U.S. makes its affirmative vote contingent upon the absence of provisions involving penalties, sanctions, or other means of compelling Israeli compliance with the law. In response to this act of Israeli aggression, and the ineffectuality of the UN response. 120. Egyptian press. Gamal Abdel Nasser, who has until then acted to constrain the desire of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees displaced into Egypt to engage in guerrilla operations against Israel, reverses his position. In June, he also begins providing material assistance to Palestinian fighters operating out of Jordan. JLLLY 7, a protocol amending the 1927 Slavery Convention, to which the U.S. is a signatory, and which has been duly ratified by the Senate, enters into force. The Senate, attaching only a single reservation, ratifies the additional protocol as well, and it becomes U.S. law on March 7, 1956. The maneuver is more illusory than substantive, however. As of mid-2003, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution still advances the invalid premise that slavery is permissible when imposed on persons duly convicted of a crime. Approximately 2 million persons are thus legally enslaved in the U.S. at any given moment, none of them more guilty of violating the law than are those who force involuntary servitude upon them. When VODM, a U.S. client, following his sponsor's lead, proclaims that his country does not consider itself bound in any way by the Geneva Agreements which it did not sign. The U.S. has by then also entered into the early phases of training and equipping DM's military and police, another clear violation of the Accord's prohibition on the introduction of additional military personnel, or arms, munitions, or war material, into either regrouping zone in Vietnam. U.S. policy in Vietnam plainly violates both the letter and the spirit of UNGARES 337A, v. October 26, although the partitioning of Vietnam is clearly cast as a temporary measure in the Geneva Accords, DM declares the Southern Zone an independent republic. The U.S., following up on the groundwork laid in the SEATO Treaty, immediately conveys de facto recognition of the entity's status as a legitimate state, entitled to defend the demarcation line separating it from the north as a permanent border, and internally, against segments of the population determined to achieve the unification guaranteed by the 1954 agreement. November. L. Israeli PM Ben-Gurion announces a policy of confrontation with Egypt. That night, Israeli troops assault and destroy Egyptian positions in Al-Sava, killing 50 soldiers and capturing 50 more. Internal documents later reveal that the unprovoked attack is part of a strategy of prodding Egyptian President Nasser to go to war. Despite this clear violation of the London Charter, Israel's action constitutes a crime against peace and Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. The U.S. neither imposes sanctions on the Israelis nor allows the Security Council to do so. Voked Israeli attack, this one on Syrian military positions on the Golan Heights on December 11, 1955. The action, code-named Operation Kinneret, is newly installed Premier of the Southern Zone of Vietnam. 121. Again carried out by Ariel Sharon and his now notorious Unit 101, and calls upon Israel to comply with its obligations under the 1949 armistice agreements. Typically, the trade-off for U.S. cooperation is that there be no enforcement provisions, allowing Israel to simply ignore the resolution. The only tangible consequence imposed upon the Israelis is a cosmetic postponement of U.S. arms transfers, and this is offset by seconds of State John Foster Dulles back-channel encouragement of both Canada and France to take up the slack. France shortly follows through by providing $100 million in munitions and equipment, including 72 Mystère fighter aircraft and 200 AMX tanks. July. Although the 1954 Geneva Accords plainly specify that the two regrouping zones in Vietnam are to be unified through a general election conducted in this month, and the U.S. has orally pledged to facilitate this process of free elections supervised by the United Nations, DM, with full U.S. backing, cancels the South's participation. The reason posited in the internal documents of the Eisenhower administration is that, given DM's considerable unpopularity, the only conceivable victor of a nationwide ballot would be Northern Zone leader Ho Chi Minh, a communist who'd led the decolonization struggle against the French. The North, which has begun to refer to itself as the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, responds by launching a concerted campaign of agitation in the South, aimed at forcing the election issue to a head. The U.S. position remains in contradiction to Chapters I, 6, 7 and 11 of the UN Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 380, v. July 26, Egypt nationalizes the Suez Canal. Although the move is perfectly legal, and fair compensation is offered stockholders in the British/French corporation that has previously owned the strategic seaway, both France and Britain initiate planning to retake their canal by military force. Israel then offers its services in the endeavor. On October 21, a secret agreement known as the Protocol of Sèvres is reached wherein Israel will launch a surprise offensive and drive across the Sinai to the canal itself. At that point, British and French troops are to occupy key positions along the canal in the name of restoring peace and good order. In the aftermath, it is envisioned that Israel will retain such portions of the Sinai as it desires, while Britain and France will regain joint control of the canal, to which Israeli shipping will have full access. The plan, implemented on October 29, is a stunning success and, on November 7, Ben-Gurion delivers a victory speech. The transparent nature of the secret alliance is sufficient to provoke a threat of direct Soviet intervention, however, and both Britain and France quickly relinquish their hold on the canal. At that point, Israel, which has acted independently of the U.S., is forced to give up its gains as well. The U.S. nonetheless shields the Israelis from suffering the consequences of having waged an obviously aggressive war. There is serious discussion in the UN of both expelling Israel and imposing severe sanctions, and further solidifies the two countries' military/diplomatic relationship. By every measure then, the IDF, with considerable U.S. assistance, emerges from the war as the strongest military power in the Mideast. 122. 1957. April 30, the Supplementary Convention on the Abolition of Slavery, the slave trade and institutions and practices similar to slavery enters into force without U.S. ratification, although the Senate eventually ratifies the convention, allowing the U.S. to ostensibly join 114 other Union member states in accepting the law as binding on December 6, 1967. As is the case with the 1927 Slavery Convention and its 1955 amending protocol, the maneuver is far more illusory than substantive, largely because enslavement is still deemed a permissible punishment of those duly convicted of a crime under the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. As has been noted, some 2 million persons in the U.S. thus remain in a condition of involuntary servitude as of this writing. In addition to violating the anti-slavery conventions, this situation violates Article 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 8 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, among other elements of international law. July 1, ECOSOC adopts the standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners. Although the U.S. does not openly contest the rules, its penal policies routinely violate them from the outset. See, example the entry for May 13, 1987. ALG. 31, Smoky, the above-ground, atmospheric, detonation of a nuclear weapon is conducted at the Nevada test site. Over 1,000 U.S. troops are ordered to gather in nearby positions and are thereby exposed to extraordinary concentrations of radiation as part of an Army experiment to assess the effects of blast proximity on the combat readiness of units operating on the nuclear battlefield. Scores of such exercises are carried out between 1951 and 1958, impacting not only the troops, but the civilian population residing in adjacent locales. Meanwhile, Longitudinal studies are conducted concerning the long-term effects of more diffuse radiation exposure on islanders unwillingly subjected to fallout from U.S. nuclear test detonations at Bikini, Kwajalein, and Onotok during the 1940s and early 1950s. See the entry for July 1, 1946. Unwitting Inuits on Alaska's North Slope are fed capsules of pure uranium in order for the military to assess the effects of such ingestion on the human organism, and downwinders near the Hanford nuclear weapons complex in Washington state are deliberately/repeatedly exposed to the gaseous release of radioactive iodides in order for the effects of that to be studied. See the entry for August 5, 1963. Suffice it to observe that each of these experiments, and there were many more, was conducted in blatant violation of the Nuremberg Code. See the entry for September 20, 1950. 1958. January 22, the U.S. endorses SCRES 127, condemning Israeli impoundment of Jordanian property in the demilitarized zone separating the two countries, as well as Jewish settlement activities therein, and calls upon both countries to abide by the 1949 armistice agreements, peculiar, since 123. There is no indication that Jordan has violated them. Since the U.S. has allowed no inclusion of enforcement provisions, Israel simply ignores the resolution, continuing both impoundments and the construction of settlements. July 16, following the Ba'athist coup in Iraq on July 14, which effectively ends British dominance in that country, press. Eisenhower orders U.S. Marines and airborne troops into Lebanon to shore up the tottering but decisively Prowse-Turn regime of press. Camille Camoun, Britain simultaneously maintains the status quo in Jordan by sending several thousand paratroopers to Amman. The U.S. intervention, which plainly violates the self-determining rights of the Lebanese, and thus Chapter I of the UN Charter, sets in motion a process of internal fragmentation and periodic civil war in that country which has lasted into the present moment. Another upshot of these explicitly anti-Arabist interventions is an upgrading of both the quantity and the quality of British/U.S. arms transfers to Israel. Dec 12, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 1314, 13, establishing a UN Commission on Permanent Sovereignty over Natural Resources, instructed to conduct a global survey of local assets and conditions. More than anything, the U.S. appears to view the body as a vehicle for intelligence gathering. Certainly, it does not view the Commission as being imbued with an authority to alter or constrain its own trade practices. 1959. January 1, the U.S.-backed regime of Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista is abolished by Fidel Castro's insurgent nationalist movement. In the weeks following, the CIA responds by launching a protracted and utterly illegal campaign of international terrorism which, although somewhat abated in recent years, remains ongoing. Beginning at least as early as October 1959, despite a provision in Title 18 of the Federal Statutory Code making it a felony to undertake a military enterprise or expedition from U.S. soil against a country with which the U.S. is not formally at war. Florida-based aircraft piloted by a combination of self-exiled Batistites and CIA clandestine services operatives make the first of what become hundreds of strafing and incendiary bombing raids on Cuban cane fields, sugar mills, and other targets. In January 1960, 3 Americans are killed and 2 others captured when their planes are shot down during such missions, and literally hundreds of small seaborne attacks conducted as part of Operation Mongoose. In 1962, an entity known as Omega 7 emerges as the preeminent organization among CIA-sponsored Cubans, carrying out well over 100 major terrorist actions bombings, including that of a Cuban airliner on October 6, 1976, that claimed 73 lives, airplane hijackings, murders during the next 15 years. Attempts are also made to assassinate Castro, repeatedly, his brother Raúl, Che Guevara, who, in December 1964, is subjected to an Omega 7 bazooka attack at the UN headquarters in New York, and other ranking members of Cuba's revolutionary government. Not content with its own terrorist apparatus, the CIA also enlists the services of the Mafia in its efforts to murder. 124. Cuba's head of state. A complete itemization of the international laws violated by the U.S. in its protracted effort to terrorize Cuba into submission could obviously go on for pages. Suffice it here to observe that chapters I, 6 and 7 of the UN Charter, and chapters 4 and V of the OAS Charter, would necessarily top any such list. Violations of UNGA Resolutions 337A, V, and 380, V, are also at issue. January 1, the Abolition of Forced Labor Convention enters into force without U.S. ratification. Ultimately, the Senate does ratify the convention more than 30 years later, ostensibly allowing the U.S. to join 117 prior signatories in accepting the rule of law on September 25, 1992. At the time of its formal acceptance, however, the U.S. is well on its way to consolidating an internal prison industrial complex and reintroducing literal chain gangs to many penal contexts wherein forced labor is standard. Given the proportion of its population it incarcerates second only to Russia as of 1999, the U.S. remains as of this writing among the world's most flagrant violators, far worse than China, whose human rights violations in this regard the U.S. routinely condemns. In addition to violating the Forced Labor Convention, current U.S. penal policy violates the 1927 Slavery Convention as well as its additional protocol and supplement, Article 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 8 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, among other elements of international law. June 27, the U.S. proclaims Hawaii to be decolonized by virtue of a statute incorporating the islands into America's home compartment as the 50th state of the Union. Although the U.S. claims its action results from the sort of referendum required under Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter to ensure that peoples who have not yet attained a full measure of self-government are afforded the self-determining right to do so, the process has been subverted by including not only the colonized native population, but the island's much larger settler population in the vote on whether Hawaii should become a state. The plebiscite was, moreover, not supervised by the UN, as is required under Chapter 12 of the Charter. Nonetheless, the U.S. has Hawaii removed from the Secretariat's list of non-self-governing territories and declares its political status to have been permanently resolved. It should be noted that British and French attempts to perform very similar maneuvers in Malta and New Caledonia were subsequently, the former in 1964, the latter in 1986, held to be legally invalid. 1960. JNN 20, from the day of his inauguration, Press. John F. Kennedy picks up and tightens his predecessor's economic embargo of Cuba, a sanctions regime intended solely to force an alteration of Cuba's internal political priorities. Although the U.S. will later claim that the embargo is simply a matter of its own trade policy, thus falling within the range of its sovereign prerogatives rather than the realm of international action subject to UN intervention, this is clearly not the case at the outset. Not only does the Kennedy administration seek to enlist other countries in its plan to starve 125 the Cubans into submission, it employs sabotage and other such methods in its effort to accomplish the desired result. Already, in March 1959, a French freighter docked in Havana had been bombed by members of the CIA's incipient Omega-7 terror network, killing 75 and wounding 200. Then, in August 1962, the cargo Cuban sugar bound for the Soviet Union of a British freighter that had put in for repairs at San Juan, Puerto Rico, is chemically contaminated by CIA operatives there. 2 years after that, in October 1964, the CIA arranges the collision of a Japanese freighter with an East German vessel in British waters as a means of preventing the latter's delivery of 42 buses to Cuba. Such actions, and there are numerous others, violate not only Chapters I, 6, 7, and 9 of the UN Charter, but Chapters 4, V and 6 of the OAS Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, V, and 380, V, several articles of the Convention on the High Seas, signed by the U.S. on April 29, 1958, and entering into force on September 30, 1962, and other elements of international law. April 1, the U.S. endorses SCRES 134, deploring the recent large-scale killings of unarmed and peaceful anti-apartheid demonstrators by South African police and military units, and calling upon the Pretoria regime to abolish apartheid. The U.S., however, unlike its posture towards Cuba where no such reprehensible policies and attendant atrocities have occurred, maintains perfectly cordial relations with South Africa, both diplomatically and commercially. It must be remembered, of course, that America's own well-established system of formal apartheid referred to as Jim Crow is in full flourish during this period, as was attendant racial violence. The U.S., moreover, is just on the verge of unleashing a substantial wave of official repression, including physical repression of the most lethal sort, against civil and human rights activists. December 14, with its Hawaiian, Puerto Rican, Micronesian and other external holdings legitimate, the U.S. abstains from opposing UNGARES 1514, 15, the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Although the declaration merely clarifies the intent underlying chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, the U.S. refuses to accept it as a binding policy guide. One result is that the U.S. repeatedly and all but solitarily opposes final implementation of the declarations and thence the Charter's basic decolonization provisions during the 1990s. December 14, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education is passed, prohibiting policies depriving any person or group of persons defined by race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, economic condition, or birth, of access to education of any type or at any level, limiting any such person or group of persons to education of an inferior standard for establishing or maintaining separate educational systems or institutions for such persons or groups of persons. The convention enters into force on May 22, 1960. At the time, despite the Supreme Court's ruling in Brown v. Board of Education a few years earlier, the bulk of America's public school system remains formally segregated on the basis of race. For a brief period during the 1960s and 70s, it appears that a combination of desegregation initiatives, 126. Increased federal funding and perhaps most importantly affirmative action programs may eventually bring the U.S. into a posture of legal conformity. Today, however, the results of a quarter-century of retrenchment on all fronts has effectively restored much of the pre-1960 order. Dec 15, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 1515, 15, asserting the right of all states, including those of the Third World, to dispose of their resources as they see fit. U.S. foreign/trade policy, however, increasingly contradicts this noble-sounding gesture. 1961. January 1, CIA counterinsurgency ace Edward Lansdale submits a report recommending that clandestine operations against the northern zone of Vietnam be intensified. Lansdale, who served as the agency's Saigon station chief from 1954 to 1956, had himself initiated a program in early 1955 through which highly trained Vietnamese operatives were infiltrated from the southern into the northern zone aboard a specially assembled junk fleet for purposes of engaging in sabotage and subversion. It should be noted that this operation began 4 years before the oft-mentioned 1959 Party Congress at which the Hanoi government decided to begin infiltrating guerrilla cadres into the south. On May 11, 1961, Press. Kennedy signs NSAM 52, authorizing then Saigon Station Chief William Colby to undertake a significant escalation in the still ongoing operation inaugurated by Lansdale, to expand it to include infiltration of operatives by parachute, and to employ selected Army Special Forces personnel and Navy SEALs in the process. This is the origin of the U.S. Special Operations Group, MACV-SOG, in Indochina. See entries for December 15, 1963 and August 4, 1964. Suffice it here to observe that the SOG activities were conducted in violation of the 1954 Geneva Accords and UNGA Resolutions 337A, V, and 380, v, as well as numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7, 11 and 12 of the UN Charter. January 1 Congolese Premier Patrice Lumumba is murdered by Moise Tshombe, a secessionist leader in the country's Katanga province, into whose hands he was delivered a few hours earlier by CIA-backed forces under the command of Gen. Mobutu Sese Seko, Joseph Mobutu. Mobutu himself is later shown to have been able to arrest Lumumba on December 1, 1960, mainly as the result of intelligence information provided on the premier's whereabouts following a failed CIA attempt to assassinate him by use of a bacteriological agent. After Lumumba's murder, CIA personnel dispose of his corpse. Lumumba's major sin is that he has attempted during the barely 2 months in which he is allowed to hold power in the newly decolonized Congo to chart a truly independent course for his country, free of neocolonial economic domination by the US and its former Western European colonizers. When these free world countries act as a bloc to prevent the Congo from receiving aid from the UN, their idea is to force Lumumba into moderating his anti-colonialist attitudes. He requests assistance from the Soviet Union, and his fate is sealed, both he and his people. 127. Are to be made examples of the costs and consequences of any third world country attempting to exercise genuinely self-determining prerogatives. In the wake of Lumumba's assassination, the Congo disintegrates into a bloody civil war in which Tshombe seeks to follow through on his plan to break away, only to be crushed by Mobutu's troops, supplied and equipped by the Western powers and augmented by hefty contingents of foreign mercenaries. The outcome is typically democratic. Mobutu is installed in 1965 as president for life, inaugurating a 30-year reign during which the Congo, renamed Zaire, proves to be one of the most lucrative locales in Africa for US corporate penetration while the people starve. The list of illegalities bound up in America's clandestine Congo operations and policy could be extended for pages. Suffice it here to observe that, as of 1961, it included violation of chapters I, 6, 7, 9, 11 and 12 UN Charter, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the 1949 Geneva Conventions I and IV, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Given the human costs involved, and their sheer predictability as of 1961, it is also quite reasonable to suggest that the US was, at the very least, in violation of Article IIKB, and IIK, of the 1948 Genocide Convention. April 11, the US endorses SCRES 162, urging Israel to comply with decisions rendered by the UN Commission overseeing compliance with the 1949 Armistice Agreements. Since the US has prevented inclusion of enforcement provisions in the resolution, Israel simply ignores it. April 16, the CIA, with the express authorization of Pres. Kennedy, consummates Operation Pluto, putting an invasion force of American-supported Cuban exiles ashore at the Bay of Pigs, on Cuba's southern coast, with the goal of forcibly dissolving the Castro government. The invasion fails spectacularly. In addition to several hundred killed, 1,241 members of the landing force are captured, and there is no rising of the Cuban people to throw off the yoke of tyranny, as US planners had confidently predicted, and Castro becomes more popular with his constituents than ever before. Apart from the individual charges of murder that might be levied with respect to the more than 1,700 Cubans who died defending their country against the aggression of this proxy army, US actions and policy vis-a-vis the Bay of Pigs represent glaring violations of the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7 and 9 of the UN Charter and those found in chapters I, 2, 4 and V of the OAS Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. and 380, v. November 1, responding to a request from a key military advisor, Gen. Maxwell D. Taylor, that he secretly insert a force of 9 or 10,000 combat troops disguised as flood control officers to bolster the position of U.S. client NGO Dinh Diem in the southern zone of Vietnam, Pres. Kennedy orders the first regular military units to Vietnam. They field 300 helicopter pilots to conduct Eagle flights delivering Vietnamese troops into battle. By early 1962, U.S. personnel in Vietnam, referred to as advisors, had increased tenfold to 4,000. These included detachments of Green Berets, or Special Forces, as the main cutting-edge counterinsurgency council. 128. Chaired by Taylor. The council is shortly redesignated as a Military Assistance Group, MAG, and then, as the U.S. presence expands to over 20,000, as the Military Assistance Command, Vietnam, MACV. All of this is, of course, undertaken in direct violation of the 1954 Geneva Accords, not to mention UNGARES 337A, v, and numerous articles of the UN Charter. November 24, UNGARES 1653, 16, the Declaration on the Prohibition of the Use of Nuclear and Thermonuclear Weapons is adopted, making the employment of such armaments under any circumstances a crime against humanity. The declaration coincides closely with press. Kennedy's public announcement falls. As it turns out, the U.S. at that point had 5,100 warheads capable of reaching the Soviet Union, the Soviets only 300 with which to reciprocate, that the U.S. has fallen behind in its arms race with the Soviet Union, and he orders that U.S. inventories of thermonuclear warheads, as well as the number of delivery systems with which to use them, be radically expanded. Shortly, U.S. strategic theorists like Harvard's Henry Kissinger have perfected the concept of MAD, mutually assured destruction, in which a balance of power formula guaranteeing veritable species suicide is passed off as being a better guarantor that nuclear weaponry will not be used than would disarmament itself. Variations of MAD remain predominant in U.S. strategic thinking until the demise of the USSR during the early 1990s. Presently, although there is no longer a Soviet counterbalance, the U.S. continues to develop its nuclear arsenal at a steady rate, ultimately presenting the prospect of assured destruction to any country unheeding of press. George Bush's 1991 observation that what we say, goes, an outlook often referred to as the New World Order. Although the U.S. is not known to have used nuclear weapons against an opponent since 1945, it is known to have seriously considered doing so on several occasions for press. Richard Nixon, this seems to have been routine, and its ongoing evolution of such weaponry must be viewed as contrary to the spirit, if not the letter of the law. Its possession of such ordnance has, moreover, long since translated into a form of international blackmail, and blackmail is of course a crime. 1962. April 9, the U.S. endorses SCRES 171, reaffirming SC Res. IL, 1956, and condemning Israel's flagrant violation in attacking Syrian positions on the Golan Heights on the night of March 16 to 17, an action carried out as usual by Ariel Sharon and his Unit 101. The U.S. once again ensures that no penalties or enforcement measures are included in the resolution. May 13, a Canadian technician is hired by the CIA to infect Cuban turkey flocks with the Newcastle disease. Some 8,000 birds die before the outbreak is contained. This is but the first incident in what turns out to be a protracted campaign of chemical/biological warfare intended to wreck Cuba's economy, thereby compelling the country to adopt a form of governance approved by the U.S. throughout the 1960s. There appear to have been attempts, using a variety of aerosol sprays, to damage the islands. 129. Sugar crop. In both 1969 and 1970, cloud seeding and other experimental weather modification techniques are used in an effort to obtain the same result. In 1971, Cuban pigs are deliberately infected with the swine fever virus. More than 500,000 animals have to be destroyed in order to contain the epidemic. In 1981, mosquitoes carrying dengue fever are released, causing an epidemic in which more than 300,000 people are infected, 158 die, more than 100 of them children under 15. Leaving aside the patent violations of numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7 and 9 of the UN Charter, all of the articles falling under chapters 4, V and 6 of the OAS Charter, and UNGA resolutions 337A, V, and 380, V, the entire campaign was conducted in violation of the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, and of bacteriological warfare, and the 1949 Geneva Convention for JLLLY 9, at the conclusion of a protracted conference begun in May 1961, a second set of Geneva Accords on Indochina, this time formally endorsed by the U.S., are adopted. Titled A Declaration of the Neutrality of Laos and Additional Protocol, the agreement prohibits deployment of foreign troops within the Laotian Kingdom, as well as provision of munitions and military equipage to the various warring factions therein. In practice, U.S. Special Operations personnel, introduced to Laos at least as early as 1958, continue and in some ways accelerate their activities. Such operations violate not only the 1961 Accords, but several articles concerning the rights of neutral states included in the 1899 Hague Convention II on Land Warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention V respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in case of war on land, numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7, 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, UNGA resolutions 337A, V, and 380, V, as well as the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. October 14, a U-2 spy plane collects photographic evidence the Soviets are engaged in the perfectly legal activity of installing medium and intermediate range missile bases in Cuba, setting off 13 days of U.S.-instigated nuclear brinksmanship. When challenged by the U.S., the Soviets respond that the missiles have been requested by the Cuban government, which, reasonably enough, is interested in defending itself against further U.S. or U.S.-sponsored invasions, a la the Bay of Pigs, a year earlier. When the U.S. points out that the missiles are essentially offensive rather than defensive weapons and that their positioning so close to the U.S. thus poses an inordinate threat to its national security, the Soviets answer that this is no different than the threat posed to it by missile batteries the U.S. has had positioned in Turkey for several years. Press. Kennedy then orders Cuba placed under naval blockade. U.S. vessels are instructed to stop and board Soviet ships on the high seas, an outright act of war in an effort to force the Soviets to back down unilaterally. At the last moment, Kennedy secretly commits to withdraw the U.S. missiles from Turkey in exchange for Soviet reciprocation in Cuba and to guarantee that the island will suffer no further invasions. As such, at the hands of the U.S. and Soviet Premier Khrushchev orders his missile-laden cargo ship to turn around short of the U.S. blockade line. Leaving aside the illegality inherent to the U.S. violation. 130. Of Cuban airspace involved in U-2 and other such reconnaissance overflights, the steadfast American refusal to negotiate withdrawal of its missiles from Turkey in any context other than a head-on military confrontation is plainly contrary to the intent of the UN Charter's first chapter, the letter of Article 18 of the OAS Charter, and UNGA RES 337A, v. November 6. The U.S. endorses UNGA RES 1761, 17, condemning the racist apartheid regime in South Africa. U.S. relations with Pretoria remain warm, however, and the investments of its corporations in South Africa actually increase over coming months. VDEC 14, the U.S. endorses UNGA RES 1803, 17, asserting the sovereignty of all states, including those of the Third World, over natural resources within their borders. U.S. foreign/trade policy continues to evolve in direct contradiction to the principles articulated in the resolution, however. V. and 380, v. Chapter I of the UN Charter, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter vis-a-vis Guatemala with the CIA-sponsored coup in which a junta headed by Col. Enrique Peralta Azurdia displaces that of Gen Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, who had announced his intention to hold free elections in 1964. In 1966, Peralta steps aside to make way for a U.S.-elected civilian liberal, Julio Cesar Mendez, who, in open defiance of the Genocide Convention but with unstinting American military, financial, and diplomatic support, inaugurates a campaign of outright extermination against the Mayan population of the Guatemalan North. At least 200,000 indigenous people are slaughtered over the next quarter century as Mayan territory is cleared of both its inhabitants and its rainforest, creating industrial development zones for use by primarily U.S. corporations. This last places the U.S. in the position of having, at the very least, violated Article IIK, complicity in genocide, under provision of the 1948 Convention. May 27, Israeli PM Ben-Gurion, who has refused the IAEC inspections of his country's recently completed reactor complex at Dimona mandated under SCRES 20, 1947, writes a letter to press. Kennedy proposing periodic U.S. inspections as an alternative. Although Ben-Gurion's proposal clearly represents a legal circumvention, Kennedy agrees. While it has been known since 1959 that the Dimona facility is capable of producing substantial quantities of the plutonium necessary to manufacture nuclear weapons, and that preventing such production requires comprehensive inspections twice annually, Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, allows the Israelis to restrict oversight to a single day's visit by not more than 3 American observers once per year. The U.S. representatives are not allowed to bring their own instrumentation, and there is evidence the Israelis constructed a false control room for them to monitor. U.S. participation in this transparent subterfuge allows its de facto ally, as Kennedy puts it in 1961. 131. Both to develop the bomb and to share its weapons technology with other rogue states, see the entry for September 22, 1977. April. The U.S. endorses SCRES 181, calling for member states to participate in a voluntary arms embargo on South Africa, because of the racist nature of its apartheid domestic order and the general bellicosity with which it relates to the prospect of black African self-determination. The U.S. remains a major supplier of weaponry and weapons technology. July 11, a CIA-sponsored military junta seizes power in Ecuador, toppling the government of Pres. Carlos Julio Orozmana. Ironically, Orozmana, who had been elected vice president in the 1960 election, was himself installed in the top seat by a military coup that had deposed the elected president, José María Velasco Ibarra, in November 1961. Both coups, as was later revealed, are necessitated by the failure of a CIA operation undertaken in 1960 to prevent the centrist Velasco's election by introducing left-wing terror to Ecuadorian politics. The CIA literally manufactured several violence-prone leftist organizations for this purpose. In the wake of the 1963 coup, national elections are suspended indefinitely, allowing Ecuador to remain in the free world, its American-supported junta protecting the country from the threat of dictatorship posed by democratic processes for more than a decade. That these U.S. actions and attendant policies stood in gross violation of UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. and 380, v. Chapter I of the UN Charter, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter is self-evident. Aug. 5. The U.S. signs the treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater, which is quickly ratified by the Senate and enters into force in U.S. law on October 10. Although the U.S., which had recently wrapped up Operation Dominic, a series of 24 atmospheric detonations conducted in 1962 on Hawaii's Johnson Island, complies with the letter of the treaty, it accelerates its underground testing program, mostly under treaty-reserved Western Shoshone Territory in Nevada. This leads to an unknown number of ventings in which clouds of radioactive debris are released into the atmosphere, example the Bainbury test of 1970. By the mid-1990s, when Pres. Bill Clinton supposedly halted further testing, the homeland of the unoffending Shoshones has been subjected to nearly 1,000 above and below ground nuclear detonations, making theirs by far the most bombed nation on Earth. Given the likely long-term effects upon the Shoshone population of this massive irradiation of their land base, the U.S. nuclear weapons testing program in Nevada constitutes a violation of Article 2(c) of the 1948 Genocide Convention. It should also be noted that the U.S. regularly circumvented the test ban treaty by regularly and deliberately releasing plumes of radioactive gases from its Hanford nuclear weapons production facility in Washington so that dispersal patterns and perhaps the effects on downwind humans could be studied. As of 2003, moreover, the U.S. has resumed the atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons by experimenting with dirty bombs at the military's White Sands Test Range in New Mexico. 132. October 1. The U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 1881, 17, which condemns South Africa's policy of apartheid and calls for voluntary sanctions to encourage the Pretoria regime to abandon it. U.S. diplomatic and commercial relations with South Africa nonetheless remain as cordial as ever. November 20. The U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 1904, 18, which points to the need for a convention banning all forms of racial discrimination. In combination with its then prevailing domestic racial policies, this posture earns the U.S., alongside apartheid South Africa, a resolution of condemnation at the First Assembly of the Heads of State and Government of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, in July 1964. December 15, Defense Seconds. Robert S. McNamara approves a plan to create what is cover-named the Studies and Observation Group, actually a special operations group combining CIA clandestine operations with those of selected U.S. and South Vietnamese special warfare units in a coherent structure under MACV. The primary purpose of the new unit is initially to render ongoing CIA-sponsored raids along the coastline of Vietnam's northern zone more effective. For background, see the entry for January 17, 1961, for implications, see the entry for August 4, 1964, to take over and expand longer-term operations designed to foster insurgency in the north, also ongoing. There have been 25 such since 1961, and to engage in cross-border reconnaissance missions in Laos. Insofar as SOG operations in and against Vietnam's northern zone are both secret and denied, indeed, they are undertaken in a context wherein the existence of a de facto state of war is officially disacknowledged by the U.S. They have no recourse to legitimation under either the laws of war or the UN Charter. Instead, they are illegal on their face. SOG operations in Laos, moreover, are undertaken in violation of several articles concerning the rights of neutral states included in the 1899 Hague Convention II on Land Warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention v respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in case of war on land, the 1961 Geneva Accords and numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6 and 7 of the UN Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. and 380, v. 1964. March 3, 1, ignoring UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. and 380, v. Chapter I of the UN Charter, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter, a CIA-sponsored coup is undertaken to remove Brazil's duly elected socialist president, João Goulart. Although the junta is not yet in place by that point, the U.S. formally recognizes its legitimacy on April 2. It is later revealed that, well before the fact, the plotters have been promised not only immediate recognition, but massive U.S. military and economic support in exchange for their undertaking to save Brazil from the dictatorship of free elections and other aspects of democratic governance in the aftermath. The Castelo Branco regime is one of the first recipients of assistance from the State Department's Office of Public Safety, OPS, which by 1969 has trained more 133 than 100,000 Brazilian police in such technical matters as the use of electric shock and other such methods of torture, how to arrange the disappearance of labor organizers and other political dissidents, and the proper organization of death squads. See entry for August 10, 1970. Aug. 4. A non-event happens in the Gulf of Tonkin, off the coast of Vietnam, when a destroyer, the USS Maddox, reports that it has come under attack by North Vietnamese patrol boats. Quickly joined by a second destroyer, the USS Turner Joy, the Maddox soon announces a second attack. Although it is later revealed that the attacks are a hoax, and that the Maddox in any event invited retaliation by participating earlier the same evening in raids by U.S/South Vietnamese SOG personnel on the North Vietnamese islands of Hon My and Hon Nhua, the discovery is not made until long after press. Lyndon B. Johnson misrepresents the Tonkin Gulf incident as unprovoked aggression against U.S. naval vessels on the high seas, thereby gaining congressional authorization for the overt use of force against the northern zone of Vietnam. Air strikes commence on August 5, and continue with only periodic interruption through the end of Johnson's presidency. 4 years later, then are picked up and intensified by his successor, Richard M. Nixon, for another 6 years. Actually, they don't end altogether until 1975. The scale and ferocity of the bombing are beyond comprehension. By the end of 1969, 4.5 million tons of bombs have been dropped on Vietnam and contiguous areas of Laos and Cambodia, some 9 times the total tonnage expended in the entire Pacific theater during World War II, leaving an area larger than the state of Connecticut's 5,000 square miles covered by huge, interlocking craters up to 30 feet deep. From there, the intensity of the air campaign actually increases. By far the greater proportion of the estimated 2 million Indo-Chinese civilians who are killed during America's undeclared 10,000-day war against their very habitat, die as the result of high-altitude saturation bombing and or precision airstrikes. At an absolute minimum, the protracted U.S. air campaign against Indochina violates the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, the 1949 Geneva Convention for the 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property and its additional protocol, most of the articles falling under Chapters I, 6 and 7 of the UN Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 380, v, and, well before the end, UNGA RES 2131, XX. Given the indiscriminate approach taken to bombing heavily populated areas, including the stated objective in some locales of destroying the very land itself, the air campaign obviously violated Articles IKA, 1KB, 2, C, IIKB, and IIKD, of the Genocide Convention. As concerns the official U.S. fabrication of events in the Gulf of Tonkin on the night of August 4, 1964, which served as the predication for all this, it plainly bears comparison to the unprovoked attack by Polish forces upon German border installations staged by the Nazis on the night of August 31, 1939, as a pretext for starting World War II the following morning. One firm indication of the aptness of such an assessment is the fact that by 1970 even Telford Taylor, U.S. Chief Counsel at Nuremberg, is prepared to acknowledge that under the standards applied against the Nazis in 1945, the entire American leadership belonged in a similar defendant stock. 134. September 5-11, following up on a preliminary summit conducted in Cairo a few months earlier, the Arab League meets in Alexandria to devise a common strategy for finally resolving the issue of Palestinian refugees and the more general problem of Israel. The Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, recognized by both the League and the UN a decade later as being the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, see the entry for October 28, 1974, is established, and the mechanics of a united front against Zionist imperialism hammered out. Another particular focus is how to undo the effects of a recently completed Israeli project, begun in 1959, diverting water from Lake Kinneret to the Negev region. This is a variation on the earlier Israeli effort to divert water from the Jordan River itself. See the entry for November 2, 1953. Israel, joined by the U.S., responds by refusing to recognize the PLO. Israel in fact refuses to recognize even the existence of Palestinians, per se, claiming that they should as a group be considered Jordanians, thus precluding the possibility of a negotiated rather than military solution to the question of Palestine. The Israeli/U.S. posture in this regard is contrary to chapters I, 6 and 11 of the UN Charter, as well as the 1954 Convention relating to the status of stateless persons. With respect to Arab complaints about water diversion, Israel undertakes, according to the posthumously published notes of no less than Moshe Dayan, a policy of escalation against Syria in the area of Lake Kinneret. According to Dayan, 80% of all the clashes between Israel and Syria during this period are deliberately provoked by Israel. Despite Israel's consistent violation of the UN Charter's first chapter, UNGARES 337a, v, and numerous other elements of international law, U.S. support remains unimpaired. 1965. March 28, The New York Times, quoting Defense Seconds McNamara, reports that U.S. troops in Vietnam have been experimenting with the use of three types of gas: DM, CN, and CS against those inside suspected enemy fortifications, many of which turn out to be cellars in which terrified civilians have sought refuge from the fighting. In September, Gen. William Westmoreland, commander of all U.S. forces in Southeast Asia, is authorized to employ all three gases on a routine basis. Although military spokespersons insist that the gases are non-lethal, all three, especially when heavily concentrated in closed spaces, are well known to cause asphyxia, especially among small children, and elderly persons with lung ailments, cardiac arrest, especially among those with pre-existing heart conditions, and severe damage to the eyes and mucous membranes. The first report of civilian fatalities: 26 women and 28 children asphyxiated in the village of Vinh Quang, when American soldiers flood their shelters with 48 canisters of CS, is reported in the Times on October 5. The incident actually occurred a month earlier. By January 1966, both CS and CN are being massively deployed in aerogel form from low-flying aircraft. At about the same time, the Mighty Might, a high-pressure pump designed to inject a toxic and highly volatile oxyacetylene mixture into bunkers and tunnels, also comes into use. There are also well-documented 135 reports that, by 1970, sarin nerve gas is used by Army Special Forces units operating in Laos. See entry for June 7, 1998. It is impossible to estimate with any degree of precision how many Indochinese combatants and non-combatants alike are ultimately killed by the U.S. resort to gas warfare. Certainly, the tally must run into the thousands, and perhaps tens of thousands. Irrespective of the number of fatalities, the employment of these obviously lethal gases was undertaken in flagrant violation of the 1899 Hague Declaration II concerning asphyxiating gases, the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, and the 1949 Geneva Convention for. Insofar as such gases were employed against targets known or suspected to contain enemy medical facilities, it was also undertaken in violation of the 1949 Geneva Convention I for the amelioration of the conditions of the wounded and sick in armed forces in the field. April 29, ignoring the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 380, v, Chapter I of the UN Charter, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter, the U.S. lands the first 500 Marines in the Dominican Republic to ensure that a popular insurrection meant to reinstate leftist press. Juan Bosch, deposed 19 months earlier in a U.S.-backed military coup, is unsuccessful. U.S. forces quickly swell to over 23,000, winning a smashing victory over their non-military opponents, occupying the country for months, and laying the groundwork for the rightist regime of U.S. client Joaquin Balaguer to remain in power for another dozen years. As Newsweek magazine puts it at the time, democracy is being saved from communism by getting rid of democracy. September 11, the 1st Cavalry Division, Airmobile, arrives in Vietnam. Unlike the 9th Marine Expeditionary Force, which arrived on March 8, thus comprising the 1st U.S. Maneuver Battalion sent to Indochina, or the 3rd Marine Division that arrived on May 6. The ARCAV is equipped with M16 rifles, a technological circumvention of the 1899 Hague Declaration 3 concerning expanding bullets. The Hague Declaration prohibits use of unjacketed ammunition, especially dum-dum and hollow point bullets, in combat because of their tendency to flatten out on impact with the human body, causing unnecessarily terrible wounds and correspondingly inordinate death rates among those suffering them. This is the origin of the requirement that military ammunition be of the full metal jacketed ball variety. The M16 fires a very small, super high velocity projectile which is extremely unstable in flight, a matter causing the bullet to tumble upon impact, thus inflicting the same sorts of wounds the Hague Declaration was meant to avoid. By early 1969, more than 240,000 M16s have been issued to troops in Vietnam. Today, the M16 is the standard issue rifle for all U.S. military personnel aside from snipers and members of Special Operations Units. October 1, ignoring UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 380, v, as well as Chapter I of the UN Charter, the CIA brings to fruition a long-planned military coup to displace the government of Indonesia's duly elected, left-leaning and staunchly independent President Sukarno, replacing it with a junta headed by Gen. Suharto, a deeply corrupt and openly fascistic U.S. client. 136. Over the next several years, the newly installed regime, another recipient of immediate and sustained U.S. military/diplomatic support, indulges in the slaughter of somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million communists, following up on December 7, 1975, with an invasion of the tiny breakaway country of East Timor, quickly butchering about one-third of the entire population. Despite its grotesque violations of virtually every element of international humanitarian and human rights law, Suharto's Indonesia continues to receive unqualified U.S. support and to be cast as an exemplar of the free world until the Indonesians themselves finally manage to bring the dictator down in 1995. In effect, since both Suharto's seizure of and maintenance in power was entirely contingent upon U.S. sponsorship, the U.S. was/is guilty of complicity in each of his myriad crimes against humanity. 1966. February 24, ignoring UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 380, v, as well as Chapter I of the UN Charter, the CIA consummates a military coup, toppling Ghana's Pan-Africanist president, Kwame Nkrumah. Although Nkrumah has been educated in the U.S., and has taken care to develop a non-aligned position for his government, i.e., neither pro-Soviet nor pro-U.S. The very staunchness of his anti-colonialism seems to be the major complaint against him. For U.S. policymakers, the freedom of Third World leaders extends only as far as their adoption of openly pro-U.S. postures. March 7, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 2106, XX, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which enters into force on January 4, 1969. Eventually, the Senate ratifies the convention, ostensibly allowing the U.S. to accept the law's binding effect on November 20, 1994. The Senate attaches 3 reservations, 1 understanding, 1 declaration, and 1 proviso to its ratification, however, all of which add up to a U.S. claim that it holds a sovereign right to exempt it itself from compliance when and however it desires to do so. As of this writing, police practices involving racial profiling, as well as race-based disparities in incarceration rates and imposition of the death penalty, continue to offer ample evidence as to the form and extent of U.S. self-exemption. October 27, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 2145, XXI, terminating South Africa's mandate in Southwest Africa, Namibia, and affirming the right of the Namibian people to self-determination under provision of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The U.S., which views South Africa's virulently racist apartheid regime as a bastion of the free world, nonetheless lobbies against inclusion of enforcement provisions in the current resolution, and will use its Security Council veto prerogative as a means of preventing Namibian self-determination from being realized in anything resembling a timely fashion. November 25, the U.S. endorses SCRES 228, censuring Israel for its large-scale and carefully planned attack on the Jordanian town Samu, south of Hebron, resulting in considerable loss of life and heavy property damage on November 13. Emphasis is placed on asserting that Israel's ongoing 137 actions of military reprisal cannot be tolerated. Although the U.S. is again successful in averting inclusion of actual penalty and enforcement provisions, other member states finally force insertion of the threat that unless Israel desists in its aggression, the Security Council will have to consider further and more effective steps as envisioned in the UN Charter to ensure against repetition. Dec 16, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 2200, XXI, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which enters into force on January 3, 1976. In 1977, Pres. Jimmy Carter finally signs off on the covenant and transmits it to the Senate for ratification. The Senate declines to ratify, however, on the basis, best articulated by Reagan State Department official Elliott Abrams in 1981, that the U.S. does not acknowledge the existence of economic, social, or cultural rights, as such. As of this writing, the U.S. unlike 133 other countries remains a non-ratifying state. Dec 16, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 2200, XXI, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, allowing the UN Human Rights Committee to hear complaints from individuals as well as state parties, which enters into force on March 23, 1976. Although the Senate finally ratifies the covenant on September 8, 1992, the U.S. unlike the 132 other countries having accepted the law as binding qualifies its acceptance with 5 reservations, 5 understandings, 4 declarations and 1 proviso, all of which add up to its claiming a sovereign right to exempt itself from compliance whenever it desires to do so. Dec 16, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 2200A, XXI, the optional protocol additional to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which enters into force on March 23, 1976, with 87 state parties. As of the writing, the U.S. remains a non-signatory state. Dec 21, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 2131, XX, the Declaration of the Inadmissibility of Intervention in the Domestic Affairs of the States and the Protection of Their Independence and Sovereignty, reaffirming and greatly amplifying the principles set forth in UNGARES 380, v. Having made this noble gesture, the U.S. of course continues without interruption to do exactly what it had been doing all along, and was doing at the moment of its endorsement, intervening in the affairs of any country adopting policies not to its liking, which, over the years, has been virtually all of them. April 13, a CIA-backed colonel's coup overthrows the government of Liberal Prime Minister Georgios Papandreou, the first ever to be elected by a majority of Greek voters, in 1964, 2 days before the start of a campaign that was all but certain to extend his term for another 4 years. In the aftermath, the junta, with full U.S. support, inaugurates a wave of repression against leftists so brutal that within months Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands have all gone before the European Commission on Human Rights to argue that the colonels, as they continue to be called, 1967, 138, have violated virtually every convention under the Commission's mandate. The regime is found guilty on all counts in early 1969, and only its walkout from the Council of Europe prevents Greece's expulsion by that body. Under these circumstances, American support to Greece rapidly increases, with Vice Pres. Spiro Agnew publicly extolling the regime's achievements, as measured, presumably, by its constant cooperation with U.S. needs and wishes. Ultimately, a falling out among the colonels themselves in 1973, followed in July 1974 by their collective miscalculation in provoking a military confrontation with Turkey over control of the island of Cyprus, brings about the regime's collapse and resumption of civilian governance in Greece. Apart from its obvious complicity in virtually all the crimes of which the colonels were found to be guilty, the U.S. role in installing them was undertaken in violation of Chapters I and II of the UN Charter and UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, xx. May 10, the Russell Tribunal, an international body convened in Stockholm under authority of ECOSOC RES 1503, Slay 8, Article 38 of the Statute of the ICJ, and the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal concludes that the U.S. is engaged in the perpetration of aggressive war in Southeast Asia under the terms of international law enshrined in the Nuremberg Charter, and that prosecution of the war has entailed deliberate, systematic and large-scale bombing of civilian objectives in Vietnam in violation of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, as well as repeated violations of the sovereignty, the neutrality, and the territorial integrity of Cambodia and Laos in violation of the 1907 Hague Convention v. respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in time of war. A multitude of other war crimes and crimes against the peace are also documented. The U.S. ignores these findings and continues with business as usual. June 0, without prior warning, the Israeli Air Force launches a pre-dawn lightning attack that destroys its Egyptian counterpart on the ground. By mid-afternoon, those of Syria and Jordan have also been eliminated, and the only Iraqi air base near enough to join the fray has been devastated. Over the next 5 days, Israeli army units seize the Golan Heights from Syria, the West Bank area including the Holy City of Jerusalem from Jordan, and, once again, the entire Sinai from Egypt. Thus ends Israel's 6-day war of aggression. Although the Israeli blitzkrieg is conducted in flagrant violation of both the London and UN charters, and is carried out in significant part with arms provided by the U.S. neither severs relations nor offers any other appreciable response. June 18, Israel formally annexes East Jerusalem, extending its domestic law over the inhabitants on June 27. Although such assertion of title by conquest has been repudiated in international law since at least as early as the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact and in U.S. foreign policy pronouncements since the Stimson Doctrine was articulated in January 1932, the U.S. again makes no move to alter its relations with Israel. 139. November 22, the U.S. endorses SCRES 242, calling upon Israel to immediately withdraw from all territories occupied during its recent war with contiguous Arab states. The U.S. delegation blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions, however, allowing the Israelis to simply ignore the resolution, albeit, at the behest of the U.S., they go through the motions of formally accepting it in August 1970. Resultantly, Israel continues, 35 years later, to defy the law by occupying the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Golan Heights, the occupied territories. As of this writing, moreover, Israel, despite or because of its fundamentally illegal comportment, continues to receive by far the most U.S. military, economic, and diplomatic support of any country in the world. November 25, Arthur W. Galston publishes an article entitled Herbicides in Vietnam in the New Republic, providing the first broad public exposure to Operation Ranch Hand, a sustained project, begun under the codename Hades in late 1961, through which the Air Force has set about using aerosol sprays of herbicides to defoliate huge areas of Vietnam in an effort to deny cover to the enemy. The defoliants, codenamed Agent Orange, Agent White, Agent Blue and Agent Purple, are all known to contain dioxin, along with plutonium, among the most virulently carcinogenic/mutagenic substances ever synthesized. Before the Air Force suspends use of Agent Orange in 1970, it was by far the most used chemical. Thousands of tons have been sprayed, and approximately 25% of the rainforest in the southern zone of Vietnam destroyed. Scores of thousands of U.S. troops and perhaps 2 million Vietnamese have also been exposed, many of them repeatedly and/or for prolonged periods. Among the latter group especially, post-war cancer rates prove catastrophic, as does the incidence of congenital birth defects among their children. Given that the likely effects of exposure to even minute quantities of dioxin are known before the fact, and that it is equally well known that dioxin is present in the herbicides employed in ranch hand, the entire operation is a violation of Article 23 of the 1907 Hague Convention for respecting the laws and customs of war on land, prohibiting the use of poison or poisoned weapons, the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, and the 1949 Geneva Convention for, in addition, given the express intent to destroy the very ecology of Vietnam involved in the operation, as well as the obvious willingness to visit incalculable human costs upon an entire population its planners exhibited, ranch hand unquestionably violates Articles 2, C, IIKB, IIKD, and IIK, of the Genocide Convention. December 1, a second session of the Russell Tribunal, see the entry for May 10, 1968, this one conducted at Roskilde, Denmark, supplements the findings of the first session by concluding that the wanton use of incendiary ordnance, especially napalm, in Vietnam violates the Martens Clause of the 1907 Hague Conventions, as well as the U.S. Army's own articulation of the laws of land warfare, FM 27-10, in that it involves a kind and degree of violence not necessary to military aims and objectives. The tribunal also finds the overall U.S. military policy in Indochina to be in gross violation of the 1949 Geneva Convention 3 relative to the treatment of prisoners of war and the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war. Most controversially, the tribunal unanimously endorses Jean-Paul Sartre's formulation that since the U.S. military engagement in Vietnam amounts in essence to a colonial war, and since colonialism is invariably tantamount to genocide, the U.S. is by definition guilty of violating the Genocide Convention. Apart from denouncing the tribunal, the U.S. ignores its findings and continues with business as usual. 1968. Jail. 25. The U.S. endorses SCRES 245, which reaffirms UNGARES 2145, XXI, terminating South Africa's mandate in Namibia, and UNGARES 2324, XXII, demanding the immediate release of all members of the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, and other Namibian independence figures imprisoned by South Africa, and calling upon South Africa to comply. The U.S. prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions. March 1, 4, the U.S. endorses SCRES 246, expressing dismay that South Africa has not complied with UNGARES 2324, XXII, or SCRES 245, and calling upon UN member states to bring appropriate pressure to bear in an effort to convince South Africa to do so. U.S. business with South Africa continues as usual. March 16, a company of the 23rd Infantry, Americall, division commanded by Lt. William Calley slaughters 347 unarmed civilians including a dozen babies as young as 1 month of age at the hamlet of Song Mai, My Lai 4, in Vietnam's southern zone. Although the massacre is observed from helicopters by Calley's superiors, and its true nature known to higher UPS, it is falsely cast as an intense firefight in which 128 enemy soldiers were killed. Only when a former soldier forces the incident into public view a year later is an extremely limited official investigation initiated. Not only are all of Calley's superiors effectively exonerated, several other massacres perpetrated by Americall units in the vicinity of My Lai on the same day are hushed up. Current seconds of state Colin Powell, then a divisional staff officer, played a significant role in the cover-up. In the end, Calley alone is charged with murder of at least 102 Oriental human beings. Convicted, he ultimately serves 3.5 years under house arrest before his sentence is commuted by Pres. Richard Nixon. The My Lai case provides a lens through which to examine the de facto rules of engagement under which U.S. ground forces in Vietnam operate for nearly 7 years, 1965 to 72. Known as the dead Gook rule, that is, if a corpse is Vietnamese it is counted as a slain enemy combatant. On that basis alone it points to a process of unremitting massacre, both large-scale and small, of the civilian population. To illustrate, in one major 9th Infantry Division operation conducted in mid-1968, a body count of more than 1,000 is claimed while only 748 weapons are recovered, indicating that more than 10,000 of the dead are peasant bystanders. More than a score of such operations are conducted during the course of the U.S. commitment, and this is not even to begin to count the toll taken by such 141 routine measures as the declaration of whole swaths of the country to be free fire zones in which anything that moves can be killed with impunity. Unquestionably, the entire sweep of the U.S. attrition strategy employed in Vietnam embodies gross violations of numerous articles of the 1907 Hague Convention for respecting the laws and customs of war on land and the 1949 Geneva Convention for. It also constitutes violation of Articles IKA, 1KB, 2, C, IIKB, and IIKD, of the Genocide Convention. As is indicated by the My Lai criminal proceedings, no one is ever held to account for any of this. On the contrary, military personnel who attempted to meet their moral, ethical, and legal responsibilities under the Nuremberg Doctrine to refuse participation in the overall pattern of war crimes and crimes against humanity are not infrequently prosecuted. March 24, the U.S. endorses SCRES 248, condemning the military action launched by Israel in violation of the United Nations Charter and 19,671 ceasefire resolutions, and calls for Israeli compliance with both. The U.S. blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions in the resolution, allowing Israel to ignore it. May 21 equals the U.S. endorses SCRES 252, deploring Israeli non-compliance with UNGARES 2253, ESV, of July 4, 1967, and UNGARES 2254, ESV, of July 14, 1967, invalidating all Israeli land expropriations in the occupied territories of Palestine, and rejecting Israel's attempts to alter the legal status of Jerusalem. The U.S. prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions. July 1, the U.S. signs the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which is duly ratified by the Senate and enters into force on March 5, 1970. Among the more important requirements is the Article V provision that a strict inspection regime will be maintained with regard to all countries to whom the nuclear powers provide reactor technology as a means of ensuring that it is not used for the purpose of weapons development. In the interim between signing and implementation, however, the U.S. permanently suspends its inspection of Israeli reactor sites, this, in full knowledge that Israel has been developing a nuclear weapons capacity at its Dimona reactor complex, see entry for May 27, 1963. Aug. 16, the U.S. endorses SCRES 256, reaffirming SCRES 248 and condemning Israel's ongoing violation of the UN Charter. The U.S. is able to constrain the resolution to the level of a rhetorical flourish. Sept. 18, the U.S. endorses SCRES 258, reaffirming SCRES 242, 1967. The U.S. once again blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions. December 3, the U.S. endorses SCRES 262, condemning Israel's premeditated attack on the Beirut International Airport in violation of the UN Charter and numerous UN resolutions, and ordering restitution paid. The U.S. blocks inclusion of actual enforcement provisions, although the threat to employ more effective measures, first made in SCRES 228, 1966, is renewed. As of this writing, Israel has made no restitution. 142. 1969. February 9, Gen. Creighton Abrams, Westmoreland's successor as commander of MACV, requests permission from newly elected Pres. Richard M. Nixon to order an arc-light airstrike by B-52 heavy bombers on a communist basing area in neutral Cambodia. Nixon approves on March 17, thus initiating MENU, a top-secret bombing campaign against the hapless country that lasts until August 1973. By April 1972, 50,000 tons of bombs per month are being dropped on supposed communist sanctuaries stretching a third of the way to Thailand. Ultimately, about half of Cambodia's 8 million people are left homeless and perhaps 500,000 killed. From start to finish, the bombing of Cambodia is conducted in violation of several articles concerning the rights of neutral states included in the 1899 Hague Convention II on Land Warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention v respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in case of war on land, the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, the 1949 Geneva Convention 4, numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7, 11 and 12 of the UN Charter and UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. March 20, the U.S. endorses SCRES 264, condemning South Africa's refusal to comply with UNGA Resolutions 2145, XXI, 2248, SV, 2325, XXII, 2372, XXII, and 2403, XXII, as well as SC Resolutions 245, 1968, and 246, 1968, all of them declaring South Africa's continuing occupation of Namibia to be illegal and calling upon all UN member states to bring appropriate pressure to bear in convincing South Africa to change its policies. The resolution ends by threatening to take other steps or measures under the UN Charter, if South Africa fails to do so, but the US prevents inclusion of any less ambiguous formulation. April 1, the US endorses SCRES 265, condemning Israel's Prepland air attacks on Jordanian villages in violation of SC Resolutions 248, 1968, and 256, 1968, reaffirming both resolutions, and deploring the loss of life resulting from Israel's crimes. The U.S. blocks inclusion of any penalties or enforcement provisions. May 23, while it is no more than a codification of customary international law and therefore attended by a declaration of universal participation, the U.S. declines to accept the binding effect of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. Although the convention entered into force on January 27, 1980, and the State Department has all along recognized it as the definitive articulation of treaty law, the formal U.S. position as of this writing remains that its compliance is entirely discretionary. A major motivator in this regard concerns the U.S. posture of gross violation vis-a-vis some 400 ratified treaties with indigenous nations now encapsulated within its claimed boundaries. June 23, with Israel having made no move to comply with SCRES 242, Egypt's Pres. Nasser warns that Egypt will if necessary use force to recover the Sinai. Israel, which has been erecting settlements in preferred portions of occupied Egypt, begins to construct fortifications along the east. 143. Bank of the Suez Canal, and to employ the IAF as flying artillery to prevent Egypt's incursion into its own territory. In Dec, U.S. Seconds of State William Rogers presents a peace plan which consists mainly of Israeli compliance with SCRES 242 in exchange for American guarantees of Israel's security. Israel rejects the proposition and, on January 7, 1970, inaugurates a campaign of airstrikes deep in unoccupied Egyptian territory. By the time the campaign ends on April 13, Israeli pilots, most of them flying F-4 Phantom aircraft provided by the U.S, have flown more than 3,300 sorties and dropped upwards of 8,000 tons of ordnance on targets west of the Suez. On June 19, Rogers submits a second proposal, essentially reiterating the first, but adding significant increases in military aid as a side deal. This, Israel accepts, see the entry for November 2, 1967, but then fails to follow through on. The U.S. nonetheless delivers the promised weaponry, thus violating the spirit, if not the letter, of SCRES 18. August 26, the U.S. endorses SCRES 270, condemning premeditated Israeli air attacks on villages in southern Lebanon in violation of SC Resolutions 233, 1967, and 234, 1967, reaffirming both resolutions, and renewing the threat of employing more effective measures of enforcement made in SC Resolutions 228, 1966, and 262, 1968. The airstrikes continue. November 22, the U.S. tentatively endorses, but fails to ratify the American Convention on Human Rights, which enters into force on July 18, 1978, with 25 state parties. As of this writing, the U.S. is the only OAS member state not to have accepted the law's binding effect. Dec 18, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 2444, affirming respect for human rights in armed conflicts, requiring that a distinction be made at all times between persons taking part in the hostilities and members of the civilian population, and prohibiting attacks against the civilian population as such. U.S. military policy in Indochina is plainly in flat violation of such provisions, and will remain so until 1975, however. 1970. Jail. 30. The U.S. endorses SCRES 276, reaffirming the right of the Namibian people to self-determination under provision of UNGARES 1514, 15, the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples and termination of South Africa's mandate in Namibia under provision of SCRES 264, 1969, strongly condemning South Africa's refusal to comply with either resolution, and declaring South Africa's continued occupation of Namibia to be illegal. Unlike its earlier performance vis-a-vis Korea, and later with regard to Iraq, the U.S. insists that the best approach to the problem is for the Security Council to create a committee to study ways and means of enforcement. March 1, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/9696 plus CORR 1,2, calling for an end to the white supremacist regime in Rhodesia. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution, final vote, 9-2-4. 144. March 18, Cambodia's neutralist head of state, Prince Sihanouk, viewed by the Nixon administration as being overly sympathetic to Hanoi, is deposed by a CIA-backed clique headed by the country's much more U.S.-oriented Prime Minister, Lon Nol. On May 1, Nixon orders a massive preventive incursion by U.S./South Vietnamese ground forces into the Cambodian border region in order to destroy communist sanctuaries. Lon Nol protests that he'd neither been informed of nor approved the invasion. The troops are withdrawn on June 29. The U.S. incursion violates numerous articles of the UN Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX, several provisions of the SEATO Treaty, and numerous elements of the laws of war. March 19, CIADIR. William Colby, testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, discloses the existence of the Phoenix program, initiated under his orders in 1967 to eradicate the communist infrastructure in Vietnam's southern zone. Under Phoenix, or Phung Hoang, as it was called by the Vietnamese, due process was totally non-existent. South Vietnamese civilians whose names appeared on blacklists could be kidnapped, tortured, detained for years without trial, or murdered, simply on the word of an anonymous informer. At its height, Phoenix managers imposed quotas of 1,800 neutralizations per month. Although Colby indicates that 1967 intelligence estimates indicated the presence of about 75,000 communist political cadres operating in the South, well over 50,000 people have been assassinated by Phoenix operatives at the time he testifies, and at least double that number arbitrarily arrested, subjected to prolonged interrogation and incarcerated for indeterminate periods under atrocious conditions. Simple arithmetic thus suggests that, by the CIA's own estimates, at least 1 in every 2 persons neutralized are innocent bystanders. Actually, there's little evidence that more than a few, if any, of the victims are actual communist cadres. The Phoenix program, which is continued until the collapse of South Vietnam in 1975, is unquestionably conducted in violation of the 1949 Geneva Convention for UNGARES 2444, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and numerous elements of international law. May 12, the U.S. endorses SCRES 280, demanding the withdrawal of Israeli troops from southern Lebanon, condemning Israel's premeditated military action there in violation of SC Resolutions 262, 1968, and 270, 1969, reaffirming both resolutions, and declaring that further such actions cannot be tolerated. The threat of resort to more effective measures of enforcement, as provided in the UN Charter, already made in SC Resolutions 228, 1966, 262, 1968, and 270, 1969, is once again repeated. The U.S., however, blocks inclusion of any actual enforcement provisions. Israeli troops remain in Lebanon. JLLLY 29, the U.S. endorses SCRES 283, reaffirming SC Resolutions 264, 1969, and 276, 1970, expressing deep concern that South Africa has failed to comply with either resolution by withdrawing its troops from Namibia. A government of Los 145. And requesting that all UN member states refrain from any relations with South Africa that might imply that its illegal occupation is legitimate. A comprehensive embargo is then proclaimed, not of South Africa but of Namibia. Og 10, the body of former Richmond, Indiana, Police Chief Dan Mitrian is discovered in the trunk of a car in Montevideo. He had been kidnapped a few days earlier by Uruguay's Tupamaro guerrillas, interrogated at considerable length, then executed when the Uruguayan government, backed by the U.S., had refused to exchange imprisoned rebels for his release. Ultimately, the spectacular incident lifted the lid on a State Department program, dubbed the Office of Public Safety, administered by USAID with ample CIA collaboration, which, since Pres. John F. Kennedy approved it in 1961, had been systematically training and organizing key members of Latin American police forces to utilize such counter-subversive techniques as torture, bombing, and assassination. Mitrian, for example, who turned out to be a veteran ops operative who served in Brazil before being posted to Uruguay, maintained a soundproof torture chamber in the basement of his home as a training facility. The ops, which provided similar services in virtually every country south of the Rio Grande, was largely responsible for creating the quasi-official death squad so endemic to the Latin American context. It also violated virtually every clause in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, the UN Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, among numerous other elements of international human rights law, and UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX. September 13, under strong pressure from the U.S., Jordan's King Hussein moves to disarm PLO guerrillas based in refugee camps along the east bank of the Jordan River. When Syria intervenes in behalf of the Palestinians, the U.S. requests mobilization of Israeli forces. A complete regional conflagration is averted only when the PLO announces that it will relocate the bulk of its personnel to Lebanon. Insofar as the U.S. secured no UN authorization before instigating a military conflict, its role in precipitating Black September constitutes violation of various articles falling under Chapters I, 6 and 7 of the UN Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, and 2444. October 24, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGA RES 2625, XXV, the Declaration on the Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. Among other things, the Declaration sets forth the duty of all states to refrain from any forcible action which deprives people of their self-determination, and freedom and independence. Setting aside the obvious U.S. pattern of doing just the opposite in third-world countries, the FBI and collaborating police agencies are even then engaging in repressive operations designed to destroy the Puerto Rican independence movement on both the island and the mainland by way of a domestic counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, involving numerous 146 assassinations and political imprisonments, including transparently false imprisonments. An entirely similar program is also being pursued with regard to elements of the Black Liberation Movement, notably the Black Panther Party and the Republic of New Africa, RNA, while another will shortly be undertaken against the American Indian Movement, AIM. COINTELPRO, by whatever name, violates Articles 6 to 10 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Articles 9 and 14 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Additionally, since the targets consist primarily of peoples of color, it violates Article 5 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. April. A package containing 7.7 kilograms of WO Globe brand heroin, shipped via the U.S. Military Postal Service in Bangkok, is seized at Ft. Monmouth, New Jersey. In November, another 13.5 kilos of WO Globe is seized in possession of a Filipino diplomat posted to Vientiane, Laos, as he tries to clear customs in New York. These seizures correspond to a sharp increase in the quantity of opiates grown in the Golden Triangle of northern Burma and smuggled into the U.S. The massive influx triggers the Great Heroin Epidemic of 197–1–72, a phenomenon concentrated mainly in America's inner cities. In charge of the source is a secret army of Hmong, Mio, tribesmen headed by Vang Pao, a CIA client, which is otherwise employed by the agency to combat Pathet Lao guerrillas and attack North Vietnamese supply lines in Laos. Profits from sales are used to fund Vang's military operations, thus circumventing the need for the CIA to report them as a part of its annual budget. The Hmongs themselves have been convinced by the agency, much as the Kurds at about the same time, see the entry for March 24, 1974, that their sacrifices are being put towards establishment of their own free state, a commitment the CIA has neither the authority nor the inclination to honor. In the end, Hmong society, which is considered expendable by all parties to the conflict, is very nearly destroyed, while the polity of neutral Laos is severely destabilized. The flood of heroin into U.S. ghettos, meanwhile, appears to have been calculated to narcotize the country's then burgeoning Black liberation movement in much the same way that LSD and other hallucinogens were employed to undermine the White New Left movement a few years earlier. See the entry for April 13, 1953. CIA involvement in the opium trade violates an international protocol adopted in 1953 for purposes of eliminating it. U.S. operations in Laos more generally violate several articles concerning the rights of neutral states included in the 1899 Hague Convention II on Land Warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention v. respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in case of war on land. The CIA's manipulation of the Hmongs violate Articles 1 KB, 2, C, and IIK, of the Genocide Convention. April 14, 1st Lt. Michael J. Ewell, an intelligence officer with the Americal DIV from November 1968 to April 1969, testifies before a congressional committee with regard to standard interrogation techniques, i.e., torture applied to prisoners, both military and civilian, captured by U.S. forces in Vietnam. 1971. 147. These include not only endemic beatings, rapes, and similar crudities, but the use of more sophisticated techniques like electric shock and the so-called water torture. Summary execution is also reported to be a regular occurrence. The performance of South Vietnamese forces is even worse, albeit what the Vietnamese do is all but invariably done under the watchful eyes of American advisors, and, in point of fact, the South Vietnamese forces would not exist, absent U.S. support. Worst of all is the sprawling prison compound on Con Son Island, nominally administered by the South Vietnamese, but built by the U.S. and actually presided over by a State Department employee, Frank Walton, former police commander in the Watts district of Los Angeles. The program is similar to that of the ops in Latin America, in which thousands of Vietnamese scooped up by the CIA's Phoenix program are held for years in open-air tiger cages. On Phoenix, see the entry for March 19, 1970. Overall, the treatment of prisoners by the U.S. and its Vietnamese clients is in violation of Articles 4-7 and 14-20 of the 1907 Hague Convention respecting the laws and customs of war on land, the 1949 Geneva Convention I for the amelioration of the conditions of the wounded and sick in armed forces in the field, the 1949 Geneva Convention III relative to the treatment of prisoners of war, the 1949 Geneva Convention IV relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, UNGA Res. 2444, the Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, 1955, and the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. April 16, journalist Fred Brandtman, who has spent the period March 1967 to February 1971 in neutral Laos, testifies before a congressional committee concerning the secret U.S. saturation bombing of the country's Plain of Jars and contiguous areas, begun in earnest in 1969. Inundated in barely 2 years by the same bomb tonnage as was expended by the U.S. in all theaters during World War II, the roughly 50,000 square mile target zone has become the most heavily bombed area in the history of warfare by the time Brandtman's testimony is entered. By the end of 1969, more than 75% of the region's villages have been completely destroyed, the local civilian population of 900,000 forced to live mostly underground to avoid the white phosphorus and cluster bombs being rained upon them. At least 100,000 are dead by early 1971, score of thousands of others maimed, and the bombing continues with little interruption until May 1973. From start to finish, the bombing of Laos is conducted in violation of several articles concerning the rights of neutral states included in the 1899 Hague Convention II on land warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention V respecting the rights and duties of neutral powers and persons in case of war on land, the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, the 1949 Geneva Convention IV, numerous articles falling under chapters I, 6, 7, 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, and UNGA Resolutions 380, v. 2131, XX, and 2444. September 25, the U.S. endorses SCRES 298, noting Israel's non-compliance with SC Resolutions 252, 1968, and 267, 1969, as well as UNGA Resolutions 2253, ESV, and 2254, ESV, reaffirming both Security Council resolutions, and calling upon Israel to rescind its efforts to alter the political status of Jerusalem. The U.S. blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions. 148. October 20, the U.S. endorses SCRES 301, reaffirming SC Resolutions 264, 1969, 276, 1970, and 283, 1970, and renewing the call for member states to participate in the arms embargo of South Africa declared in SCRES 282, 1970. The U.S. remains a major supplier of weaponry and weapons technology to the targeted country. 1972. February 4, the U.S. endorses SCRES 310, condemning the ongoing refusal of South Africa to comply with UN resolutions pertaining to Namibia and calling on member states to honor the embargo of Namibia imposed under provision of SCRES 283, 1970. Once again, the threat of a U.S. veto restricts the Council to threatening rather than imposing more effective steps or measures in accordance with the UN Charter if South Africa does not immediately comply. February 28, the U.S. endorses SCRES 313, demanding that Israel desist and refrain from further ground or air action against Lebanon, which had begun a few months earlier in an effort to deny basing area to PLO guerrillas, and to immediately withdraw its troops from the southern portion of the country. The U.S. renders this reiteration of SCRES 280, 1970, even more vacuous than the original. Israeli forces remain in southern Lebanon, and the air strikes continue. M-R16, Israeli PM Golda Meir, referred to as Golda the Intransigent, rejects a proposal by Jordan's King Hussein to simultaneously resolve the issues of Israeli occupation of the West Bank and of Palestinian refugees, by creating a Palestinian state therein. Instead, in August, Meir's government publishes a position paper called the Galilee Document, announcing a policy of militarily reinforcement of accelerated Jewish settlement in the occupied territories, thereby establishing Israel's permanent right to them. Although this openly annexationist policy is enunciated in flat defiance of SCRES 242 and numerous other Security Council resolutions, and thus constitutes a flagrant violation of the London and UN charters, U.S. military and financial assistance to Israel continues unabated. April 10, the U.S. endorses the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Bacteriological, Biological, and Toxin Weapons and on their destruction. The convention is duly ratified by the Senate and enters into force in U.S. domestic law on March 26, 1975. To all accounts, however, U.S. development, and at least limited production and stockpiling, of such weapons continues without interruption. The U.S. has also been a major proliferator of the base stocks going into the development and production of such weapons by other countries, notably, Iraq, see entry for January 24, 1947. June 26, the U.S. endorses SCRES 316, expressing grave concern over persistent Israeli violation of SC Resolutions 262, 1966, 270, 1969, 280, 1970, 285, 1970, and 313, 1972. The U.S. manages to hold the resolution to the level of a rhetorical statement. 149. July 21, the U.S. endorses SCRES 317, condemning Israeli abductions of Syrian and Lebanese military and security personnel, and ordering their immediate return. The resolution also condemns Israeli violence more generally, and threatens further action if Israel fails to comply with the UN Charter and all relevant Security Council resolutions. The U.S. once again blocks inclusion of any tangible enforcement provisions, however, and Israel refuses to comply with the demand for release of its captives until it is ready and its broader policies remain unaltered. September 10, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/10784, condemning persistent Israeli violations of its 1967 ceasefire agreement with neighboring states. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. November 29, the U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 2932A, XXVII, deploring the use of napalm and other incendiary weapons in all conflicts. Although the frame of reference adopted by the Gen. Assembly includes the then ongoing use of substantial quantities of such ordnance by Portugal in its efforts to repress national liberation movements in its African colonies of Angola, Cape Verde, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. This was specifically condemned in UNGARES 2810, XXVII. On November 14 the main focus is upon the unprecedented quantity of incendiary munitions being used, often against civilian populated targets, by U.S. forces in Indochina. All told, it is credibly estimated that about 400,000 tons of aerial incendiary ordnance, mostly napalm, but also including 70 mm white phosphorus rockets and thermite cluster bombs, are expended by U.S. flyers over the southern zone of Vietnam alone by 1973. In addition, U.S. ground forces use some 375,000 tons of incendiary thickening oil, mixed at a 10:1 ratio for usage, 600,000 XM191 napalm rockets, 379 million white phosphorus hand grenades, an almost equal number of thermite grenades, and an untold but huge number of incendiary artillery rounds. Scores of thousands of Vietnamese civilians are thus subjected to a very literal holocaust, i.e., they are consumed by fire while hundreds of thousands of others are maimed, rendered homeless, and so on. Although the use of such weapons is in itself not technically illegal at the time, it is certainly contrary to both the spirit of the 1907 Hague Convention for respecting the laws and customs of land war, and the letter of the 1958 International Red Cross Draft Rules for the protection of the civilian population from the dangers of indiscriminate warfare. It is also undertaken in a manner violating the 1949 Geneva Convention for UNGARES 2444, and, arguably, Articles IKA, 1KB, IKC, IIKB, and IIKD, of the Genocide Convention. November 29, the U.S. accepts UNGARES 2936, on the non-use of force in international relations and permanent prohibition of the use of nuclear weapons. U.S. foreign policy, which is all but completely contingent upon the application of one or another force increment, or at least the threat of it, remains entirely unchanged. December 1, John Whitlam takes office as Australia's Prime Minister, reflecting the Labour Party's first significant electoral victory in 23 years. By Jan. 150. 1973, Whitlam has recalled the last of his country's military forces from Vietnam, pointing out that the SEATO Treaty had never required their presence in the first place, and sets about extending Australia's formal recognition to the Hanoi government. The CIA, which had expended millions of dollars over preceding months in an effort to prevent such an outcome, i.e., attempting to subvert Australia's domestic political process, then goes to work to unseat Whitlam. Finally, in 1975, as the result of a convoluted procedure involving the channeling of additional millions to the Liberals and others of Australia's opposition parties, the agency is able to bring about Whitlam's dismissal by John Kerr, a longtime CIA asset serving at the time as Australia's unelected Governor-General. Once again, in a gross violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapter I, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX, not to mention the actual provisions of the SEATO Treaty, democracy has been repealed in the name of preserving democracy. 1973. JCLLL 23, seconds of state. Henry Kissinger initials the Paris Peace Accords, by which the U.S. finally acknowledges what was made abundantly clear in the Geneva Accords of 1954, Vietnam is one country, not two. The U.S. also agrees by way of a codicil attaching to Article 21 of the 1973 Accords to pay the Hanoi government some $4 billion in reparations as the result of damage inflicted during America's sustained effort to thwart the self-determining rights of the Vietnamese people, It is noteworthy that the Vietnamese had been offering exactly the same package since Nixon took office in 1969. He could have signed it at any point in the interim, thus sparing the lives of well over 1 million Indo-Chinese. And about half of all U.S. personnel killed during the war. Having thus achieved peace with honor, Nixon promptly reneges on the deal, setting out through massive infusions of military materiel and air support to sustain South Vietnam as a separate country. The policy is referred to as Vietnamization. He also announces that no reparations will be paid until every American serviceman missing in action during the war has been accounted for by the Hanoi government. No suggestion is made that the U.S. might account for any of the 200,000 to 300,000 Vietnamese soldiers missing by that point. Insofar as the 2,273 American MIAs as compared to 78,794 still missing from World War II, and more than 8,100 from the Korean police action are known to have been lost in aircraft that crashed into the South China Sea and other areas outside the northern zone of Vietnam, the demand is obviously impossible to fulfill. As of 2003, although only one U.S. serviceman is still listed as missing in action in Vietnam, the agreed-to reparations remain unpaid. M8/T21, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/10931/Revelation 1, affirming Panama's ultimate sovereignty over the U.S. leased canal zone. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. 151. May 22, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/10928, calling for an end to the white supremacist regime in Rhodesia. The U.S. joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 11-2-2. July 26, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/10974, calling for a comprehensive examination of the Middle East situation. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-0, China does not participate. September 11, duly elected Chilean Pres. Salvador Allende, a leftist, is killed during a military coup. Chile had been the target of an increasingly stringent U.S. embargo, meant to demonstrate that socialism doesn't work, since almost the moment of Allende's election in 1970. When preliminary results show in 1973 that the Allende government has actually gained in popular support, the CIA begins to pass along sanitized weaponry and munitions to a group of military plotters headed by Gen. Augusto Pinochet. In the aftermath, operating on the premise that, to remain pure, democracy must occasionally be bathed in blood, the Pinochet regime, with full U.S. support, inaugurates a liquidation of the left that claims thousands of dead, thousands more tortured and arbitrarily imprisoned. Under CIA tutelage, Pinochet's intelligence service, the DINA, interfaces with the Omega-7 group of Cuban émigrés to form a hemispheric terror apparatus designed to prevent further leftist victories at the polls. Probably the most spectacular action undertaken by this malignant combine was the September 21, 1976, assassination by car bomb of former Allende diplomat Orlando Letelier. A U.S. national, Ronnie Moffett, was also killed in the blast in Washington, D.C. Suffice it here to observe that the U.S. campaign to eliminate the Allende government violated the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6, 7 and 9, Chapters I, 2, 4, V and 6 of the OAS Charter and UNGA Resolutions 337A, V, 380, V, and 2131, XX, among many other elements of international law. U.S. support to the Pinochet regime during its brutal purge of the left, a matter amounting to complicity, if not more active participation, violated the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the CIA's involvement in the Letelier assassination violated the 1973 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes against Internationally Protected Persons, including diplomatic agents, to which the US was/is a signatory. October 6, utterly frustrated with the failure of 6 years of diplomatic efforts to convince Israel to comply with SCRES 242, and convinced by the Galilee document that Israeli intentions run in exactly the opposite direction, see the entry for March 16, 1972, Egypt and Syria launch a joint attempt to resolve the issue militarily. The Arab armies are initially highly successful, and are brought to a halt only through desperate maneuvers overseen by Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan. A ceasefire is effected on October 22, in response to SCRES 338, and confirmed a day later by SCRES 339, which calls for both sides to return to the positions they occupied when the fight. 152. ing broke out, and for an immediate implementation of SCRES 242. Seconds of State Henry Kissinger, in whose hands U.S. policy had already been reduced to support for Israel and for the status quo of illegal occupation, begins a process of shuttle diplomacy to try and salvage the situation. October 25, the U.S. endorses SCRES 340, noting Israel's continual violation of its ceasefire agreement with Egypt, and again calls upon both parties to return to the positions they occupied at 1650 hours GMT on October 22. As usual, however, the U.S. ensures that no penalties are attached to Israel's violations. November 30, the U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 3068, XXVIII, the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. The convention is never submitted to the Senate for ratification, although it enters into force internationally on July 18, 1976. U.S. relations with South Africa, which is the immediate target of the convention, remain unimpaired. Dec 6, the U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 3076, XXVIII, which invites the International Conference on the Reaffirmation and Development of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts to seek agreement on the prohibition of napalm and other incendiary weapons. U.S. reliance upon such munitions in Indochina remains unaltered. Dec 12, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 3103, XXVIII, affirming that imprisoned members of bona fide national liberation movements, as defined by Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Protocol I additional to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, are to be accorded the status of prisoners of war. At the time and now the U.S. is incarcerating numerous members of the Black Panther Party, RNA, AIM, and the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, all of whom qualify, but none of whom are treated as POWs, see the entries for October 24, 1970, and May 11, 1976. Dec 14, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 3151G, XXVII, which condemns inter alia the unholy alliance between South African racism and Zionism. Dec 17, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 3171, XXVII, which augments the 1962 UNGARES 1803, 17, by reasserting the permanent sovereignty of all states, including those of the Third World, over natural resources within their borders. U.S. foreign/trade policy continues to evolve in contradiction to both resolutions. 1974. January 18, the first of the Kissinger-brokered disengagement agreements resulting from Israel's latest war with its Arab neighbors, see the entry for October 6, 1973, is signed by Egypt. By its terms the Egyptians recover the east bank of the Suez Canal and all of the Sinai as far east as the Mitla Pass, while Israel, commits itself to implementation of SC Resolutions 242 and 153. 338. It should be noted that Israeli concessions are greater than those required by Egypt in a 1971 proposal rejected by Israel. Had the 1971 proposal been accepted, Egypt's participation in the 1973 war would likely have been averted. In any event, the 1974 quid pro quo for Israel's partial compliance with SCRES 242 and its renewed promise of full compliance at some nebulous later date is Kissinger's side agreement to increase levels of U.S. financial/military aid. The entire U.S. posture under Kissinger is constructed in violation of UNGARES 337A, v. The arms provisions encompassed in his side agreement is a violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of SCRES 18. March 22, a CIA memo reveals that since 1972, at the request of Iran's Reza Shah Pahlavi, the U.S. in an operation not dissimilar to those run a few years earlier with regard to the Mongs in Laos and the Montagnards of Vietnam has been secretly arming and organizing a Kurdish revolt in northern Iraq. While, like the erstwhile tribal peoples of Indochina, the Kurds have been conned into believing they're being supported in their desire to assert control over their own territory, the real objective is to use them to undermine the Iraqi position during a border dispute with Iran. Once Iran and Iraq reach an accord in March 1975, the Kurds are immediately abandoned. The Iraqis move swiftly to crush their revolt and some 200,000 Kurdish refugees flood into Iran, from whence at least 40,000 are shortly pushed back into Iraq. Kurdish society suffers great damage in the process. Aside from its obvious violations of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, as well as UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX, the U.S. initiative arguably contravenes Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter. It is also undertaken in blatant violation of the 1949 Geneva Convention for, UNGARES 2444, and Articles 2, C, IIKB, and IIK, of the Genocide Convention. May 1, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 3201, S6, the Declaration of a New Economic Order. U.S. foreign/trade policy, and the ambitions of its transnational corporations, contradict virtually every aspect of the Declaration, especially those articles asserting the rights to sovereignty, self-determination, and control over natural resources vested in Third World peoples. May 31, the second of the Kissinger-brokered disengagement agreements resulting from Israel's latest war with its Arab neighbors, see the entry for October 6, 1973, is signed by Syria. By its terms, Israel relinquishes all territory taken during the 1973 war, as well as a portion of the Golan Heights area seized in 1967, and commits itself to implementation of SC Resolutions 242 and 338. The quid pro quo for Israel's partial compliance with the law has already been worked out vis-a-vis the earlier disengagement agreement with Egypt, see the entry for January 18, 1974. It is a testament to Kissinger's skills as a self-promoting propagandist that the disengagement agreements which really amount to a tacit sanction of ongoing. 154. Israeli illegalities are usually remembered as a major accomplishment in behalf of international law and order. October 28, meeting in Rabat, Morocco, the Arab League passes a resolution affirming the PLO as being the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and reaffirming the right of Palestinians to national self-determination. In November, the UN General Assembly adopts a similar resolution after an address by PLO chairman Yasser Arafat, with Israel and the US casting the only negative votes. Although Arafat's Palestinian National Council had from its founding articulated a preference for a political settlement with Israel as early as 1964, see the entry for September 5–11, 1964, a position clearly implying willingness to accept creation of a Palestinian state alongside Israel. The Israelis, backed by the US, adamantly refused to recognize/negotiate with the PLO on the spurious basis that the organization refuses to acknowledge the right of Israel to exist, which, legally speaking, it lacks, at least until such time as Palestine's self-determining rights are accommodated. insofar as it thus leaves the Palestinians no alternative but to engage in armed struggle, i.e., to wage a bona fide war of national liberation. The Israeli/U.S. position constitutes a fundamental violation of both the UN Charter's first chapter and UNGARES 337a, v. Oct. 30, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1543, revoking South Africa's UN membership. The US joins the UK and France in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-3-2. November 16, the UN World Food Conference, meeting in Rome, unanimously adopts the Universal Declaration on the Eradication of Hunger and Malnutrition. The US endorses the declaration, but thereafter refuses to acknowledge food as a fundamental human right. See, as examples, the entries for December 14, 1981, December 18, 1982, December 16, 1984, and December 19, 2001. Dec 9, the U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 3255A, XXIX, expressing appreciation to the Red Cross for volunteering to compile information preparatory to the convening of an international conference to draft a convention outlawing napalm and other incendiary weapons. U.S. reliance upon such weapons in Indochina remains unaltered. Dec 9, the U.S. abstains from voting on UNGARES 3255B, XXIX, urging all UN member states to refrain from using napalm and other incendiary weapons, pending an international convention prohibiting them. U.S. reliance upon such munitions in Indochina remains unaltered. Dec 12, the U.S. declines to endorse UNGARES 3281, XXIX, the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, most of which contradicts U.S. foreign/trade policy and the global reach increasingly displayed by American transnational corporations. What the U.S. had in mind at the time was already something along the lines of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT. Dec 14, the U.S. accepts UNGARES 3314, XXIX, on the definition of aggression, although a substantial portion of U.S. foreign policy falls within. 155. The scope of the definition, and thus violates the relevant articles in the UN Charter. U.S. foreign policy remains unchanged. December 1, the U.S. endorses SCRES 366, which notes an International Court of Justice, ICJ, advisory opinion on Namibia entered on June 21, 1971, as well as a host of UN resolutions condemning the ongoing occupation and illegal and arbitrary imposition of South African laws in Namibia, and demands that the Pretoria regime immediately comply with all relevant UN resolutions and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. As has become customary by this point, the resolution ends with the threat that the Security Council is considering employment of other measures in accordance with the UN Charter, but the prospect of a U.S. veto prevents the resolution from being more than just another rhetorical gesture. December 22, Press. Gerald Ford signs Public Law 93-531, the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act of 1974, authorizing the forced removal of approximately 13,500 American Indians from their traditional land base. Primarily targeted are the Big Mountain Dine, Navajo, a discrete human group within the meaning of international law. Although the U.S. claims the relocation is undertaken for the humanitarian purpose of separating the Dine from the Hopis, with whom they are allegedly locked in a bitter land dispute, it turns out that no such dispute exists. Indeed, many Hopi support Dine resistance to relocation. In actuality, the federal motive is to remove the Dine population from the Big Mountain area of Arizona in order that a rich coal vein can be strip mined. By 1995, the relocation is virtually complete, and the Big Mountain Dine, scattered to the winds, destroyed as an identifiable group. The relocation is thus a violation of Articles 1 KB, 2, C, IICA and IIKB, of the 1948 Genocide Convention, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the American Convention on Human Rights. 1975. January 4, Congress passes the so-called American Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act of 1975. The statute stands the international legal meaning of self-determination squarely on its head by authorizing the federal government to preside over all matters of policy pertaining to Indian rights and status, Indians themselves responsible for implementing/administering resulting programs. This political formulation, which derives from John Marshall's Cherokee opinions of the early 1830s, serves not only to rationalize ongoing U.S. colonization of indigenous nations within its claimed borders, but as a template for the concept of internal self-determination advanced by U.S. representatives in UN fora as being appropriate and applicable to native peoples everywhere in the world. See the entry for January 18, 2001. JBH 22. The National Security Council's 40 Committee authorizes the CIA to pass $300,000 to Holden Roberto, head of the FNLA, the most rightward-leaning of three major political factions in recently decolonized Angola, which had come together a week earlier to form a coalition government. 156. The alliance immediately shatters as Roberto makes his bid for dominance, unleashing a civil war that has continued to erupt, intermittently, into the present moment. In 1976, after a contingent of Cuban soldiers had been introduced to the fray in order to offset the CIA's expenditure of more than $1 million to import 300 American and an equal number of European mercenaries, the U.S. also provided off-the-books air support and training for Roberto's troops. Congress abruptly orders the CIA to terminate its involvement. Aware by then that it is fighting a losing battle, the agency grudgingly obeys, leaving a power vacuum into which South Africa will be pouring its regular military units within a few months. At a minimum, the U.S. gambit in Angola violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6, 7, 11 and 12, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. Also, insofar as mercenaries were employed, it violates the prohibition on mercenaries established by the Organization of African Unity in 1963. June 6, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1713, condemning South Africa's illegal occupation of Namibia. The U.S. joins the UK and France in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-3-2. Aug. 11, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1795, granting UN membership to South Vietnam. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. Aug. 11, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1796, granting UN membership to North Vietnam. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. August 3, 1. Seconds of State Kissinger and Israeli PM Yitzhak Rabin reach an understanding in which the U.S. will triple its transfer of armaments to Israel. The deal adds up to $4 billion per year for 3 years, mostly consisting of advanced F-16 fighter aircraft and Pershing missiles. In exchange, Israel agrees to relinquish a narrow strip of the Sinai adjoining the Suez Canal, and to engage in continuing negotiations with Egypt concerning its compliance with SC Resolutions 242 and 338. The arrangement, orchestrated by Kissinger, violates both resolutions, which call not for protracted discussions, but rather for immediate and unconditional Israeli withdrawal from all territories occupied in 1967. The U.S. arms transfers to Israel also violate the spirit, if not the letter, of SCRES 18. September 30, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1832, granting UN membership to South Vietnam. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. September 30, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/L 1833, granting UN membership to North Vietnam. The US employs its veto to override them, final vote, 14-1-0. November 1, 0, the US refuses to endorse UNGARES 3379, which concludes that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination, and therefore 157. Contrary to the 1963 Declaration on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, intense U.S. pressure prevents key signatories from following up with sanctions against Israel similar to those already imposed on South Africa. December 8, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/11898, condemning Israel's continuing violation, of SCRES 242. The U.S. employs its veto to override them, final vote, 13-1-1. Dec 9, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 3452, XXX, the Declaration on Protection from Torture. At the time, however, practices defined as torture in the resolution are endemic in U.S. prisons, especially where political prisoners are concerned. Former Black Panther leader Geronimo G. Jaga, Elmer Gerard Pratt, to offer but one example among many, is just beginning the third of what will be 8.5 consecutive years of solitary confinement. G. Jaga, who was falsely convicted of murder as the result of a COINTELPRO operation directed against him, see the entry for October 24, 1970, ultimately serves 27 years of a life sentence before being exonerated in 1996. December 22, the U.S. endorses SCRES 384, which deplores the intervention of Indonesia in East Timor as a violation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, calls upon Indonesia to immediately withdraw its military forces, and upon all UN member states to respect the territorial integrity and self-determining rights of the East Timorese. Although the intervention is actually a full-scale invasion involving a wholesale slaughter that ultimately claims the lives of about 200,000 East Timorese, 35% of the population, the U.S. blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions which might be applied against its Indonesian client. Under the circumstances, this may be construed as, among other things, a violation of Article IIK, of the Genocide Convention. 1976. January 25, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/11940, calling for compliance with international law in the Middle East, especially with regard to the Palestinian question. The U.S. employs its veto to override them, final vote, 9-1-3, China and Libya do not participate. January 26, Christian Century reports that between 1971 and 1975 approximately 40% of all American Indian women of childbearing age were subjected to involuntary sterilizations in clinics administered by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. A bit later it is revealed that about the same proportion of Puerto Rican women were sterilized during roughly the same period in federally sponsored clinics on the island. Although the U.S. contends that those suffering involuntary sterilization were selected on the basis of economic rather than national, ethnical, racial, or religious criteria, and that its actions were therefore not genocidal in a strictly technical sense, the argument is transparent to the point of absurdity. The U.S. involuntary sterilization programs targeting American Indian and Puerto Rican women constitute a conspicuous violation of Articles IKD, IICA, and IIKB, of the 1948, 158 Genocide Convention, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the American Convention on Human Rights. January 30, the U.S. endorses SCRES 385, expressing deep concern over South Africa's continuing refusal to comply with SC Resolutions 245, 1968, 246, 1968, 264, 1969, 276, 1970, 282, 1970, 283, 1970, 284, 1970, 300, 1970, 301, 1971, 310, 1972, and 366, 1974, over South Africa's brutal repression of the Namibian people's aspirations to self-determination, over its persistent violation of their most fundamental human rights, over its efforts to destroy the national unity and territorial integrity of Namibia, and its aggressive military build-up in illegally occupied Namibian territory. The resolution calls for the Pretoria regime to immediately comply with all the above-listed Security Council resolutions, notes that the Council will remain seized of the matter and consider taking appropriate measures under the UNI Charter unless South Africa does so. Again, this US-engineered stance bears comparison to that adopted by the Security Council vis-a-vis Korea and Iraq, or, for that matter, the unilateralist approach taken by the US with regard to Cuba and Indochina. Plainly, even as it joins in denouncing them mainly for PR purposes, the US is actively preventing any sort of effective international intervention to put an end to South Africa's illegalities. MINR 25, 14 of 15 Security Council member states approve draft Res. S/12022, deploring the situation created by Israeli illegalities in the occupied territories of Palestine. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. March 31, the US endorses SCRES 387, which condemns South Africa's invasion of Angola by way of Namibia and demands that the invaders scrupulously respect both countries' independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. As usual, the US prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions in the resolution. April 22, the US endorses SCRES 389, which calls upon Indonesia to withdraw without further delay all its forces from East Timor. The US sees to it that there is no more reference in this resolution to enforcement than there was in SCRES 384, 1975. May 11, representatives of the US Department of Justice present true copies of an affidavit in Canadian court to obtain the extradition of Leonard Peltier, a member of the American Indian Movement wanted for killing 2 FBI agents a few months earlier. Peltier is extradited, convicted, and sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in federal prison before the affidavit presented in Canada is revealed to be a fabrication. In 1986, much of the evidence presented against Peltier at trial is shown to have been equally falsified, and that the FBI was in fact conducting a campaign of outright counterinsurgency warfare against AIM at the time its agents were killed. Under those circumstances, 60 members of Canada's House of Commons vote to demand Peltier's repatriation to Canada, and, on the basis of the US perpetration of documented treaty fraud, recommend termination of Canada's extradition treaty with the US. The US refuses repatriation. 159. Peltier remains in prison as of this writing, although his prosecutors conceded nearly 20 years ago that they really have no idea who committed the acts for which he was convicted, and the U.S./Canadian extradition treaty remains in effect. Nonetheless, the 1976 U.S. maneuver violated Article 49 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. It was also, and rather obviously, contrary to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. The treatment of Peltier, personally, contravenes Articles 7 to 11 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Articles I and II of the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, Article 9 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and UNGARES 3103, XXVIII. The treatment to which AIM has been subjected more generally, insofar as it conforms to the definition of a bona fide national liberation movement advanced therein, constitutes a pattern of violation of Article 1, Paragraph 4, of Protocol I additional to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, Articles 1 to 6 of Protocol 2 additional to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, and UNGARES 3103, XXVIII. June 19, the U.S. endorses SCRES 392, expressing deep shock and strong condemnation of South Africa's massacre of blacks at Soweto on June 16, reaffirming that apartheid is a crime under international law, and once again calling upon South Africa to abolish it. At the insistence of U.S. delegates, nothing resembling a penalty or enforcement provision is included in the resolution. June 23, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/12110, granting UN membership to North Vietnam. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-0, China not participating. June 19, 10 of 15 Security Council member states approve draft Res. S/121-119, accepting the first annual report of the Special Committee on the Rights of Palestinians. The U.S. employs its vote to override them. Final vote, 10-1-4. July 30, the U.S. endorses SCRES 393, strongly condemning South Africa's air attacks on Zambia as a flagrant violation of the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and demanding that South Africa scrupulously respect its neighbors' independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. As usual, the U.S. prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions in the resolution. August 23, Israeli PM Rabin meets with Lebanese Maronite leader Camille Kamaoun, entering a deal wherein the Maronite Phalange will secure southern Lebanon in exchange for Israel's provision of $150 million in weaponry, small arms, tow missiles, and obsolete tanks. The U.S. backs Israel's position, agreeing to replace whatever is transferred to the Maronites from Israeli inventories, thereby upgrading Israel's armored forces. The Israeli/U.S. intervention in Lebanon's internal affairs violates UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX, and both levels of the arms transfer arrangement violate SC 18, 1950. 160. October 19, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/12211, condemning South Africa's illegal occupation of Namibia and calling for a tightening of sanctions to compel withdrawal. The U.S. joins the UK and France in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-3-2. November 15, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/12226, granting UN membership to the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, i.e., North and South Vietnam combined. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. December 10, the U.S. endorses the Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques, outlawing not only the kind of chemical defoliation effort undertaken by the U.S. in Indochina, and the weather modification techniques employed against both the Indochinese and the Cubans, but the sort of sustained saturation bombing also employed extensively in Indochina that irrevocably alters landscapes and often renders the soil itself unproductive. The Senate duly ratifies the treaty and it enters into force in U.S. domestic law on January 17, 1980. The U.S. has nonetheless continued to experiment with weather modification technologies, and has made extensive use of improved defoliants in Mexico, Colombia, and elsewhere as part of the Reagan, Bush and Clinton administration's so-called war on drugs. 1977. May 17, the Likud Party is voted into power in Israel, and Menachem Begin assumes the position of Prime Minister. In the manifesto by which it sets forth its central tenets, Likud explicitly forecloses any possibility of Israeli compliance with SC Resolutions 242 and 338, Judea and Samaria the West Bank shall not be relinquished to foreign rule. Between the sea and Jordan, there will be Jewish sovereignty alone. Any plan that involves surrendering part of Western Eretz Israel militates against our right to the land, would inevitably lead to the establishment of a Palestinian state and endanger the existence of the State of Israel. Begin announces that it is impossible to consider recognizing or negotiating with the PLO, since it is an organization dedicated to terrorism and led by one of the world's foremost terrorists, Yasser Arafat. Unmentioned is the fact that Begin himself, as head of the Irgun, was designated as a leading terrorist by British authorities in Palestine during the years before Israeli statehood. Among other things, he was wanted in connection with numerous assassinations and the notorious 1946 bombing of Jerusalem's King David Hotel. Despite the Likud hypocritical and expressly illegal posture, U.S. relations with Israel remain effectively unchanged. September 17, the U.S. brokered Camp David Accords between Israel and Egypt are signed. On this basis, a formal Israeli/Egyptian treaty, again brokered by the U.S., is signed on March 26, 1979. By its terms, Israel is allowed to retain the Gaza Strip, but withdraws all its military forces from the Sinai and destroys the settlements it has erected therein since 1967. 161. While Egypt agrees not to deploy its military forces at any point further east than the Mitla Pass. At the point the Israeli withdrawal is complete, Egypt agrees to normalize diplomatic relations with Israel, thus becoming the first Arab state to recognize Israel's right to exist absent a resolution of the fundamental illegalities attending its creation, to allow transit of Israeli shipping through the Suez Canal, and to guarantee Israel's supply of oil for 15 years. The U.S., as always, adds increased economic/military support to Israel as a sweetener. Both the accords and the treaty also require that Israel proceed to resolve all other issues related to full implementation of SCRES 242, notably by effecting a speedy withdrawal from the West Bank, but, on this, Begin reneges from almost the moment Egypt's formal recognition of Israel is conveyed. His order to accelerate the building of Jewish settlements in occupied Palestine constitutes such a blatant violation of the treaty terms, not to mention SC Resolutions 242 and 338, that it precipitates the resignation of no less than Moshe Dayan, who has been serving as Begin's defense minister. As for Egypt, its breaking of ranks with the Arab League results in its immediate expulsion. Its readmission occurs only after its head of state, Anwar al-Sadat, is assassinated by army officers disgruntled by the treaty on October 6, 1981. It being a firm principle of international law that recognition of the legitimacy of one state by another is irrevocable, Begin's subterfuge creates a fait accompli. Hence, while Egypt has complied with its obligations under the treaty, it is plain that Israel has neither reciprocated in full nor ever held the least intention of doing so. Such a posture is contrary to the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, ESP. Article 49. Since the U.S. both guaranteed the deal struck in the accord/treaty, and insofar as Israel's violations of it have resulted in no impairment of its relations with the U.S. must be viewed as being at the very least complicit in these Israeli illegalities. September 22. Israel, in collaboration with South Africa, conducts its first test detonation of a nuclear weapon in the Kalahari Desert, violating both the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater, and the 1970 treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. While neither South Africa nor Israel is a signatory to either treaty, Israeli nuclear weapons development has plainly been facilitated by long-term U.S. assistance in avoiding IAEC inspections of its Dimona reactor, and a concomitant default by the U.S. on its obligation under the Non-Proliferation Treaty to conduct such inspections itself. See the entry for July 1, 1968. Israel's cooperation with South Africa in this instance points to a chronic violation of the UN imposition of a comprehensive arms/trade embargo of the apartheid regime dating back to SCRES 121 in 1963. Israeli trade with South Africa exceeds $100 billion in 1975. In any event, it turns out that Israel is by this point possessed of about 100 nuclear warheads, as well as Jericho I missiles with which to deliver them. By 1980, Its Samson option is endowed with 200 warheads. By 1985, it has added hundreds of low-yield nuclear artillery rounds and landmines to its arsenal. Self-evidently, Israel's technical knowledge of weapons production is passed along to South Africa, which in 1970 announces discovery of a new and more efficient uranium enrichment procedure, ideal for producing 162 weapons-grade material. Most significantly, the U.S. maintains cordial relations with Israel and South Africa, for that matter as if nothing has happened. Indeed, U.S. refusal to discuss Israel's secret possession of the bomb virtually destroys its ability to negotiate a non-proliferation arrangement with Pakistan a short time later. October 31, the U.S. joins the UK and France in vetoing 3 separate draft resolutions S/1231-0/Revelation 1, final vote, 10-5-0, S/12311/Revelation 1, final vote, 10-5-0, S/12312/Revelation 1, final vote, 10-5-0, designed to impose a variety of compulsory sanctions on South Africa as an expedient to forcing an end to apartheid. All 3 countries then join in a unanimous endorsement of SCRES 417, condemning apartheid and calling upon all UN member states to voluntarily undertake appropriate measures to bring it to a halt. U.S. policy towards Pretoria remains unchanged, of course. November 4, the U.S. endorses SCRES 418, which imposes a mandatory arms embargo of South Africa until such time as it complies with all relevant UN resolutions. From the outset, the U.S., along with Israel, is a major circumventor. November 30, the U.S. endorses SCRES 420, which calls for immediate implementation of the Arab-Israeli ceasefire required under SCRES 338, 1973. Israel is the only state party actually violating the ceasefire. SCRES 338 also requires immediate implementation of SCRES 242, 1967, calling for Israeli withdrawal from the Golan Heights and the occupied territories of Palestine. As always, the U.S. prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions in SCRES 420, allowing Israel to simply ignore it. Dec 9, the U.S. endorses SCRES 421, reaffirming SCRES 418 and calling for a study of ways and means to make the arms embargo of South Africa more effective. The U.S., along with Israel, continues to violate the embargo. December 12, the U.S. signs, with one understanding attached, but then fails to ratify, Protocol I additional to the Geneva Conventions of August 12, 1949, and relating to the protection of victims of international armed conflicts, which enters into force on December 7, 1978. As of this writing, the U.S. has not joined 143 other Union member states in accepting the law. Especially problematic from the U.S. perspective is the fact that Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Protocol I extends the same rights and protections to members of bona fide national liberation movements as are accorded those fighting in state military forces. December 12, the U.S. signs, with 2 understandings attached, but then fails to ratify, Protocol II additional to the Geneva Conventions, which enters into force on December 7, 1978. As of this writing, the U.S. has not joined 134 other Union member states in accepting the law as binding upon its own actions and policies. Especially problematic from the U.S. perspective is the fact that Protocol II acknowledges the legitimacy of national liberation movements, clearly specifying that combatants do not have to wear the uniform of a recognized state in order to be entitled to Geneva Convention. 163. Protections. On this basis, the current U.S. policy of declaring al-Qaeda fighters to be illegal combatants is extremely dubious, and applying the principle to Taliban personnel is illegal on its face. 1978. March 9, the U.S. endorses SCRES 425, which confronts cross-border operations ordered a week earlier by PM, begin to root out PLO terrorists by calling upon Israel to immediately cease its military action against Lebanese territorial integrity and to withdraw forthwith. As usual, the threat of a U.S. veto prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions, and the Israeli action continues. Given the ineffectuality of the UN response, the PLO itself moves to counter Israel's aggressive operations by bombing a bus on the Haifa-Tel Aviv road, killing 35. Begin then orders an outright invasion of Lebanon as far north as the Litani River, claiming the bus bombing and attendant deaths of innocent civilians as a pretext, but conveniently omitting mention of the fact that the bombing was in retaliation for the fact that Israeli forces had already slaughtered upwards of 200 non-combatant Palestinians and Lebanese. While the post-Mar 11 Israeli escalation has almost no effect on the PLO, it simply withdraws north of the Litani. The IDF goes on a rampage in which, as Israeli historian Avi Shlaim describes it, villages were destroyed, other war crimes committed, and thousands of peaceful citizens were driven from their homes. Among myriad other violations of international law, the Israeli offensive qualifies as aggression under provision of UNGARES 3314, XXIX, and thus constitutes an offense under the 1945 London Charter, i.e., the crimes for which the Nazis were tried. VCH/19, the U.S. endorses SCRES 427, which calls upon Israel to withdraw from all Lebanese territory without further delay. Since the U.S. again blocks the inclusion of enforcement provisions, the Israelis simply ignore the resolution. Masai 6, the U.S. endorses SCRES 428, which strongly condemns the latest armed invasion perpetrated by the South African racist regime against the People's Republic of Angola and continued illegal occupation of Namibia, demanding immediate withdrawal. Typically, the U.S. blocks inclusion of enforcement measures. September 29, the U.S. endorses SCRES 435, which declares the unilateral decision by South Africa's illegal administration in Namibia to conduct elections null and void. The U.S. prevents inclusion of measures by which the declaration can be enforced. November 13, the U.S. endorses SCRES 439, again condemning South Africa's decision to conduct elections in Namibia in contravention of SC Resolutions 435 and 385, 1976. The U.S. continues to block inclusion of enforcement provisions. DGC 15, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 3375, which calls upon the Security Council to take all necessary measures to ensure that 164. That United Nations decisions on the maintenance of international peace and security are observed. The U.S., joined by Israel, cast the only opposing votes. December 18, 110 member states endorse UNGARES 33/110, calling for steps to improve the living conditions of Palestinians. The US and Israel cast the only votes against the resolution, and thereafter ignore it. December 18, 97 member states endorse UNGARES 33/113c, condemning Israeli human rights violations committed against Palestinians. The US and Israel, joined by Guatemala, which is receiving Israeli military support, vote against the resolution. December 19, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 33/136, calling upon developed states to increase the quantity and quality of developmental support to underdeveloped countries. The U.S. alone votes against the resolution. Dec 20, the U.S. endorses UNGARES 33/173, the resolution on disappeared persons, calling upon all UN member states and related entities to locate and account for all such persons. Undoubtedly the worst offender in the world in this regard is at the time Argentina, a U.S. client whose security police primarily responsible for the disappearances there have been trained in such methods by the State Department's OPS program, see entries for March 31, 1964, and August 10, 1970. The US makes no effort to resolve the problem in Argentina. Rather, its relations diplomatic, commercial, and military remain quite unaffected. Indeed, in 2001, the US follows Argentina's example by adopting legislation permitting persons targeted for political reasons to be disappeared. See the entry for October 26, 2001. 1979. January 24, 114 member states endorse UNGARES 33/183M, calling for an end to all military/nuclear collaboration with apartheid South Africa. The US, the UK, and France cast the only opposing votes. January 29, 111 member states endorse UNGARES 33/196, extending special protections over exports from developing countries. The US alone votes against the resolution, arguing that such measures would thwart free as opposed to fair trade. February 11, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini assumes power as the U.S. created and backed Iranian government of Reza Shah Pahlavi, who had fled the country on January 16, is overthrown. The Shah, wanted in Iran for multitudinous crimes against his own people, and still in possession of several $billion of their wealth, is granted sanctuary in the U.S. on October 22. When the U.S. refuses a request for extradition, Iranian students storm the American embassy in Tehran on November 4, taking its occupants hostage and demanding not only the return of the Shah and his money but U.S. agreement to pay reparations for the crimes of its client in exchange for 165. Their release. After a badly bungled rescue attempt by the U.S. Army's Delta Force in April 1980, the hostage crisis drags on for several more months, finally being resolved through secret negotiations conducted by representatives of U.S. President-elect Ronald Reagan. They agree to return a substantial part of the wealth stolen by the Shah, who, meanwhile, has died in the U.S. The hostages are released on the day of Reagan's inauguration, January 20, 1981. While the U.S. continues to make much of the fact that the assault upon its embassy and holding of its diplomats as hostages were violations of international law, it does so without acknowledgement that it was its own long-standing and far more serious pattern of criminal conduct in Iran that gave rise to the Iranian violations. The U.S. provision of sanctuary from Iranian jurisdiction to the Shah, moreover, should be viewed through the lens of recent U.S. policy towards Afghanistan because of its supposed harboring of Osama bin Laden, see the entry for September 11, 2001, and current U.S. threats to invade Syria unless it divests itself of Ba'athist officials and others wanted in Iraqi jurisdiction. Self-evidently, if providing sanctuary to bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are crimes warranting the use of military force against Afghanistan and Syria, then U.S. provision of sanctuary to the Shah and many other such figures was/is equally criminal, and equally warranting of whatever retaliatory force can be mustered. Mr. 22, SC 446 is passed, observing that Israeli settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine have no legal validity while presenting a serious obstruction to peace. The resolution also strongly deplores Israel's failure to comply with UNGA Resolutions 2253, ESV, and 2254, ESV, as well as SC Resolutions 237, 1967, 252, 1968, and 298, 1971, and calls once more for Israel to abide by the 1949 Geneva Convention for having waived its veto in exchange for the exclusion of enforcement provisions, the U.S. abstains from voting. March 28, the U.S. endorses SCRES 447, which condemns strongly the racist regime of South Africa for its premeditated, persistent and sustained armed invasion of the People's Republic of Angola and its continued illegal occupation of Namibia, while commending the peoples of both countries for their armed resistance to South African aggression. South Africa is, of course, ordered to immediately withdraw, but, as always, the U.S. prevents inclusion of enforcement provisions in the resolution. November 23, 136 member states endorse UNGARES 3446, calling for the exploration of alternative approaches to further the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms by all peoples. The U.S. alone votes against the resolution, although the administration of Pres. Jimmy Carter, then in power, continues to claim that it holds a position of world leadership in championing human rights. November 23, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 34/52E, asserting a right of return for Palestinians expelled from their homeland by Israel. The US, Israel, and Australia cast the only dissenting votes, and Israel, with full US military and diplomatic support, refuses to so much as consider compliance, a posture unchanged as of 2003. 166. December 11, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 34/83J, calling for general disarmament and a cessation of the nuclear arms race. The US, UK, and France are the only countries voting against the resolution. The US remains, by a significant margin, the world's foremost arms supplier. December 12, 111 member states endorse UNGARES 34/90A, calling upon Israel to desist from specified human rights violations vis-a-vis Palestinians. The US and Israel are the only dissenters, and Israel again with full US military and diplomatic support actually increases the rate of its atrocities. December 12, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 34/93D, calling for a strengthening of the international arms embargo against South Africa. The US, UK, and France cast the only dissenting votes, and all systematically violate the terms of the resolution. December 12, 134 member states endorse UNGARES 34/931, calling for increased assistance both to the oppressed peoples of South Africa and their liberation movement, notably, the African National Congress. The US, UK, and France cast the only dissenting votes, and the US proclaims the ANC a terrorist organization. December 1, 104 member states endorse UNGARES 34/100, opposing internal or external intervention by any country in the legitimate affairs of another state. The US, joined by Israel, cast the only dissenting votes. December 14, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 34/113, commissioning a report on the living conditions of Palestinians displaced by Israel into other Arab countries. The US and Israel cast the only dissenting votes. December 1, 112 member states endorse UNGARES 34/133, calling for increased assistance to the Palestinian people. The US and Israel, joined by Canada, cast the only dissenting votes. December 1, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 34/136, confirming the permanent sovereignty of Arab countries over natural resources in territories militarily occupied by Israel. Only the US and Israel vote against the resolution. December 1, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 34/158, calling for an international conference on the rights and status of women. Only the US and Israel cast dissenting votes. December 122 member states endorse UNGARES 34/160, specifically including Palestinian women in the already approved UN Conference on Women. Again, only the US and Israel cast dissenting votes. Dec 18, the US endorses, but fails to ratify, UNGARES 34/180, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which enters into force on September 3, 4981. As of this writing, the US has not joined 151 other Union member states in accepting the law as binding. 167. December 19, 112 member states endorse UNGARES 34/199, extending special safeguards to the rights of developing countries in international trade negotiations. The U.S. casts the only dissenting vote, claiming that such safeguards would impair free trade. 1980. February 25, journalist Leigh Payne reports in Newsday that the Carter administration remains committed to driving Jamaica's socialist prime minister from office unless he moderates his pro-Cuban policies. Actually, the premier, Michael Manley, is not a socialist but a liberal Democrat, presiding over a decidedly mixed economy. He is insufficiently bellicose towards Cuba, however, and his country's resources include bauxite, a mineral the U.S. considers strategically important. Thus, beginning at least as early as Manley's first re-election in 1976, the CIA mounts a steadily escalating drive to unseat him, much of it devolving upon the importation of arms, munitions, and selected anti-Castro Cuban technicians to wage a carefully calibrated campaign of terrorism on the island. Unable to quell the violence, and deluged by CIA-orchestrated propaganda during the months leading up to his stand for a second re-election, Manley is defeated at the polls in October 1980. The U.S. program in Jamaica violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and Article 18 of the OAS Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. March 1, the U.S. endorses SCRES 465, deploring the decision of the Israeli Knesset to officially support Jewish settlement in the occupied territories of Palestine in defiance of SC Resolutions 446, 1979, and 452, 1979, calling upon all states not to provide Israel with any assistance to be used specifically in connection with such settlements. Emphasis added. This U.S.-engineered sanction, even more than those imposed against South Africa, is obviously endowed with loopholes wide enough to drive entire countries through. It should be compared to those unilaterally imposed against Cuba from the 1960s onward, and against Iraq during the 1990s, as but two examples. April 11, the U.S. endorses SCRES 466, which expresses grave concern at the escalation of hostile and unprovoked attacks by the racist regime of South Africa, violating the sovereignty, airspace, and territorial integrity of the Republic of Zambia, and demands that South Africa immediately desist. The resolution then solemnly warns South Africa that in the event of any further such armed incursions, the Security Council will meet to consider further appropriate action under provisions of the Charter of the United Nations, including Chapter 7. Undeterred by the threat of a meeting, and quite reasonably confident that the U.S. will continue to block any more concrete enforcement actions, South Africa simply ignores the resolution. 168. April 30. 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/13911, affirming the rights of Palestinians under international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 10-1-4. May 8, SCRES 468 is passed, which takes note of the 1949 Geneva Convention for Relative to Protection of Civilian Persons in Times of War, expresses deep concern at the expulsion by Israeli military occupation forces of the mayors of Hebron and Halhal and the Sharia judge of Hebron, and calls upon Israel to immediately rescind these illegal measures. Having threatened a veto if the resolution contains enforcement provisions, the U.S. abstains from voting. May 14, Press. Jimmy Carter orders a blockade of Cuba following Fidel Castro's announcement made in reply to recent concerns expressed by Carter with regard Castro's human rights posture that 125,000 of the island's more discontented citizens are free to leave for the U.S. by boat, from the port of Mariel. Unlike earlier waves of whiter, richer, and decisively more right-wing Cubans, the Marielitos are not welcomed with refugee status and government subsidies in the land of the free. Instead, they are immediately placed in concentration camps. Those the INS deems deportable because of their medical or criminal histories in Cuba, or because of offenses allegedly occurring during their initial detention in the U.S., are consigned to federal prisons. In 1986, in Garcia-Mir v. Meese, federal courts rule that the hapless refugees can be held indefinitely, without hearings. As of this writing, several hundred Cubans remain incarcerated, some for over 2 decades, without trial or conviction, and in clear disregard of customary international law, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Convention on the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Nothing of which the Castro government is accused surpasses the abuse heaped by the U.S. upon the Morelitos. May 20, SCRES 469 is passed, essentially reiterating SCRES 468. Satisfied that the resolution contains nothing new, the U.S. again abstains from voting. June 13, the U.S. endorses SCRES 473, expressing sympathy for the victims of apartheid and roundly condemning South Africa. U.S. policy towards the culprit remains unchanged. June 30, SCRES 476 is passed, which reaffirms that all legislative and administrative measures and actions taken by Israel, the occupying power, which purport to alter the political status of Jerusalem, constitute a flagrant violation of the 1949 Geneva Convention for having once again threatened a veto to prevent inclusion of provisions to actually compel Israeli adherence to law, the U.S. abstains from voting. Aug 20, SCRES 478 is passed, expressing deep concern over the enactment of a basic law by the Israeli Knesset proclaiming a change in the character and political status of Jerusalem. Its threat of a veto having 169 prevented the inclusion of enforcement measures, the U.S. abstains from voting for the 4th time in 3 months. November. 96 member states endorse UNGARES 35/13E, which calls upon Israel to facilitate the return of displaced Palestinians to their homeland. The U.S. and Israel cast the only votes against the resolution, and Israel, with undiminished U.S. support, continues to refuse to consider any such initiative. November 29, a team of 40 men headed by Mad Mike Hoare, one of the more notorious mercenaries contracted by the CIA to fight in the Congo during the early 1960s, arrive at the airport in the Seychelles Islands, in the Indian Ocean, about 800 miles off the coast of Kenya. When it is discovered that their baggage contains arms and munitions, they hijack an aircraft and escape to South Africa. In the ensuing investigation, it is discovered that they had come to overthrow the non-aligned government of Premier France Albert René, which the CIA had been seeking to destabilize since it took power in 1977. There had been an earlier attempt to employ mercenaries for this purpose in 1979, and would be still another in December 1983. René's sin, it seems, had been to call for a nuclear-free zone in the Indian Ocean, including closure of U.S. strategic Air Force bases in the Seychelles and prevention of another being built on the island of Diego Garcia. Although it is unsuccessful, the CIA's operation clearly violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Insofar as it is based from Africa, the fact that it employs mercenaries also violates the prohibition on such activities adopted by the OAU in 1963. December. 134 member states endorse UNGARES 3557, calling for establishment of a new international economic order to promote growth in underdeveloped countries and promote global cooperation. The U.S. alone votes against the resolution, citing its usual concern with free trade. December. 118 member states endorse UNGARES 3575, condemning Israeli policy resulting in abysmal living conditions for Palestinians. The US and Israel cast the only dissenting votes, and Israel, with full US support, maintains business as usual. December 2, 134 member states endorse UNGARES 35/119, implementing the UN's 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The US, joined by the UK and France, cast the only votes against implementation. December 11, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 35/122C, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast dissenting votes. The same day, the dynamic duo cast the only votes against two related resolutions UNGARES 35/122E, 119 to 2 vote, and UNGARES 35/122F, 117 to 2 vote, and Israel continues its policy of intensified repression with full US support. 170. December 11, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 35/136, proclaiming a program for action during the second half of the UN Decade for Women. The US, Israel, and Canada cast the only dissenting votes. December 12, 111 member states endorse UNGARES 35/145A, which calls for a cessation of all nuclear test explosions. Only the US and UK vote against the resolution. December 12, 110 member states endorse UNGARES 35/134, which calls for a prohibition on the use of nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states. Only the US and Albania vote against such a prohibition. December 15, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 35/169C, reaffirming the fundamental rights of Palestinians. The US and Israel, joined by Australia, cast the only votes against the resolution. December 15, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 35/174, affirming that development of both nations and individuals is a fundamental human right. Only the US casts a dissenting vote, on the premise that acknowledgement of collective rights might impair free trade and enterprise. December 16, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 35/206J, which renews the call for increased assistance to the oppressed peoples of apartheid South Africa and to their liberation movements. The US, UK, and France cast opposing votes, while the US continues to insist that the ANC is a terrorist organization. Dec 19, the US endorses SC 484, reaffirming SC resolutions 468 and 469, as well as the binding effect of the 1949 Geneva Convention upon Israeli policies in the occupied territories of Palestine. U.S. affirmation is contingent upon the inclusion of no enforcement provisions. 1981. February 23, the newly installed administration of Pres. Ronald Reagan releases a document entitled Communist Interference in El Salvador, commonly referred to as the White Paper, in which it is claimed that Cuba and Nicaragua's Sandinista government have teamed up to provide some 200 tons of arms and munitions to the FMLN guerrilla movement active in the tiny Central American country. Although not a shred of evidence is offered in support of this contention, less still, Reagan's bizarre assertion a few weeks later that the relative handful of rebels are plotting to take over the entire hemisphere is used as the pretext for the U.S. providing over $2 billion in military assistance to El Salvador's brutal military establishment over the next 5 years, while untold millions more go to the police, trained in ops techniques during the early 1970s, see the entries for March 31, 1964, and August 10, 1970. During the same period, an estimated 40,000 Salvadorans are killed by death squads and in wholesale massacres carried out by the army, often accompanied by U.S. advisors. Many thousands are 171 maimed and tortured. By 1984, even El Salvador's Pres. José Napoleon Duarte admits that the U.S., who always preaches to us of democracy while everywhere supporting dictatorships, is basically in control of everything happening on the security front. The U.S. counterinsurgency campaign in El Salvador violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, Article 18 of the OAS Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1949 Geneva Convention for and Additional Protocol 2, UNGA RES 2444, the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts, the 1978 Resolution on Disappeared Persons, the 1975 Declaration on Protection from Torture, and, before it ended, the 1984 Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. June, the Israeli Air Force, flying U.S.-supplied F-16 aircraft, conducts Operation Babylon, the bombing of a nuclear reactor at As-Iraq, near Baghdad, totally destroying it and thereby creating a dirty bomb effect that irradiates a large swath of Iraq's more heavily populated territory. Although it is common knowledge that Israel has illegally developed nuclear weapons of its own, and that the As-Iraq airstrike intended to preserve its regional monopoly on such devices is itself a form of nuclear attack, the U.S. is typically supportive. While Pres. Reagan enters a pro forma protest of Israel's gross violation of the UN Charter and a whole battery of other international laws, and temporarily suspends the transfer of still more advanced aircraft to the IAF, U.S. representatives prevent the Security Council from doing more than passing still another condemnatory resolution. No action is taken to even compel Israel to at last submit to IAEC inspections. By November 30, the flow of armaments has not only resumed, but the U.S. has formalized a new strategic compact with Israel to protect the peace and security of the Mideast. August 1. U.S. fighter planes launched from the aircraft carrier Nimitz shoot down 2 Libyan reconnaissance aircraft flying in their country's own airspace in the Gulf of Sidra. The clash results from a decision by the Reagan administration, as part of a broader plan to restore American pride after the U.S. debacle in Southeast Asia, by provoking lopsided military confrontations with weaker countries. In this case, the U.S. Sixth Fleet has been ordered to conduct training exercises well within Libya's claimed territorial waters, which extend about as far as those claimed by the U.S. for military defense purposes, and there is strong evidence that American warplanes penetrated the airspace over the Libyan mainland itself, a matter virtually compelling a response. Libya appears to have been selected for such treatment because it is viewed as an exemplar of radical Arab nationalism, provides material/financial support to the PLO, and is aligned with the Iranian revolutionaries who had recently heaped humiliation upon the U.S., see the entry for February 11, 1979. In any event, the U.S. actions are taken in violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in 172. Accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters 6 and 7, and UNGA RES 337A, v. October 10, the U.S. endorses the UN Convention on Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons which may be deemed to be excessively injurious or to have indiscriminate effects, outlawing certain of the technologies developed by the U.S. for use in Indochina, as well as the use of incendiary weapons against targets located in areas known to be populated by civilians. The Senate, however, refuses to ratify the treaty, claiming the U.S. enjoys a unique right to employ such ordnance and techniques. October 28, 145 member states endorse UNGA RES 3612, once again condemning apartheid in South Africa and Namibia. Only the U.S. votes against the resolution. October 28, 124 member states endorse UNGA RES 3613, condemning the collaboration of certain countries and transnational corporations with the South African government. Only the US casts a dissenting vote. October 28, 114 member states endorse UNGARES 36/15, demanding that Israel cease excavating specified archaeological sites in East Jerusalem. Only the US and Israel cast dissenting votes. Israel continues its excavations in the interests of science. November 9, 123 member states endorse UNGARES 36/19, which calls for the promotion of cooperative initiatives in developing countries, mainly in the areas of agriculture, housing, savings and credit, consumer protection and social services. The US alone casts a dissenting vote, claiming that such measures would stifle the entrepreneurial spirit. November 9, 126 member states endorse UNGARES 36/19, affirming the right of every country to choose its socio-economic system in accordance with the will of its people, free from outside interference. Only the US, citing concern with principles of freedom and democracy, votes against according all peoples the right to such basic freedoms. November 13, 109 member states endorse UNGARES 36/27, condemning Israel for bombing an Iraqi nuclear facility. The US and Israel cast the only votes against the resolution. December 1, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 36/68, condemning the activities of transnational corporations in colonial/neocolonial territories. The US and the UK, joined by Guatemala, cast the only 3 dissenting votes. US corporate dominance in Guatemala and other third world countries continues to steadily expand in ways that directly contravene both the letter and the intent of the resolution. December 4, 109 member states endorse UNGARES 36/73, renewing the UN's earlier condemnation of Israeli policies leading to degraded living conditions among Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. Meanwhile, Israel continues business as usual with full US support. 173. December 9, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 36/84, renewing the UN's earlier call for a cessation of nuclear test explosions. Once again, only the US and UK vote against the resolution. December 9, 107 member states endorse UNGARES 36/87b, calling for the establishment of a zone free of nuclear weapons in the Middle East. Only the US and Israel cast dissenting votes. It has by this point long since become an open secret that the US has condoned, and in other ways facilitated, Israel's development of nuclear weapons in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and other elements of international law. December 9, 78 member states endorse UNGARES 36/92, calling for worldwide action to garner support for initiatives designed to curb the arms race and promote disarmament. Only the US, Canada, and Brazil cast opposing votes. Pres. Reagan denounces such initiatives as Soviet manipulation. December 9, 109 member states endorse UNGARES 36/96b, urging negotiations on the prohibition of chemical and biological weapons. Only the US, generally believed to be world's largest producer/stockpiler of such weapons, and the only country at the time conclusively documented to have used either in the post-World War II context, casts an opposing vote. December 10, 101 member states endorse UNGARES 36/98, demanding that Israel comply with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty by renouncing possession of nuclear weapons. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes, while Israel continues, with US assistance, to perfect its nuclear arsenal. December 10, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 36/120a, reaffirming Palestinian human rights. The US and Israel enter the only 2 opposing votes, and jointly ignore the resolution. December 10, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 36/120b, reaffirming the Palestinian right to self-determination. The US and Israel, this time joined by Canada, cast the only 3 opposing votes, while Israel restates its basic position in the matter, denying the very existence of Palestine. Dec 10, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 36/120E, rejecting foreclosure on the political status of Jerusalem. The US and Israel cast opposing votes while Israel, with the usual US support, continues its policy of encircling its proclaimed capital with an iron ring of illegal settlements, the obvious end goal being to simply absorb the city altogether. Dec 14, in blatant defiance of SC Resolutions 242 and 338, Israel formally annexes the Golan Heights, captured from Syria during its 1967 war of aggression. Syria immediately files a protest with the Security Council, and on December 17, the US goes along with SCRES 497, declaring the imposition of Israeli law on the Golan Heights to be illegal, demanding its immediate rescission, and asserting that the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 is binding upon Israel's administration of the occupied territories. As always, however, the quid pro quo involved in US cooperation on a resolution critical. 174. Of Israel is that it contained no enforcement provisions. After another cosmetic suspension of arms transfers to the Israelis, US support resumes as if nothing has happened. December L4, 135 member states endorse UNGARES 36/133, declaring that education, work, healthcare, and proper nourishment are basic human rights. The US alone casts an opposing vote. At about the same time, Pres. Reagan opines that ketchup should be considered a vegetable for purposes of feeding poor children in the US. December 16, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 36/146A, reaffirming the fundamental human, political and economic rights of Palestinian refugees in the Gaza Strip. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes, and Israel openly defies the resolution by tightening its security in the area. December 16, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 36/146B, reaffirming the right of displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. The US and Israel, joined by Canada, cast the only 3 opposing votes, while Israeli officials proclaim a Palestinian right of return unthinkable. December 16, 117 member states endorse UNGARES 36/146C, denying Israel the prerogative of profiting from or making ultimate disposition of revenues deriving from Palestinian properties. As usual, the US and Israel cast the only 2 dissenting votes. Israel, with full US support, continues its policies of impounding and profiting from Palestinian-owned lands, homes, and enterprises. Meanwhile, quasi-official Israeli efforts to recover Jewish properties/funds impounded by the Nazis is intensifying. December 16, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 36/146G, calling for the establishment of a university in Jerusalem to serve Palestinian refugees. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes. December 16, 111 member states endorse UNGARES 36/147C, condemning Israeli violations of human rights in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes, and Israel's violations continue unabated. December 16, 114 member states endorse UNGARES 36/147F, condemning Israel's closure of Arab universities in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes, and the universities remain closed. December 16, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 36/149B, calling for a more equitable world distribution of communications technology and free flow of information. The US and Israel cast the only 2 opposing votes. The US considers the news media to be private property rather than an integral aspect of the public domain. December LD, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 36/150, opposing Israel's unilateral decision to build a canal linking the Mediterranean and Dead Seas. The usual pair cast the only two dissenting votes. A government of laws. 175. December 1 * 136 member states endorse UNGARES 36/172c, condemning South Africa's aggression against Angola and other African countries. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 1 * 129 member states endorse UNGARES 36/172h, calling for an international conference of trade unions to strengthen the effects of sanctions on South Africa. The US and UK cast the only two opposing votes. December 1 * 126 member states endorse UNGARES 36/172, encouraging an increased intensity of international actions against South Africa as a means of ending its external aggression and internal regime of apartheid. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 1 * 139 member states endorse UNGARES 36/172n, renewing support for sanctions and other measures designed to end apartheid in South Africa. Only the US casts an opposing vote. With the approval of the State Department, US transnationals continue to violate the embargo. December L/ 138 member states endorse UNGARES 36/1720, calling for cessation of further foreign investment in loans to South Africa. Again, the US casts the only opposing vote. US financial dealings with the apartheid regime actually increase. December L/ 115 member states endorse UNGARES 36/173, reiterating that the Arab owners retain permanent sovereignty over the natural resources within Israeli-occupied territories. The US and Israel cast the only two opposing votes. December 1 * 121 member states endorse UNGARES 36/226b, asserting the non-applicability of Israeli law to the occupied portion of the Golan Heights. There were, of course, two opposing votes. December 18, the US goes along with SCRES 498, calling for a ceasefire and immediate withdrawal of Israeli invasion forces from Lebanon. The quid pro quo for US cooperation is that the resolution contains no enforcement provisions. 1982. January 20, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/14832/Revelation 2, calling upon Israel to comply with SC Resolutions 242 and 338 by withdrawing from the occupied territories of Palestine and the Golan Heights. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 9-1-5. February 25, the US declines to endorse, but does not veto, SCRES 501, reaffirming Israel's obligation under SCRES 425 to withdraw its military forces from Lebanon. March 10, Press. Reagan proclaims an embargo on Libya's crude oil, 35% of which is consumed by the US. Although Reagan claims his action is taken in response to evidence that Libyan hit squads are operating in the US, one of them allegedly assigned to assassinate Reagan himself, the FBI later. 176. Admits that an exhaustive investigation has uncovered no trace of such a group. The embargo thus appears designed not to combat terrorism, but rather to coerce changes in Libya's domestic politics and international alliances, a clear violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I and IX, as well as Chapter I of the 1974 Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, and UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. and 3314, XXIX. Despite the dearth of proof that Libya is underwriting international terrorism, it is inscribed on the State Department's list of terror-sponsoring states and continues more than 20 years later to be consistently misrepresented to the public as such. April 2nd, is of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/14943, calling upon Israel to comply with international law in its treatment of Palestinians in the occupied territories. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. April 20th, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/14985, condemning Israeli violations of Palestinian rights to religious freedom at the Al-Aqsa, Dome of the Rock, Shrine in Jerusalem. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. April 30th, the U.S. joins the UK and France in vetoing 4 draft resolutions S/14459, final vote, 9-3-3, S/14460/Revelation 1, final vote, 9-3-3, S/14461, final vote, 11-3-1, S/14462, final vote, 12-3-0, designed to impose various compulsory sanctions on South Africa in order to force an end to its illegal occupation of Namibia. May 26, the U.S. declines to endorse, but does not veto, SCRES 508, approving PLO representation in discussions of the situation in Lebanon. June 0, Palestinian gunmen attempt to assassinate the Israeli ambassador in London. Although it is known to Israeli intelligence that the assailants are part of a small group headed by Abu Nidal, a bitter foe of Yasser Arafat, the Mossad, Israel's equivalent of the CIA, correctly concludes that the attack is part of a scheme by which Nidal hopes to lure Israel into an assault upon his enemies in the PLO. The incident is used by PM Begin and his defense minister, Ariel Sharon, as the pretext for another full-scale invasion of Lebanon, in order, as Sharon put it, to destroy the PLO both militarily and politically. A second objective is to install a Lebanese government acceptable to Israel. On June 6, following airstrikes on PLO targets as far north as Beirut, Sharon launches Operation Peace for Galilee by ordering 4 armored columns to cross into Lebanon while an amphibious assault is mounted on Sidon. While Sharon is supposedly authorized to penetrate only 40 kilometers into Lebanese territory, he is by the afternoon of the first day already making secret arrangements with Maronite Falangist leader Bashir Gemayel for joint IDF/Phalange operations in Beirut. Preparations have also been made for a head-on confrontation with Syria, once the 40-kilometer line has been 177 passed. On its face, Israel's invasion of Lebanon violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, and 3314, XXIX. Given the facts that the campaign is pré-planned, initiated on the flimsiest of pretexts, and, as is later revealed, incorporates an intention to retain a considerable portion of Lebanon's territory in the aftermath, it also constitutes a violation of the London Charter. Insofar as the U.S., according to no less than Gen. Alexander Haig, received advance notice from Sharon of Israel's intentions, the U.S. can only be seen as complicit in these crimes. June 8, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/15185, condemning the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and demanding immediate withdrawal. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. June, Israel attacks Syrian positions in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. Numerous air defense installations are destroyed and 23 Syrian aircraft shot by the IAF, while Israeli armored units drive the Syrian army back as far as Lake Karaun. Given that Syria has made no offensive gesture towards Israel, the Israeli assault upon Syrian military forces compounds Israel's violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and UNGARES 337a, v. That the U.S. makes no move to sanction Israel under such circumstances, much less sever relations with it, speaks for itself. June 11, with Israeli troops on the outskirts of Beirut, the U.S. sponsors a ceasefire between all states parties. The wording, clearly designed to exclude the PLO, which has fallen back into the city, allows the Israelis to lay siege to the Lebanese capital for the next 2 months, bombarding it with some 400 tank cannon and more than 1,000 artillery pieces, as well as endless airstrikes. On July 4, water and power are also cut off to the beleaguered city, filled as it is with Lebanese and Palestinian non-combatants. An estimated 12,000 unoffending civilians are killed, and scores of thousands more undergo immense suffering, before it can be arranged for the bulk of the surviving PLO fighters to be transported to Tunisia on August 21. Others are dispersed to Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. On August 23, Bashir Gemayel is installed as Lebanese head of state, prompting Mossad operatives in Beirut to hold a wild celebration. PM Begin then announces that Operation Peace for Galilee has met most of its objectives. Despite the obvious Israeli violations of the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 and both the 1977 additional protocols, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337a, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, 2444, and 3314, XXIX, involved in all this, U.S. support for Israel remains unstinting. June 26, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/15255/Revelation 2, condemning Israel's ongoing aggression in Lebanon, and imposing sanctions in the event Israel fails to immediately comply with a 178. Demand to withdraw. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. Alg. 6, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/15347/Revelation 1, condemning Israel's ongoing aggression in Lebanon and calling for the introduction of UN forces to supervise a withdrawal. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-1-3. August 1, the U.S. joins in approving SCRES 519, condemning Israeli violations of the Lebanon ceasefire agreement and demanding immediate compliance. The U.S. ensures that the resolution lacks enforcement provisions, however. The violations continue. Alg. 31, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/14664/Revelation 2, condemning the U.S. intervention in Angola. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. September 14, Bashir Gemayel is assassinated, probably by Syrian agents, temporarily ruining Sharon's plan for a new political order in Lebanon. On September 15, Sharon orders his troops to occupy West Beirut, near which the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila are located. He then gives the Phalangists a green light to clean out the camps, with the result that hundreds of non-combatant Palestinians are massacred while IDF security forces stand by and watch. Gemayel is then replaced as head of state by his younger brother, Amin. Under even the most charitable interpretation, Israel's performance vis-a-vis Sabra and Shatila embodies a gross default on its responsibilities under the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 and both the 1977 additional protocols, as well as UNGARES 2444. Israel's intervention in Lebanon's internal political affairs, moreover, continues in violation of UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX. September 1 / the U.S. joins in approving SCRES 520, condemning continuing Israeli incursions into Beirut in violation of the ceasefire agreement and various Security Council resolutions, and demanding immediate withdrawal to the positions occupied by Israel before 15 September 1982. Since the U.S. once again blocks inclusion of enforcement provisions, Israel effectively ignores the resolution, withdrawing only when it is ready. October 28, 111 member states endorse UNGARES 37/7, calling for a world charter to protect the ecology. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote, claiming that such measures would impair economic development. November 15, 136 member states endorse UNGARES 37/11, authorizing an international conference on the succession of states with regard to state property, archives, and debts. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 124 member states endorse UNGARES 37/47, calling for universal ratification of the Convention on Abolition and Punishment of Apartheid. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 8, a CIA-backed coup attempt fails in Suriname, among the results of which is that a pair of U.S. diplomats are quickly expelled for destabilizing a government of laws. 179. Leasing activities. As it turns out, CIADIR. William Casey had actually informed Congress before the fact that he'd been instructed by President Reagan to bring about the overthrow of Suriname's premier, Col. Desi Bouterse, because he'd led his country into the Cuban orbit. Actually, Bouterse was much more the client of his right-wing neighbor, Brazil. Although, like that in the Seychelles in 1980, the operation is unsuccessful, it clearly violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, Article 18 of the OAS Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. December 9, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 37/69E, calling for an international mobilization against apartheid. The U.S. enters the only opposing vote. The same day, the U.S. alone opposes resolutions 37/69G, 138 to 1 vote, and 37/69H, 134 to 1 vote, calling for an international conference on the elimination of apartheid in sports and reaffirming the duty to cease making loans to South Africa's apartheid regime. December 111 member states endorse UNGARES 37/73, proclaiming the need for a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. The U.S. enters the only opposing vote. December 114 member states endorse UNGARES 37/78A, calling upon the U.S. and the Soviet Union to submit reports on the status of their nuclear arms negotiations. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 9, 138 member states endorse UNGARES 37/83, calling for the prevention of an arms race in outer space. The U.S., citing unique security needs, casts the only opposing vote. December 10, 131 member states endorse UNGARES 37/94B, supporting UNESCO's efforts to promote a new World Information and Communications Order. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 13, 95 member states endorse UNGARES 37/98A, proclaiming the necessity of prohibiting chemical and biological weapons. The U.S. enters the only opposing vote. December 16, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 37/103, calling for the development of legal norms and standards expressly relating to a new world economic order. The U.S., arguing that such measures would impair trade, casts the only opposing vote. December 1, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 37/137, calling for a ban on products harmful to health and the environment. The U.S., again claiming that such measures would impair trade, casts the only opposing vote. Doc. 18. 131 member states endorse UNGARES 37/199, declaring that education, employment, healthcare, proper nourishment, and national 180 development are fundamental human rights. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 20. 141 member states endorse UNGARES 37/204, calling for a review of the implementation of the Charter of the Rights and Duties of States. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 21, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 37/237/11, guaranteeing the adequacy of conference facilities to be used by the Economic Commission for Africa at Addis Ababa. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 21 = 146 member states endorse UNGARES 37/251, calling for the development of energy resources in underdeveloped countries. The U.S., concerned about trade implications, casts the only opposing vote. December 2 - 124 member states endorse UNGARES 37/252, calling for the restructuring of international economic relations in the interest of forging a new world economic order. The U.S., for its usual reasons, casts the only opposing vote. 1983. February. The Kahan Commission, a body convened by an embarrassed Knesset to investigate Israel's role in the Falangist massacres at Sabra and Shatila, see the entry for September 14, 1982, delivers its final report. Although it is widely hoped that the results will serve to exonerate the IDF, the exact opposite proves true. Appropriately enough, the Commission finds Defense Minister Sharon to be the official primarily responsible. On February 14, Sharon is removed from his position as Defense Minister. No thought is given, of course, to the possibility of prosecuting him for the mass murder over which it's been officially conceded he presided, but PM Begin immediately appoints him minister without portfolio. Even as the charade is being carried out, the U.S. accepts the role of guarantor in an agreement between Israel and the Israeli-installed Gemayel regime, signed on May 17, wherein Israeli security forces will be allowed to remain indefinitely in southern Lebanon. For its part, the U.S. assumes Israel's responsibility of preserving the newly fashioned status quo in northern Lebanon. Thus does the U.S. reward its friends for their commission of crimes against the peace and the waging of aggressive war, as well as violation of both the UN Charter and the Geneva Conventions. April. 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/14941, condemning the U.S. policy of aggression towards Nicaragua as violating international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 12-1-2. April 18, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut is attacked by a suicide bomber driving a truck filled with explosives at the very hour a high-level meeting of CIA personnel is being conducted therein. 36 Americans are killed and a number of others wounded. The attack is carried out by Islamic Jihad, a government of Los. 181. Iranian-supported group spawned by Israel's ongoing refusal to comply with international law and the U.S. role in making it possible for the Israelis to persistently engage in aggression, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The Jihad dedicates itself to imposing consequences upon both parties, i.e., Zionists and Crusaders. At about the same time, another group, the Syrian-backed Hezbollah, Party of God, is established for purposes of reconstructing the Muslim sectors of Lebanese society and conducting irregular military operations against the IDF until such time as Israel, in accordance with SCRES 425, fully withdraws from southern Lebanon. It is not until March 10, 1985, however, after the Israelis assassinate several of its leaders, that Hezbollah conducts its first suicide bombing, targeting an IDF convoy outside the Jewish settlement at Meidala, At least 12 soldiers are killed, 14 wounded. It is important to emphasize that the Islamic Jihad and Hezbollah are differently focused organizations, albeit both emerge in direct response to Israel's 1982 invasion/partition of Lebanon and attendant imposition of policies devolving upon control by terror. June 4, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/15156, deploring Britain's resort to military force in the Malvinas, Falkland Islands. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 9-2-4. A/LG2, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/15895, condemning Israel's persistent violation of Palestinian human rights in the occupied territories, and imposing sanctions to compel Israeli compliance with international law. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. August 28, Menachem Begin resigns as Israeli PM and is replaced by Yitzhak Shamir, a man whose record is equally unsavory. Shamir is a ranking veteran of Lehi, otherwise known as the Stern Gang, a Zionist terrorist sect that expressed strong pro-fascist sentiments and actually explored the possibility of allying with Nazis against Britain during World War II. In 1948, he was wanted by authorities in connection with the murder of Count Folke Bernadotte, a Swedish diplomat cum UN mediator who had earlier devoted himself to saving Jews from the Holocaust. The new administration nonetheless ratchets up the volume of Israel's anti-terrorist rhetoric against the PLO, although Shamir's main goal appears to be mainly that of a caretaker, that is, to give up nothing prior to the Israeli general elections in 1984. While this posture is in itself illegal, defiant as it is of SC Resolutions 242, 338 and 425, among numerous others, Shamir receives solid backing from the US. October 23, a US Marine barracks in Beirut is attacked by a suicide bomber belonging to the Islamic Jihad and driving a truck filled with explosives. 241 Marines are killed and many wounded. The attack is carried out in retaliation not only for the general US policy of sending troops to serve as Israeli surrogates in northern Lebanon, but, more specifically, in response to US naval vessels having fired more than 300 shells into positions occupied by Druze, Muslim, militiamen on September 19, the bombardment. 182. Undertaken in direct support of Maronite forces, removes all pretense that the U.S. military presence is intended to fulfill a neutral peacekeeping function. Far from keeping the peace, U.S. troops have in any event followed the Israeli practice of standing aside while the Phalangists indulge in a seemingly endless series of mini massacres of Palestinian refugees. The Reagan administration, apparently shaken at the realization that it will not in this instance be allowed to engage in its customary range of illegalities with impunity, begins a rapid withdrawal of U.S. personnel from Lebanon. October 25, in an operation dubbed Urgent Fury, an overwhelming U.S. military force abruptly invades the tiny Caribbean island of Grenada, quickly installing a government selected in Washington. At the outset, Press. Reagan claims that he had been requested to mount the assault by several members of the Organization of East Caribbean States, including Jamaica, Barbados, and Grenada itself, all British protectorates, a matter quickly and emphatically denied both by British Foreign Security Sir Geoffrey Howe and by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Reagan then switches to claiming that the invasion was necessary to rescue several hundred Americans residing on the island, most of them medical students, from turmoil following the overthrow/murder of Grenada's Prime Minister, Maurice Bishop, a few days earlier. When it comes out that there was no known threat to the students, that military exercises preliminary to the invasion were being conducted well before the coup, and that the CIA had in any event been engaged in an effort to destabilize Bishop since 1979, Reagan switches again, this time averring that the presence of about 650 mostly middle-aged Cuban laborers helping construct a longer runway at the island's civilian airport proved Grenada had become a Soviet-Cuban colony being readied as a major military bastion to export terror and undermine democracy, but we got there just in time. When this, too, is refuted by astonished officials at Plessey, the British construction firm contracted to build the strictly commercial runway for purposes of facilitating tourism. Most of the investment had come from the European common market. The president at last falls silent. There was in essence, no justification aside from the legally irrelevant fact that the US preferred it have a different government for the conquest of Grenada. Operation Urgent Fury thus embodies gross violations of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, virtually every article found under Chapters I, 2, 4 and V of the OAS Charter and UNGA Resolutions 337A, V, 380, V, 2131, XX, and 3314, XXIX, as well as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. October 27, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/16077/Revelation 1, condemning the U.S. invasion of Grenada as violating international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-1-3. November 22, 110 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/19, the International Convention on Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. 183. November 22, 131 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/25, reaffirming the right of every state to choose its own socio-economic system, free of outside interference. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December. 149 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/391E, calling for a step up in the international campaign against apartheid. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. Much the same result pertains later in the day with regard to Resolution 38/39K, 145 to 1 vote, authorizing a continuation of activities under provision of the International Convention Against Apartheid in Sports. December. 140 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/391, calling upon the Security Council to consider imposing sanctions against South Africa's apartheid regime. The U.S. casts the sole opposing vote. December 15, 147 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/70, stipulating that outer space should be used only for peaceful purposes. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 16, 132 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/124, declaring that education, employment, healthcare, proper nutrition, and national development are basic human rights. Once again, this time noting that it does not recognize a right to food, the U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 19, 110 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/128, calling once again for the development of legal norms and standards facilitating a new world economic order. The U.S. casts the sole opposing vote. December 19, 137 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/150, declaring a transport and communications decade for Africa. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 20, 116 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/182, calling for a prohibition on new types of weapons of mass destruction. The U.S. casts the sole opposing vote. December 20, 133 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/183M, calling upon nuclear armed states to submit annual reports on steps taken to prevent nuclear war and end the nuclear arms race. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 20, 98 member states endorse UNGA RES 38/187A, calling for intensification of negotiations leading to an accord prohibiting chemical and bacteriological weapons. The U.S. alone votes against the resolution. December 20, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 38/188G, calling for a study of the naval arms race. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. December 20, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 38/188H, calling for establishment of an independent commission on disarmament and security issues. The U.S., citing unique defense needs and interference with its sovereignty, casts the only opposing vote. 184. Dec 20, 126 member states endorse UNGARES 38/202, calling for a strengthening of the capacity of the UN to respond to natural and other disasters. The U.S. casts the only opposing vote. 1984. April 4, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/16463, condemning the U.S. policy of aggression towards Nicaragua as violating international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. July 23, Shimon Peres is elected Israeli PM. Although supposedly more centrist than either Begin or Shamir, his platform includes rejection even in concept of a Palestinian state and of recognizing/negotiating with the PLO. Among his first acts is to order the construction of 5 or 6 new Jewish settlements on the West Bank within a year in open defiance of SC Resolutions 242 and 338. U.S. Seconds of State George Shultz announces increased U.S. support for such moderation. September 6, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/16732, condemning Israeli actions in southern Lebanon and demanding immediate withdrawal. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. October 1, using 8 U.S.-supplied F-16 fighter bombers, the IAF conduct airstrikes on the PLO headquarters in Tunis, killing 56 Palestinians and 15 Tunisians, and wounding well over 100 others, many of them Tunisian bystanders. Israel claims the attack is carried out in retaliation for the murders of 3 innocent Israeli civilians vacationing in Cyprus who turn out to have been Mossad operatives by the Force 17 unit of Fatah, the PLO's military component. In actuality, it is intended to halt Jordanian efforts to arrange negotiations concerning the West Bank that include PLO representatives in exchange for official PLO recognition of Israel's right to exist and renunciation of armed struggle. Although the Israeli action embodies a clear-cut violation of Tunisian sovereignty, and thus the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 3314, XXIX, Press. Reagan offsets a Security Council resolution condemning the attack as unprovoked aggression by sending PM Peres a telegram expressing his personal satisfaction at Israel's response to terrorism. October 12 Press. Reagan signs the Bail Reform Act, under which the authority of federal judges to nullify the constitutional right of accused individuals to bail pending conviction and resolution of appeals is expanded to include all cases in which a prosecutor claims that the accused represents a threat to the community. Allegedly necessary as a tool enabling federal authorities to more effectively combat drug kingpins, bail denial under provision of the Act is being requested by prosecutor in more than 40% of 185. All federal cases by 1986. Such requests are most conspicuous in proceedings against political targets like Puerto Rican independence activist Filiberto Ojeda-Rios, accused in 1985 of shooting an FBI agent. Ultimately, Ojeda-Rios serves 4 years of preventive detention, mostly in an isolation cell, before being acquitted of all charges on August 26, 1989. Aside from the erosion of constitutional rights it entails, the Bail Reform Act conflicts with elements of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. November 8, 134 member states endorse UNGARES 39/9, calling for greater cooperation between the UN and the League of Arab States. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. November 16, 106 member states endorse UNGARES 39/14, belatedly condemning the Israeli airstrike against the Iraqi nuclear facility at Asiraq. See the entry for November 13, 1981. The US and Israel cast the only two opposing votes. November 23, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 39/21, accepting the report of the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 119 member state endorse UNGARES 39/411, reaffirming the right of the island of St. Helena, a British possession, to independence. The US and the UK cast the only opposing votes. December 121 member states endorse UNGARES 39/42, condemning ongoing support by certain states to South Africa in its Namibian and other illegal endeavors. The US and UK cast the only opposing votes. Both continue their support to South Africa's apartheid regime. Dec 10, the US endorses UNGARES 39/46, the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, which enters into force on June 26, 1987. The Senate nonetheless refuses to ratify the convention for 8 years before ostensibly allowing the US to join 94 other countries in accepting the law's binding effect on November 20, 1995. The gesture is largely a subterfuge, however, as the Senate attaches 2 reservations, 5 understandings and 2 declarations to its ratification, all of which add up to the claim that the U.S. retains a sovereign right to exempt itself from compliance when and however it desires to do so. As innumerable prison inmates, arrestees/subjects of police interrogation, and countless others can readily attest, and as Amnesty International has thoroughly documented, U.S. self-exemption remains in 2003 so ubiquitous as to constitute a normative official posture. December 11, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 39/49, reaffirming the rights of the Palestinian people. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. Israel continues its violations of Palestinian rights with full US backing. 186. December 11, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 39/49D, calling for a Middle East peace conference. The US and Israel, joined by Canada, cast the only opposing votes. December 12, 125 member states endorse UNGARES 39/60, reaffirming the need for a prohibition on the development and manufacture of new types of weapons of mass destruction. Once again, the US alone casts an opposing vote. December 12, 84 member states endorse UNGARES 39/65B, reaffirming the need for a prohibition of chemical and biological weapons. Once again, the US casts the sole opposing vote. December 1, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 39/72G, reaffirming the need for concerted international action to abolish apartheid. The US and the UK cast the only opposing votes. December 13, 138 member states endorse UNGARES 39/73, calling for an updating of the law of the sea. Only the US and Turkey cast opposing votes. December 14, 120 member states endorse UNGA 39/95, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. Israeli violations continue, unabated and with full US support. December 14, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 39/95H, condemning assassination attempts against Palestinian mayors and calling upon Israel to arrest and prosecute the perpetrators. The US and Israel cast the only two opposing votes. To date, 2003, no such arrests/prosecutions have occurred. December 1, 94 member states endorse UNGARES 39/147, condemning Israel's refusal to place its nuclear facilities under International Atomic Energy Commission safeguards. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 17, 123 member states endorse UNGARES 39/148N, reaffirming the needs for a nuclear weapons test ban, cessation of the nuclear arms race and nuclear disarmament. The US casts the only opposing vote. December 17, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 39/151F, calling for a continuation of the UN study on military research and development. The US casts the only opposing vote. December 1, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 39/16IB, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 18, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 39/224, calling for social and economic assistance to the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 187. December 18, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 39/232, extending support to the UN Industrial Development Organization. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 18, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 39/233, calling for an industrial development decade for Africa. Only the US casts an opposing vote. 1985. March 12, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17,000, condemning Israeli practices against civilians in southern Lebanon and calling upon Israel to comply with the requirements of the 1949 Geneva Convention 4. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-13. April 9, the US refuses to endorse UNGARES 29/248, calling for international consumer protection. May 10, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17172/Revelation 1, condemning as criminal the US policy of aggression towards Nicaragua as violating international law. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. May 1, culminating a protracted series of confrontations between the group and city officials, Philadelphia police SWAT units, collaborating with the FBI, assault a home occupied by MOVE, an African-American anarchist organization with strong spiritual leanings. Although it is known that there are several children inside, police pour copious amounts of asphyxiating and highly flammable CS gas into the building, then set it ablaze using a huge explosive charge lowered from a helicopter. The fire is left to burn for hours, and police are witnessed firing upon those attempting to escape the flames. 11 MOVE members, including 5 children, are killed and 2 city blocks burned to the ground. Not only the mass murder, but the pattern of official actions leading up to it violate a broad range of international law, including the International Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Declaration on Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance or Discrimination based on Religion or Belief, and the American Convention on Human Rights. The use of CS gas and explosives under such circumstances also violates the spirit, if not the letter, of the 1928 Geneva Protocol for the Prohibition of Asphyxiating, Poisonous and Other Gases, as well as the 1949 Geneva Convention for relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war and Additional Protocol 2. In a prefiguration of a much larger replay conducted against Branch Davidians near Waco, Texas, 8 years later, See the entry for April 19, 1993, only the surviving MOVE members are prosecuted. July 25, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17354/Revelation 1, calling for imposition of mandatory sanctions in order to 188. Resolve the South Africa question. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution, final vote, 12-2-1. June 26, the US abstains from endorsing, but does not veto, a French resolution to impose tighter voluntary sanctions against South Africa. US policy towards Pretoria remains unchanged. September 13, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17459, deploring Israel's repressive measures in the occupied territories and calling upon Israel to comply with international law in its treatment of the Palestinians. The US employs its veto to override them, final vote, 10-1-4. October 21, following a speech before the General Assembly by Swedish PM Olof Palme in which it is argued that no member state should be allowed to underwrite more than 10% of the UN operating budget. The US is at the time underwriting 25% lest its influence overshadow that of other member states. The Reagan administration seizes the opportunity to begin withholding payment of US dues to the UN. Appearances to the contrary, however, the Reaganite objective is precisely the opposite of Palme's. Rather than reducing US influence, Reagan's gambit is intended to amplify and expand it dramatically, with repeated announcements that America's back payments will be made only when the UN agrees to undertake a range of structural reforms unilaterally dictated by the US. By 1995, the US is in arrears to the tune of $1.18 billion, thereby seriously impairing the UN's functioning. October 25, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 44ths, calling for increased UN cooperation with the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. November 15, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17633, condemning South Africa's continuing illegal occupation of Namibia and calling for the imposition of tightened sanctions and other measures to force Pretoria to withdraw its forces. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution, final vote, 12-2-1. November 29, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 40/23, calling for economic and other changes necessary to promote social progress in the Third World. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December. L-125 member states endorse UNGARES 40/52, condemning foreign economic interests impeding implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in Namibia and elsewhere. The US is one of 9 countries casting an opposing vote. December. The US declines to endorse the Inter-American Convention to Prevent and Punish Torture, which comes into force on February 28, 1987, with 13 state parties. As of this writing, the US remains a non-signatory state, mainly because certain policies and conditions in its own prisons are construed as torture within the convention. The US refusal thus adds up to an INSIS. 189. Upon its sovereign right to perpetrate torture, as defined in international law. December 10, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 40/64, which tightens sanctions against South Africa because of its continuing policy of apartheid. December 12, 101 member states endorse UNGARES 40/93, calling for Israeli nuclear disarmament. Only the US and Israel enter opposing votes. December 12, 131 member states endorse UNGARES 40/96, reaffirming the Palestinian right to self-determination. Only the US and Israel enter opposing votes. December. 134 member states endorse UNGARES 40/114, positing the indivisibility and interdependence of economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 13, 130 member states endorse UNGARES 40/124, calling for the adoption of alternatives by the UN in furthering the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Only the US, meanwhile, as always, proclaiming itself the world's foremost champion of freedom, casts an opposing vote. December 13, 100 member states endorse UNGARES 40/139, deploring the human rights situation in El Salvador. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December IO, 121 member states endorse UNGA 40/148, calling for measures to be taken to combat the spread of Nazi, fascist, and neo-fascist activities. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 16, only the US and Israel cast votes in opposition to UNGARES 40/161, which conveys General Assembly acceptance of the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of the population in the occupied territories. December 16, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 40/165, which approves continued funding for the UN Work and Relief Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. December 16, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 40/168, describing Israeli policy as a major barrier to peace in the Middle East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 40/169, which approves expenditure of UN funds to sponsor economic development in the Palestinian territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 40/170, mandating the provision of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel enter opposing votes. 190. D6C. 17. 134 member states endorse UNGARES 40/182, accepting the draft charter of the economic rights and duties of states. Only the US casts an opposing vote. DGC. 17. 153 member states endorse UNGARES 40/201, condemning the living conditions to which Palestinians are subjected. Only the US and Israel enter opposing votes. DGC. 17. 141 member states endorse UNGARES 40/207, pointing to the need for changes in the long-term trends of economic development, especially with regard to the Third World. Only the US, citing possible impairment of free trade, casts an opposing vote. December 17, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 40/445, calling for increased international cooperation in the areas of money, finance, debt, resource flow, trade, and development. Only the US, again citing possible impairment of free trade, casts an opposing vote. 1986. January 17, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17730. Revelation 2, condemning Israeli treatment of civilians in southern Lebanon and calling upon Israel to comply with the requirements of the 1949 Geneva Convention 4. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-1-3. 30. 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17769/Revelation 1, calling upon Israel to respect Muslim holy places in the occupied territories. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. February 6, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/17796, condemning Israel's shooting down of a Libyan airliner which has strayed off course. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 10-1-4. March 16, Press. Reagan makes the sensational allegation that Nicaragua's Sandinista leaders are involved in smuggling cocaine into the U.S. The charge, trumpeted in virtually every media outlet in the country, turns out, like Reagan's earlier white paper, see the entry for February 23, 1981, to be vacuous, a fact that goes rather less well reported. It also serves to eclipse a story appearing in the San Francisco Examiner the same day, recounting how it is not the Sandinistas, but rather the CIA-supported Nicaraguan Contras who have been trafficking in cocaine, sustaining their low-intensity war effort against the Managua government in much the same way Vang Pao's agency-sponsored Hmong army in Laos had been organized to use heroin for such purposes during the early 1970s, see the entry for April 5, 1971. Considerable evidence confirms the magnitude, scope, and duration of the CIA/Contras/cocaine connection during subsequent Iran-Contra hearings concerning another illicit mechanism with which the agency's Nicaraguan proxies are funded, see the entry for June 27, 1986.